I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your mom? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand.
Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 67. And yeah, you can see I have a new mic now. No, so I gotta sound so different right now, and my hair is messy as usual. But my wife has been complaining about it. And the latest news: Zelenskyy announced that they have lost 31,000 troops, and it's all verified on Reuters and AP and everything. So no comments. So anyway, can you guys hear me? Let me see. Did I have the right mic? Oh, I have the wrong mic. Okay.
So sorry. Now better. I actually used the wrong mic. So I have a new mic. Yeah, just now it was actually catching audio from the old mic. So it's like, I'm so sorry. Yeah, you can check out. There's a new mic. So I gotta restart the whole thing again. So okay. Okay, down. That's the intro over. And hello everyone. Welcome to. I forgot to post. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 67. And as you can see, I got a new mic, so it's gonna sound very, very different, and I don't have to raise my voice a bit. So, and can you guys hear me now? Is it much better? Is the audio still very low? It should be all right now. So, anyway, so my hair is still messy. My wife is still complaining about my hair being very messy. So live with it. I can't do anything anymore. And the latest news, Zelenskyy announced that they have lost 31,000 troops, and it's all over the headlines. And yeah, so some people say I'm still a bit soft. Is it better right now? So yeah, the Ukraine said that they lost 31,000 troops, and I actually do not know how to comment other than it sounds a bit incredulous that they are not winning the war despite they only lost 31,000 troops. So the Iranian Putin have gifted one DPA Open Mic membership to someone, and Armor Namu have gotten it. So congratulations, and I'm gonna drop the link to join the open mic, so then let people discuss instead of me monologuing. I have just monologued almost 3 hours yesterday, so I don't have to do it again. And let me copy the link, and it's now posted and pinned to the live chat of the YouTube channel, and I've dropped the link on the Rumble's live chat. So it's going to be an interesting discussion today because it's 2 years anniversary just around 1-2 days ago. So depending on where you are in the world. So yeah, so it's going to be very intriguing to see what people are going to discuss today. And they are coming in right now. Hi, Archimedes. Hi, Vaun.
Hey.
Hey, how's my mic sound?
Good.
I'm good too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wyatt, you sound a little low, but I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Am I softer than Archimedes?
I
Okay.
don't know. I think Archimedes might be a little bit louder, but
Really? Okay.
I don't know.
Interesting.
I'll just
Let me-
deal with it.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Ian.
Hello, everybody. Hello. So is it better now? I pushed myself to 200%, so it's good. Is the chat let me know if the volume is it better now? The voice is too loud. You guys need to talk, then I can adjust, man.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, and Vaun is muted. He's testing his mic while he's muted.
Hello, you can hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, Joey.
can hear you.
So I have a little bit of a take about the 31,000 Ukrainian troops that have been lost. Maybe what happened was that Zelensky's actually recognized Kherson, Crimea, Zaporizhia, Luhansk, and Donetsk as part of the Russian Federation. And so only 31,000 troops have been lost in Ukraine, and the rest have been lost in Russia. Maybe that's what he means.
So are they saying now? They're saying that they lost 31,000 troops in and around Avdiivka, like KIA, wounded, captured.
Well, I forget what the exact numbers were, but I think he said 31,000 troops were lost by Ukraine in total.
Yeah,
In the whole
Yeah,
war.
it's not including of not inclusive of MIA. So
that's probably just
maybe,
killed and wounded. Jesus,
Or
that's
killed.
ridiculous.
I think 31,000 is
Nobody
purely
should take
killed,
that
not
number
injured.
seriously anyway.
It's all over the headlines,
Hi guys, should I say unhappy 2 years anniversary? It's been 2 years fighting, so that's not a happy thing, but it's still going on, unfortunately.
But also, is it believable that the Russian numbers for Ukraine casualties, 500,000 dead? I think that's what Russia floats. Is that believable? And I'm assuming there's normally a KIA to wounded ratio of 3-1. Does it mean that almost 2 million Ukrainians have been, so
No.
500,000 dead, 1.5 million injured?
No.
Or let's say at the minimum 1 million.
The 1 to 3 thing is generally, if you have one defender, you want 3 attackers, because you want, basically the idea is 1 or 2 of your attackers fixes that one, then the other 1 or 2 maneuver and take that guy. So just because it's 3-1 doesn't necessarily you're going to take 3-1 casualties, like 1 Ukrainian dies or whatever, and then 3 Russians die. It just means you want to have 3 guys to deal with that one guy. 1 guy to pin him down, let's say, and 2 guys to maneuver on him and take him out. So that's where you get the 3-1. And when you're attacking, you're going to take higher casualties because you're exposed, you're assaulting, you're going into, just like the Ukrainians when they assault the Russian lines. You're coming to their prepared positions, their prepared fire sectors, so you get wasted. So that'd be the same exact thing. If you're attacking, you want to have all these extra guys to fix dudes, take fire, and still have guys left to make the attack. And that's why you have those numbers. But it doesn't always translate into 3 dead guys or 3 wounded guys for every 1 killed or wounded. If you could have 5-1, that would be even better, or 6-1, or 10-1. Like probably what the Russians have in some areas now. They got 5 guys that can pin you down and 5 guys that can run up on you. And they got drones on top of that to take up places that men can't take. Or if they don't want to risk a man, they send up a drone and watch you. And then the other guys maneuver on you and kill you. I mean, we saw that before where they were clearing trenches. They would move up and engage a target that they got spotted by the drone. And if they missed something, the drone would hit the thing they missed.
Okay, but if
you have a point,
if you believe the Russian numbers that is still 500,000 killed, you expect wounded still to be a bit more than KIA. So are we saying that at least 1 million, at the very minimum, 1 million Ukrainian soldiers are either killed or gravely wounded in such a way that they can't go back to the battlefield? Is that figure also?
The wounding might not be as high as you think because there's so many dead from the artillery and people buried. I mean, it could be way worse just because, you see the casualties come in. The guys that come in are usually pretty fucking tore up. And those are the ones that get evacuated. Think about all the guys that got, vaporized. You see those drones hit those guys. Hit the guy, not land next to him. And then you figure the same thing with artillery rounds and shit like that, toss rockets. Who knows how many motherfuckers just don't exist anymore.
So according to you, what are your estimates between KIA and gravely wounded? Gravely wounded, who can't go back?
I'd say they probably lost at least 1 million casualties. Dead, wounded, and captured. Probably the majority dead just because of the nature of the fighting.
I think as a baseline, also you can think about what the total population of the conscription pool for Ukraine is. Ukraine having a population of 40 million nominally before the war. That doesn't include, or rather, that 40 million includes Crimea and the Donbass and so on. So then, if we just kind of estimate that to be another 10 million that are now in Russian-controlled territories, 30 million of which half are men, so 15 million. Of which maybe another half are either too old, too young, or incapable of fighting for whatever reason. So I think it's reasonable to estimate that there's between, let's say, 5 and 10 million Ukrainian men that can possibly be conscripted. So then to think that there's been 1 million casualties, they've run through about 20% of their manpower, is what that would mean. I wonder if that sounds about right to you.
You could get to that number too if you think about it, because what are we on? Their 3rd Army, 4th Army? If you count mobilizations and reinforcements and replacements after all these offensives. So, what was their army at the start? Like 750,000? They still have some of those guys left, but I would imagine the majority of those guys are dead or wounded or to the point where they can't fight anymore. And the ones that can still fight are still fighting. Because they probably don't have a choice. You can't just get out.
Because for me, according to the pro-Russian narrative, people say that Ukraine has no manpower left. For me, I assume is that they have no trained manpower left. I assume that there are a lot of still men of fighting age, several millions who haven't really been conscripted and taken to the front. I always hear the pro-Ukrainians say that the average age of troops at the front is about 43. And I think they've been recruiting people above 27. So that's why they were saying they want to bring it down to 25. So I'm guessing a lot of 18 to 25-year-olds who can serve in the front have not been recruited yet. That's why you see young guys in discos. I was seeing a pro-Ukrainian clip whereby people in campuses, they are still there because people in campuses doing their undergrad, they are between 18 to 24. So I'm
Well,
guessing,
if you think about it too, out of that original army, those guys were like the trained guys, the NATO guys. They were the original guys of the Ukrainian army. I mean, honestly, with the casualty rates being what we think they are, what do they have left of those original guys? 100,000 to spread out through the rest of the army and try to beef up units and train units? Because they're not going to do that, because some of those units are probably really elite units to them, and they're not going to want to break them up because they want to use them for stuff. But I mean, really, what do they got left? I mean, a couple 100,000 veterans that they can sprinkle into other units or try to train these new conscripts, these green people that are just being dragged off the street. I mean,
someone in the chat
where, you know, the Russians take positions and there's like 1-2 guys there. And I've said it for a while. I think they're spread thin as fuck, especially in the middle. Everything they got is up north or down around Zaporizhia, and maybe they got something in the middle somewhere hiding. But I think they're really spread thin there, and you know, the manpower is a problem.
Orion in the chat was saying that there's also, you have to consider the NATO troops and the mercs that are being sent over. A lot of them could be used as trainers. You know, you talk about these veterans that they're using to train the rest of the troops, but you know, they're creating new veterans every day as well. So, you know, and then given that they can get support from NATO militaries, I think it's fairly likely that I think it's unlikely rather that Ukraine is going to experience some kind of catastrophic manpower shortage, or even a catastrophic trained manpower shortage anytime soon. I think that, you know, that's a conversation that'll have to wait till, you know, year 5, year 6 of the war, if it gets to that point.
So based on my understanding of what's happening on the manpower side is that my estimate is between 600 to 700,000 troops. Ukraine still have it. The problem with this number is that most of these troops have other things to do. They need to be mending checkpoints across the entire country. Every single settlement there is a checkpoint. They need to make sure that, you know, there's no infiltrators or whatnot. So, and then on top of that, you have border troops. There's troops manning the border between Belarus and Ukraine, and there's also other troops that is manning in the Sumy, Chernihiv region, and Kharkiv region. And all these troops they have artillery, they have tanks, they have IFV. They are also combat troops, but they are, you know, holding a line to prevent, you know, or discourage incursions. So if you take out, you estimate how much troop that will take, you will left with only like maybe 200,000, 250,000 troops at most to dedicate to the actual front line. And we haven't talked about Odessa as well, Transnistria, you know, so there is a lot of troops that needs to be boarded, you know, to be fielded. So they only have, if let's say they only have like 200,000 troops along the actual front line with in this conflict, then Russia is definitely going to outnumber them in terms of troops numbers, because Russia they dedicated like 600,000 just within this front line, this 4 oblast.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah. I think I don't think, you know, maybe they don't have a manpower shortage, but I think the lag between the time they get them, train them, and get them deployed is so bad that they're never going to catch up, because they're already in that shell game now. I mean, we're going to get to it eventually, but look at all the places the Russians are poking through, and then they have to run there and try to stop it. And then something else gets less coverage, and then all of a sudden the Russians are poking through down somewhere else. And it's like, they may have enough bodies available, but Getting them from training to the
Training,
trench is
training.
probably the
Yes.
biggest problem. Plus,
That's the problem.
we see every day how they specifically target assembly areas, reinforcement points, collecting of troops. So, even if you get these guys trained, there's no guarantee they'll even make it to the front before they even get hit. I mean, a lot of these guys are getting hit. I mean, we saw stories last year about how they were getting fucking bombed before they even got close to the front and getting wrecked. The whole unit's getting wiped out and damaged pretty badly by artillery and drones. So, I mean, they've got that going on too, where the Russians are actively going after any reinforcements, any resupply, any new troops. And then on top of that, you've got this lag between conscription and training and all that. I mean, I mean, they may have the bodies. I just don't see how they can ever catch up, unless Russia just gave them a break and let them. But that's not happening.
Now, maybe I pose a question.
My question is, I have a question because the way I'm looking at this right now, this is a short run. We're talking about how much population, how many people die, how many men they are losing. What will happen if Ukraine run out of men? Even they say they're gonna give them 50 billion, they're gonna give them 100 billion, they're gonna give them whatever billions, right? What will it happen when Ukraine run out of people to fight? Are they gonna say, oh, the West gonna say, okay, we're done here. Sorry, we're going. So we're done what we can do for you. Or are they gonna say, oh, let's send our troops in, or let's go and send our concrete, or what are they gonna do? The question that most people don't ask. It has my own view. What is gonna happen next when Ukraine run out of people to fight? Are they gonna say the war is over? Let's call it what it is. Or they're gonna say, or the West gonna start sending their own men to the front?
No, never going to happen. Maybe Poland will send a few troops under Ukrainian flag, but that would be the maximum that NATO could do. And it's always going to be under Ukrainian flags with Ukrainian papers. Because
I think it's more likely the Ukrainians will run out of the will to fight before they allow themselves to run out of people. I mean, you're talking about millions of people
the Russians are going to accept peace
to get to that point. So,
to have peace, you need the two people to agree with that. And even if the Ukrainians want to stop the war, are the Russians going to accept?
Yeah, but the question is, what are the West going to do? Because they keep saying they're not going to allow the Russians to win this war. They keep saying it. We're not going to be defeated in this war.
Yeah,
but
I'll tell you what the West is going to do, Mike. The West is going to do the same thing that happened after Afghanistan. The West is going to move on to something else. Some transgender basketball player is going to, get her dick cut off in Nigeria, and that'll be the story. Who knows? So the West has a very short memory about these things. I think we're already seeing people get bored of Ukraine in America, at least. Maybe not in Europe. I don't know. I'd like to ask the Europeans here, but in America, certainly, it seems like everybody is more interested in the election. And of course, the outcome of the election will have a big impact on whether people continue to care about Ukraine, because of course, one side of our elections has a very personal family interest in the business of the war. But people are more interested in other things now. I mean, it's not the hot news that it used to be, and it's a bit sad, but that's the reality of living in a democracy. People will get bored, and then the media cycle will move on, and the goals of the state are going to just completely be forgotten.
In France, there is no problem, because for the mainstream media, Ukraine is still winning. So no problem.
Yeah, but if they're going to do that, why can't they stop right now before more people die? That's my own view.
Because they need a brain to do that, and they don't have one.
I mean, if they didn't want people to die, they would have signed the peace treaty in April.
No, they do want people to die, Mike. I mean, it's
I mean,
not.
they don't. I mean, that's the thing. They would have had lost less territory, probably. Maybe not less territory, but they would have lost a couple 100,000 less men. They would have had something left to build up what was left of Ukraine. Now they pretty much killed off their whole future, and they haven't even stopped. They're still killing it off. They're going to make sure they don't have a motherfucker left that can dig a trench or build a road or do nothing.
The problem is that Russia is going to ask for Odessa. Odessa is going to be on the peace deal, and everybody knows that. but the Ukrainian side on the west side cannot accept it. So they have to continue the war for a few years.
Yeah.
If
No,
it
and I don't-
stops in
and-
Ukraine, if it stops in Ukraine, it will continue in some other place. The battle will not stop. I mean, this is a battle of us for sphere of influence. Understand me? So it expands. If they have bigger sphere of influence, they are more powerful politically. That's why they're fighting for. That's the whole
Gosh,
reason.
I
So
agree with
it
you.
will continue
That's
some
why
other
they're
place.
going to continue in Ukraine. Because in Ukraine, the Russian or the east side or the global south side, whatever you want to call it, has an advantage. So they don't want to change the battlefield. They want to crush all the NATO strength in Ukraine because it's the better things to do for them. And even for China, it's better for China that the fight is in Ukraine than in Taiwan or Myanmar or whatever in Asia. For everybody, it's way better, except for the
Yeah.
Western world, of course.
No, even for the
Better than
West, it's
Ukraine.
better. I disagree. I think that this war is at least there is a logic to it. It's not that the West is just retarded, although the West is pretty retarded, I will say. But there is a logic to it. I mean, for one thing, would you rather fight Russia with American lives or with Ukrainian lives? At the end of the day, the West really doesn't care about Ukrainian lives. 30 years ago, Ukrainians were on the other side. They were Russians. I mean, they still basically are Russians. So the West, with this hatred of Russia that it has, it doesn't really care that much that that a lot of Ukrainians are dying. They're not part of NATO. They're simply being used, right? That's as simple as that.
You would be right if Ukraine was whining.
No, it doesn't matter.
I don't agree
No.
with you because the loss of the NATO, of the Ukrainian side, is for most of the world the loss of NATO. So a loss is never a good thing.
No, I disagree, right? Because the West wants to kill as many Russians as possible. But the nice thing about this war is that there's Russians on both sides, right? So all that the West wants is to kill as many on both sides as possible, ultimately, and weaken both sides.
Don't think so.
For me, how I look at it, everybody says that the West might walk away. Hello, you can hear me? Yeah.
Hey guys, let's bring in the new guys.
Okay.
Yeah,
New guys in a super chat.
Hey, new guys. And a super chat.
Oh, hey.
Hey, Stinging Metal, how you doing, bud?
Good to see you. I was just going to ask, is there a downside for the United States, and what is it?
They are losing.
De-dollarization. De-dollarization is the biggest risk to the United States throughout this whole process. It's happening right now, and yeah, I think it's going to be a real bad time next 10 years or so in the United States.
Communism, the biggest issue arising now. Also, they will control the media. They will control the internet because they already control the mainstream media. So the next step is they need control over the internet, meaning fact checkers. So whatever you say will be put in the garbage. Whatever somebody else says that's nonsense, which is not important, it will be put on the on top of the list. So that's the next step.
It's like
it's a control of the media, control of the state. Everything that the state has more control, it's a communist concept, So the freedom, forget about it. You cannot see us, you cannot hear us. It will not be put on. What are the free platforms left? Rumble and X. Everything else can be, and it is censored. So same thing happened in the elections in America. Biggest censorship ever in regard to the elections, in regard to Biden, and so good luck. I mean, it's coming up. Cutting of the freedom of
X
speech.
is censorized. Try to say on X that Elon Musk is a bad guy, and what your account is going to be deleted. So there is some kind of censor on X, even on X.
Hey guys, let's bring the new guy in. Hey, Danny, how are you? I guess he's on mute. Okay.
Fine, thank you.
Oh, come on, dude. Say something. Let us know what's up.
Yeah, you were muted, man.
Okay, Vaun, you was right about the drones. I don't believe that the ratio 3-1 applies anymore because of it all comes down to technology. So if you have better technology, the ratio 3-1 in defense doesn't apply anymore. So in regard to how many casualties are out there, I would agree with what he said, around 700,000 plus the wounded. It would be around 2 million on each side, I would say, definitely, for sure, incapable of waging war. So it is a pretty big number. It's a unfortunate situation. I hope it stops soon, but like I said, the battle hasn't stopped, and it's not gonna stop. It's a sphere of influence. It began when all this began, this fight east-west, when the Christianity separated east and west. You know, it's because of the woman. The Queen Theodora, the king died, so the Pope didn't want it to be a woman in charge of the church. So they refused the queen, and they put Carlo as a king, and he was so it began there, refusal, dividing of the church east and west, and now this is the same fight. It's Orthodox against Catholics in Ukraine. It continues long, many years.
No. I don't think so.
Are you going to say something, Danny? Are you going to introduce yourself? Are you going to give us a little intro?
Maybe ask something. And how many Russians do you think have been killed in this war? Just because people are saying
I'd
You really
ballpark.
want to play the game as a number of casualties?
I'd
Because
ballpark
I think we
31,000.
should try the
100,000.
use this.
100,000.
What?
That's
What dead
including
Russian?
Yeah.
I'd say maybe 70,000.
that's including DPR, LPR, and Wagner forces.
Yeah, I probably, yeah. I mean, I would think maybe more often than not, maybe the beginning casualties would have been Russian forces, and then this point in the war would be a lot of volunteer battalions, Wagner, and less Russian forces. But then now, with Wagner being dispersed, it's probably going back to the Russian forces getting the majority of the casualties. But yeah, I'd say it's probably all included, Akhmat, the Chechens, everybody, probably 70,000.
Chechens, yeah.
I think if it was 100,000, somebody would be saying something. If something would get out, there'd be. I mean, it's not hard to imagine it's hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians because you see the fucking cemeteries all the time. They have satellite images of new ones. I mean, they make videos of fresh dug cemeteries of hundreds of graves saying they're waiting for their new arrivals, which apparently already exist. They just haven't been buried. So, I mean, I would think if there was 100,000 dead Russians, somebody would hear something. Dan would hear something. Somebody, real reporter, somebody would say something or hear something, or something would get out.
I got
And you
a
just don't.
question.
I mean, you see the Wagner cemeteries, and that's it.
Hi to everybody.
If there's
My name is Danny.
Hey,
I'm
Danny.
an Italian
Hi, Danny.
doctor. I'm a follower of the channel. So today I like to try to talk with you. Okay?
Oh, welcome.
Good. Welcome to the DPA Open Mic. So we tried so hard to try to get you to intro, but it doesn't seem to work.
Thank you.
all right.
Awkward
So
silence.
if there is a economic degeneration in the United States, that could possibly make things cheaper, like labor, and therefore maybe shell production, which would enable them to put more of a footprint in Ukraine and maybe back them up the way they've been wanting to for quite a while. Because we all know we're all waiting for some type of economic degeneration. So what do you think about that?
Sorry, can I say something? Hey, hi everyone. Regarding what Stinging Metal is saying, apparently, according to economists, you see the 33 trillion debt. Even if it gets to 60 trillion, the US has a way of resetting it to zero by creating a giant, a huge reset. The one that Schwab was saying, a huge economic problem can allow them to reset it to zero, like COVID, or they can actually reset it to zero.
Yeah, it's
That's
called
what they're trying
default.
to do. Yeah,
It's
like
called
they
default,
can
guys.
actually
That's
do it.
it's not a special button. They would default on their
No,
debt.
no, they actually did it. Sorry,
They could
Nine,
try
they
that,
actually
but it's
did it.
a one-shoot button,
They
and
did it. They
Oh yeah,
did
it's just
it.
a reset
they are
button.
going to destroy everyone.
Yeah.
No, they actually have a way. I can't remember what it's called, but they actually have, they can never, the US can never collapse. That's what you're saying. It can't
They can
collapse.
collapse and they are
The
collapsing.
people
They're
will
collapsing
suffer.
right now.
The people will suffer, but the economy itself will not collapse. But the people
Too
will,
big to
their
fail.
wages will go to zero. Their wages will go down. Things will get so expensive for them. They'll be defaulting on their loans everywhere, but the government will be bailing out the banks so that you don't have a house, but the bank still has the money. Like the bank didn't collapse, but all of you don't have homes.
Daniel, it's called a bail-in, and basically what that means is the government will come and steal your money and shit.
Money from the
Exactly. So
like
you're
in Cyprus.
So Nanya
Daniel.
and all you guys are fucked, but
Daniel.
the economy itself is okay. It's almost like it's going to create an oligarchy, and then the rest of the population is fucked. Like the economy will be functioning, but the people are fucked.
Yeah.
That sounds like Ukraine,
get
you know.
your
That sounds
money
like
out
the
of the
pre-war
banks,
Ukraine.
guys. Get your money out of the banks.
I mean, that's great and all, but there's like an A50 that might have got shot down, and like some other stuff going on besides like this magical bail-in that hasn't happened. I mean, the United States economy is in a bad place. The war in Ukraine puts it in a more bad place. Losing the war in Ukraine is probably going to be very bad for our economy and for the West. And it's probably going to happen. So, yeah, something's going to happen. We don't know what, but it's not going to be good. Not good for the West.
We've been
And also, have you guys had that BlackRock?
What you say?
Sorry. I have a question. I have something I wanted to do. Say what, Mike?
Okay, what Daniel was saying is happening right now. What it was right. The way the system is going right now, people don't pay attention to it. Because what they're doing right now, United States, they are crashing every other little country economy, right? Look at every other countries right now. You guys, most people that don't pay attention to other country. If you look outside the United States and Europe, every other country else, their economy is, their money is crashing. Like tomorrow is not coming. Even Japan, even China, even every other country in the world, their economy, their currency is fucked.
But that's
right
because
now.
of the interest rates. That's because of the interest rates by the Fed.
No, it's
But
not about the
also-
debt. It's about the system.
No, I actually wanted to highlight something about Ukraine before I came in. Apparently, unbeknownst to all of you, to all of us, BlackRock is acquiring giant amounts of land in Ukraine. Like the land
No, that one
that
we
was
know.
previously
we all know
Ukrainian,
that.
That one you know.
they are
That's
buying huge amounts of land.
Yeah,
So now I'm
that's
just thinking, I'm just thinking, and at the end of it, they're going to own a vast majority of the private land there. Hopefully, that's what they want. And I'm just thinking, if you're Zelenskyy, you just lost 20% of your of your land to Russia, and the land that remains, most of it won't even be yours. Like, why the fuck would I still be fighting right now? Like, why the fuck would I still be fighting?
Why? He's a criminal. That's why. He's a corrupt
criminal.
piece of shit criminal who's selling out his own country. That's what we're seeing here, guys. There's nothing like untoward. This is straight up what's happening.
Like he's literally selling his country. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter what BlackRock buys. Anything that BlackRock buys east of the Dnieper is not. They lost. That's a write-off.
It's the
I mean,
classic.
you might as well count Kryvyi Rog as a write-off, and Odessa and Mykolaiv and Kherson. That's all going to be a write-off. Whatever you fucking bought down there.
And that's why the most fertile land is. The black
That is the
soil.
most
My
fertile
understanding is
land
most of the
in
shit
the
they
world.
bought was in the east, where the oil was and the gas and the
oil and gas. Yeah.
So but see, that it don't matter to BlackRock. They'll just write it off as a loss on their taxes.
No, they're
They have-
actually buying it. Like it will be their
And then
land
I'll
in
probably
the
pay for it. So
they have
Yeah.
10 trillion in assets under management, so they'll survive. Larry Fink will survive somehow.
Is
The
it
CEO
more
It's the
10 or more?
classic IMF model.
About 10 trillion.
John Perkins covers
It's 10
it in his
trillion or
book.
more. I thought it was more actually.
10 trillion. Okay, the last time I checked, 10
It's
trillion.
10. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but you have to
So-
also understand that Ukraine is not they don't have enough money. No, they're trying to raise money. So the only way to raise money is to sell something. So if selling land give them money to buy weapons or buy yachts, they will do it.
Well, then what are you fighting for if the land you're gonna die for will not be yours when you're done fighting? Isn't that
It was
stupid?
not
But
used at the beginning.
fighting don't know, right?
You're
Oh,
fighting for Zelensky's yacht. Like, guys, we shouldn't
Yeah.
overthink this. We're fighting for Zelensky's yacht. Like, let's just simplify it.
yeah,
That's
I mean,
the
he's
deal.
got a couple nice he's got a nice mansion in Miami. That's what they're fighting for.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know, they're
In
they're
the
fighting for Mrs. Zelensky to go shopping in Paris. You know, get her picture taken in London. You know, at some fancy shop. You know, go
But
down
do
and
you
like.
guys think, do you guys think Putin will proceed all the way to Kiev, or do you think it's
No.
gonna stop?
not to Kiev.
He's-
Kiev is
where do you think
nominating
it's
for
gonna
it.
go? Where do you think is the
no.
post Putin is gonna go?
No,
I think
I think he'll be forced to go all the way
Odessa is
forward.
the main target.
he'll take
What?
the part of
He'll be
Kiev
forced.
east of the river, and the rest of it
Uh-huh.
he'll leave. He'll take the eastern part and he'll leave the rest.
You know,
No,
maybe
He's gonna go all the way to
Yeah,
Odessa
he's going
and
to like
what
Odessa
is
too.
it called? Transnistria or something. Do you think it's gonna
Maybe
march it?
Kiev will become like Berlin after the World War II. You'll have the east side is Russia's. Then maybe Kiev proper is like a neutral city or a free city or some shit. You know, nobody can be demilitarized.
But
You know,
tell me,
whatever.
how do you denazify Ukraine if Russia doesn't reach the Polish border? And we know the fanatics are in west of Ukraine. Yeah. How do you
But reaching the
achieve denazification?
reaching the Polish side also might trigger the Poles. So I don't think Russia will get there.
I don't think Russia wants to get there, but they might
It
be
might
forced
trigger the
to
Poles
get
to
there.
react.
They
I don't think
might
he
be
wants the
forced to
Poles.
get there. Okay, can I remember I explained this about 2 weeks ago. In fact, I've been thinking about it a lot. Okay, let's assume Russia reaches the Dnieper and leaves and says we'll seal off ramp Ukraine. Just assume like the situation between Gaza and Israel. Yeah, the Palestinians in Gaza are embittered that they lost their land during the Nakba. Same to that's how the Ukrainians will feel. The Gazans are able to fire rockets into Israel. So I assume the diehards in Ukraine might carry out similar type of cross-border attacks. They make an they make an incursion. Let me just finish, Vaun. Let me just explain my whole point, and then you can comment. So I'm just looking at it the way the Israel-Gaza situation. Yeah. So Gaza it will be ramp Ukraine, and then now Novorossiya is Israel. Yeah. So the embittered Ukrainians, the diehards, the Nazis, might start carrying out cross-border raids and even make some kind of October 7th.
You gotta look at it this way. I mean, Israel. If you want to take the Israeli comparison, Israel is still hunting Nazis. So why wouldn't Russia hunt Nazis? It's legal to hunt Nazis. It's perfectly acceptable under international law to hunt Nazis. They'll hunt those motherfuckers down after this war. They'll kill them. They'll get them. I mean, that guy that defected got smoked in Spain. You don't get away. You know, you might think you got away. I mean, you're going to be right next to Russia. They'll send death squads in there to kill these guys. They'll have DRGs in there. They'll have spies everywhere.
And that's what I'm saying.
I mean, it may pop up and they may pull shit off, but I mean, you're talking like it's going to be brutal retaliation and suppression, and who's going to argue with them?
Because I'm saying,
they own it.
Let me just finish my point, please. Okay, so I'm saying, like in that situation of Gaza, yeah, Gazans make frequent rocket attacks. So maybe the Ukrainians might do the same. Yeah, with FPV drones and all the other drones, small artillery strikes across the Dnieper. Russia says just like Israel, we need to go in and mow the lawn. So they go into Western Ukraine to deal with these militias. So once they start going in slowly to deal with these militias, it becomes a slippery slope, like Vietnam, whereby the Americans just built up slowly, yeah, to deal with what they perceived initially as a small problem, but it grows larger and larger. So now Moscow is forced to go into ramp Ukraine to deal with such militias, and it becomes a guerrilla war. So now Moscow is forced to go all the way to the Polish border to deal with this problem once and for all. That's what I'm saying. Russia is, I'm not saying Russia
There's
will
a super
really
chat.
want to go to Poland.
Personally, I think the terms of the peace agreement.
There's a super
Personally-
chat.
Okay,
Yo,
can I just
hey,
finish?
I got finger, man.
Get
I
it,
got
there's
finger.
gonna be a
I got
guerrilla
finger.
war.
I got finger.
Yeah, personally, I think that the terms of peace
Oi.
with Ukraine and Russia is going to be removing all the Nazi guys from the government, so they'll be outside.
Oi,
Yeah.
you don't respect my finger.
The super,
freaking hell.
there was a super chat that said that Putin stated that denazification could be accomplished through negotiations, which means they could borrow from government service, have them expelled from the country. You know, in order to gain some kind of trade deal, you have to kick these guys out. You know, whatever. I mean,
But
there's all kinds of stuff they can do besides kill them. I mean, if it was that bad, why wouldn't Russia just make a DMZ, like a 20-mile DMZ, like they got in
So-
Korea?
So I want
You know?
to cut in. So
Sorry.
that's when Joey was talking about whether to go to Kiev. That's why the answer is there's a high chance that they will have to go to Kiev, because ultimately this war cannot end without a diplomatic solution. You cannot fight a war and expect a military solution. There's no military solution. So which is why, if there is no military solution, then you're gonna get Afghanistan. You're gonna get like Iraq. It's like forever the war will just continue. There will always be guerrilla warfare. Which is why both of you are correct in different ways. It's just that there will be a need for Russia to force Ukraine to the negotiating table, sign a peace deal, and then end the fighting. So then any guerrillas who still want to fight on, it's easier to resolve. If it's a state back or it's an organization back kind of a resilience, resistance, like happened in Palestine, then you're gonna have problems, because this thing will never end. And so which is why Israel now have to invade Gaza, to put an end to it, So going to Kiev is a possibility, but they may not necessarily need to go, depending on Ukraine's reaction. Because if Ukraine willing to sign the deal without Russia invading to Kiev, then there's no battle of Kiev. But if, let's say, they refuse, they want to do a Hitler-style fight all the way to the end, then the war will fight all the way to the end.
Yeah.
My worry is that going all the way to the Polish border will trigger a Polish reaction. If you remember the Korean War, that's what happened. The United Nations fought back the North Koreans. They fought all the way to the end, almost conquering the whole country. China intervened. And when China intervened, the whole thing became a stalemate. And I believe that could be a possibility, because NATO will get anxious, right? Then if NATO enter the war, then we're going to get the stalemate. Then we're going to get the North Korea, South Korea situation. And then then we will have the Vaun situation of a DMZ and everything. So I think Russia is very aware that they definitely don't want that kind of situation, because it's kind of stupid, because it traps you, It's like communist China, because of North Korea, they got trapped. Diplomatically, even militarily, strategically, they got stuck. So for decades before before the Cold War allows them to get out of it. So I'm going to swap my place with Upgrade.
Just a reminder, there's a NATO exercise running until May 31st, which is
But
kind of interesting.
Do you guys think NATO will let Ukraine be peaceful? It has too much riding on this, because NATO needs to militarize itself, and it needs Ukraine for that.
What's even more dangerous is what Ukrainians are doing now with the help of NATO is actually they're destroying strategic assets of Russia, which is to me like those AWACS planes, like naval assets, and also trying to get some important things in deep in Russia, which is once announced, I think quietly by some NATO members, saying that Ukraine should pull back on more defensive lines that they can do with their capabilities, and that they should just do strategic with missile cruise strategic attacks on their assets deep inside Russia, which just points to destroying the strategic assets of Russia in preparation for the fight with NATO. I mean, NATO attack on Russia. This is to me more dangerous because those strategic assets are not so important for the war in Ukraine. They are important in a case of really full-scale war, NATO with Russia. That's where they are important. Those strategic assets like Black Sea Fleet and those AVAX, A-50s, Illusions, and other things from Russia. That's where I'm seeing developing much more dangerous, all this pinpoint strategic destruction of Russian assets. Go ahead, Upgrade.
Oh, thanks, John. I don't think NATO will attack Russia. If this is the case, then we have third world war, and nobody wants that.
Yeah,
there's zero chance. Zero chance.
Yeah, if they wanted to attack Russia, they will right now be in Ukraine and actually defending with the Ukrainians, but they don't do it. They're just behind this line because they know if you step above this line, you will get third world war. So I don't think that the preparation for NATO to attack or invade or defeat Russia, I just think it's just they give these weapons, these long-range weapons, to actually hurt Russia without them getting involved, right? Without getting them involved. So, we didn't do it, right? We just give the weapons, like they actually do right now since 2 years. They just the weapons and just say, that's the Ukrainians who do it. We don't have anything to do with it, right?
And they can do it almost indefinitely.
I don't see there being any. Go ahead, Vaun. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I saw a video by the new Atlas, and they were talking about how the Air Force is really focused on reorganizing for a fight with China. So I think that kind of takes the wind out of the whole idea that NATO's getting ready for something. I mean, they may have to react to something, but it seems like based on their own words that like the U.S. Air Force, which would be the main player in Europe, is not focused on Ukraine. So that means there's probably no real plans or imminent plans. I mean, there's probably a plan on the books, but there's no probably intention right now of going into Ukraine against Russia. They're definitely gearing up towards China. That's what they're saying.
Well, what I find laughable in all this stuff is just the fact that, there's no love for the Ukrainian people in Europe. There never has been. They're seen as second-class citizens, and they're actually seen as being a bunch of corrupt pieces of shit. So who in the right mind is going to go fight for that? Nobody. That's why you're never going to see a NATO attack. There's no support there.
Nanya, I was saying that the Europe needs an excuse of an enemy to keep making weapons because they need weapons now. They need to justify it to their population.
Europe is not in a position to have a war. Germany can't field more than a company of tanks. Same Britain, a couple brigades.
I mean, France.
Maybe France is going to say. I mean, like I said before, Poland is the only land army in Europe that is probably capable of giving the Russians a fight because they have hundreds of tanks, they have M1s, they have hundreds of artillery, they have jets, attack helicopters, and they would probably still be a speed bump. But compared to Germany and all the other NATO countries on mainland Europe, they're probably the only ones that got their shit together that would actually be able to resist decently. I mean, they probably still get trounced, but it wouldn't be an embarrassment like it will be for Germany or somebody else where, they got 4 broke dick tanks that show up against the First Guards tank army. And Denmark gave away all its fucking artillery. What the fuck are they going to bring to the table?
Well, what I'm saying,
I mean,
all the real men, the Ukrainians.
It's pathetic. Who would have thought Poland would be the military powerhouse in the late 2000s?
Well, that's a good point, Vaun. All the real men are already dead. All the Ukrainians, the tough fucking soldiers, the Poles, they're all dead. all you're going to be
They're
left with
playing
is a bunch of
Slovenia,
fucking
yeah.
Belgians who don't know their ass from page 12. You know, you know, what are you left with? Nothing.
I'm not
A bunch
saying
of woke
it's very
motherfuckers.
reasonable. I'm not saying it's very reasonable for NATO to attack Russia. I don't think there's much to it. It's just, to me, it looks why it's like systematically destroying Russian assets, strategic assets. That's my question. It's only way to point is preparation for NATO attack. It doesn't hurt the war. It doesn't hurt Russians' war in Ukraine. Those strategic assets don't help much, right? But they're important in a case of full war war.
But Euro,
So
but
I'm
Euro,
not
you're
saying it's
forgetting.
really.
But Euro, you're
Thanks a lot.
forgetting the issue with Ukraine has nothing to do with
Fingers.
Ukraine. It's because of China. They need a weaker partner for China in case they have a war in the future. They need to weaken China. They need to weaken Russia by any means.
I just
Okay.
wanted
That's
to
why
add,
they're destroying the assets.
Upgrade.
yeah, I just wanted to add, I understand what you mean, Jordan, but the NATO sends also their strategic things to Ukraine and also get destroyed. So they both destroy each other, you know. That's the thing, right? So
I mean,
actually, there is no big thing. And about France, there was a general at TV, in French TV. He said we have actually 2 days of ammunition in case of a war. So forget about France, about defending some shit. We're gonna have it's already enough problem to defend our country in case there is an invasion. So
And
the other
the French
countries,
military
don't talk
is
about
just
the
to
other
make war in
countries.
Mali.
I
Not
kind of
in,
see what Jerry's saying in a way. It's like NATO can get these free shots in against strategic assets just in case down the road there's a problem with Russia, and it doesn't really hurt them. You know, it's like a free shot. You know, they can hide behind the Ukrainians, hit these targets. If nothing happens because they're not really in a position to do anything, then it's no harm, no foul to them. They got to ding Russia, and if
Plus,
something happens, maybe it helps the war effort down the road because they were smart enough or got lucky enough to take something out last year or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I could see it. Like, I don't know. I mean, does anybody in the Western military think that far ahead though, and strategically like good like that?
Well, and they also
Yes,
assume
France
that
already
Russia won't
lost.
respond, right? They also assume that Russia won't respond, and that's the funniest thing to me. Russia is not afraid of NATO anymore, guys. If you come bomb some of their stuff, they'll come and reply in kind, and that's why
Yeah,
I
but the
find this
thing
whole thing
is
laughable.
the thing is they don't even have to shoot anybody. It's like they can do other things like cut a cable or, you know.
Regarding
I mean,
regarding
it's all stuff
France,
that you won't even know who did it, or you know, you'll just know when the data line got cut. I mean, it's like
regarding France,
they got so many options that don't require any kinetic force.
regarding France, which is even getting worse, we're forgetting that.
Okay.
Sorry,
Let me say this thing quickly, okay? I've been raising my hand for a long time. Everybody keeps talking. So this is the thing that you
Because you got
forget
nothing
about.
good to say, Mike.
Okay, people forget about human nature. That's the piece of human nature.
we
How
can't
would
hear
we?
you. Your mic is on.
I'm talking about it. Character.
See, fate just cut
Hello?
him right off.
Can you hear me now? So the characteristics of human nature, which most people forget about. You know, right now you guys think, oh, why Europeans don't have a army? They didn't know how to fight. When the time comes, trust me, they will fight, and that is why they've been laying them down. Right? That means they've been laying plan down for them to start fighting, because the way most of their leaders in Europe have signed their death warrant right now, especially Finland and Sweden, their leaders have signed their death warrants. Let them just go and die, because the way they are doing it, when the fight starts, yes, they will learn how to fight. It won't take a while before they start to fight. So, and the second thing I'm about to say about the Ukraine, because you guys were saying something earlier about the Blackrocks. Let me just make a little bit topic there. When Blackrock buy the land in Ukraine, now it become a U.S. property, Blackrock property, right? So my question is this: is Russia going to attack the land? Because if you attack they will say, oh, they're gonna claim it's a U.S. property, right?
No, it's
So
not US.
that's one thing.
It's just property of a
That
US.
sounds like some kind of bullshit political technicality someone would try to use to justify
You need
Title,
that.
you
Justify
know,
what?
Article 5.
They are not
gonna
going
talk
to send
about
US
France.
troops, you know?
I was gonna say something about France. We're forgetting that France is technically on its way to its deathbed because it's one and only cash cow since it has, I think, for the past 200, 300 years has been Africa, and it just lost all of it. So France is technically broke as fuck. Its own president said that years back that if France loses Africa, it's back to a third world country. He literally said that, and he was Chirac, is something Chirac or something. So France can't do shit for Europe now. For the next few decades, France is fucked.
You know, it's the same thing for every European country, and basically for USA too. The Western world economic situation is bad, so nobody has money for war, and more important, nobody has people for war. Who in Europe is going to want to die in Ukraine? Please be serious. Nobody wants to die in Ukraine. In US, you are not going to file a soldier to go there. In England, same thing. In France, same thing. In Germany, same thing. So there is not going to be a war in Ukraine with European troops. Maybe the police. Maybe.
Yeah,
I think everybody understands if Russia and NATO fight directly, it's nuclear Armageddon. And
exactly.
Nobody's that crazy. Nobody's that crazy. We know the West is evil, but they're not suicidal. So it's I don't
Blackrock is not going to win anything in the nuclear confrontation.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, upgrade.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something on Nunia. I don't think we should underestimate NATO. They have still capacity, and also Daniel about France being broke and stuff like that. It's still like in the top 10 of the biggest countries GDP wise. I mean, like until the other countries go on the same level, I mean, it takes decades, even more, and the euro will not go away so fast. We still have capabilities. I mean, the European Union has big capacities if they want to, and they not behind the US all the time, hiding behind the US instead of doing their things their own way. But that's another topic.
You don't need to hide behind the US now.
I keep hearing all about this capacity. Where is it? Where is the capacity? Where's the capability?
The capacity. They're sending things so Russia don't invade entire Ukraine.
Where is it? I don't see
holding
it.
them
That's
back.
Guys,
I don't see it.
okay, Nunia, do you think that Putin will threaten with nuclear weapon if he thought that NATO attack on Russia will just mean nothing, like you're saying, like that NATO is weaker than Ukraine?
What are we
No,
talking about?
they know.
What are we
They
talking
know.
about?
No,
Nuclear
don't
weapons?
interrupt me, please. Don't interrupt me,
go fuck
please.
yourself. I'll interrupt
Go
you all
fuck
I
off.
like.
No, you
suck my
don't.
dick,
You will not.
stupid motherfucker. You stupid
You're idiot.
motherfucker.
Please.
Every time
Oh.
Shut
your
up.
fucking
Shut
mouth,
up, idiot.
there's
Shut
just
up, idiot.
bullshit that
Shut
comes
up,
out of it.
idiot. Hey,
I didn't
idiot.
say a
Shut
goddamn
up.
thing
Idiot.
about
Shut
nuclear
up.
weapons,
Shut
you
up.
stupid, bald,
Idiot,
ugly,
you
stupid,
stop up.
faggot motherfucker.
Shut up.
I can do
Hey,
this all day, too. I can do this all day.
Okay, we get it.
Hello.
I mean, I live in America, and I will say that the production is lacking.
Well, I never said a thing about nuclear weapons, Yuri.
Hey,
I never
idiot.
said a thing about it.
Hello,
I never
idiot.
said a thing.
Do you know that you're just
Okay.
simple idiot?
I didn't say a thing about
Wait,
it.
So fuck off.
I didn't say a thing about nuclear
Nunia,
weapons.
shut up.
Wyatt, we have to love bugs here. They want to
Shut up.
kiss and make up.
Nunia, shut
Let
up.
Euro finish it.
Shut up.
Mute both of them, please. Mute both of them. Mute both of them.
I never said a fucking thing about nuclear
Wyatt,
weapons,
mute
you
him,
dumb
please.
motherfucker.
Shut up. You
Hello,
interrupted
hello.
me in
I
the
never
middle of
said
the
a
sentence.
stupid thing. I can do this
Shut
all
up.
day. I can do this
Fuck
for
off.
hours, Yuri. Like,
Shut
you
up.
know,
They're having
I
a
never said
Valentine's
In the middle of the sentence.
I didn't say
Hey,
a thing about
go and get a
fuck
room, man,
off.
you two.
Then get the
all I
fuck
Yeah,
off.
said,
they're having a
all I said
Valentine's
was,
moment. Let's just give them a room.
No, you
Get a room,
interrupted me.
man.
Yeah, it's a Valentine's
okay,
Just get a room.
Yuri's the bomb.
Like,
Okay.
you guys go and have your date in another room.
All right, I'm sorry.
So it
I
was
never
the-
said anything bad about nuclear
it was the
weapons.
Putin
Who's
that
talking?
was
Who
had
is
to
talking, please?
threaten.
All right,
It was the
go ahead.
Putin that had to threaten NATO in a case of attack with nuclear weapons because he knew he wouldn't have much of a chance against the NATO led by United States. Wouldn't have much of a chance to survive that conflict. That's why they had to threaten with nuclear weapons in a
Listen to this
case
fucking
Russia
clown.
is destroyed.
Thinks
This
Russia
is
has
the
nothing.
this is why
We just talked about Russia
why
having
he
2
had
days of
to
stock, and here
why
he
to
thinks that
had
he's
to
going to
sue
war
that
with Russia.
to
What a
say
clown.
that. That's the issue. You can
You're a
stop now.
clown.
Get the
Sonia.
flowers, Nanya. Get Euro some flowers and some chocolate, and you can be good now. What the fuck?
He needs a big wet kiss.
Okay, guys, let me
No,
ask you guys
let me
question.
respond. Let me
quickly.
respond. All I said, Yuri, was first of all, I never said anything about nuclear weapons. All I said was it surprises me that people think that Russia can get attacked and the West can send these missiles to bomb Russia, and Russia is somehow not going to respond. Of course they are. And NATO has nothing to defend against. That's all I'm saying, man. I'm like, chill.
Okay, my question is this. I have a question, guys, because I'll back into what he was saying earlier. Okay, let's say 5 years ago, if anybody has a Europeans like, are you guys gonna fight in Ukraine? And that they will tell you, no, they're not gonna fight in Ukraine, right? Even right now, they are fighting in Ukraine. 5 years ago, anybody ask them, they will say, no, it's not happening. Okay, same go with Europeans. Right now, they might look like they are weak. Yeah, yes, but if the war starts, yes, they will fight. So for people keep saying, "Oh no, they have nothing. They are not capable," that won't be that anymore. They will fight with courage. Yes.
Yeah, everyone will fight at some point or run away when they're forced up against a wall. But I mean, the right now, if you look at the culture and the attitude, they're not really doing anything to like get their mindset wrapped around this fight. I mean, yeah, they ran some ads about conscription in like England and shit, but they're not really trying to change the culture. I mean, look at the Chinese military recruiting ads or the Russian recruiting ads. They're trying to build a culture and entice men into the military. America like got Emma and her 2 moms scissoring while she's shooting Patriot missiles at Kinzels and missing. I mean, it's not even. I mean, there's nothing there for. I mean, the target audience is men. They're going to be the ones fighting, and the culture in the West isn't doing anything to get men ready for that. So, I mean, you can't even talk about the industrialization or getting on a war footing when you don't even have the general public buying into it yet. I mean, look at how, you can see over the last 2 years, the average Russian is down for this fight and bought in. I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's dissent, but the majority of Russians are totally bought into this path. You don't have anything close to that in Europe or the United States. I mean, look how divided everything is. So you have to get through all that. Then, yeah, once you get the right people there and the right attitude, then, yeah, we'll kick the fucking shit out of people. But you're looking at potentially years where Russia and China are already on the ball. They're already doing it. Yep. And they weren't really that far off in the beginning. It's not like they were us and got back to where they are now. They got involved quick enough to nip it in the bud. They still have something to fight for. You have to reconvince all these people to fight for something when you've got everybody divided into blocks. Yep. And then unify those blocks, and then they're all going to start building shit to go fight the bad guy. I mean, I'm just saying it's possible, but you have to be realistic. It's a ways off because of the politics in the West.
I'm going to tell you the big problem in France, at least.
France, I mean, and then look at the MIC. I mean, you've got multiple problems.
Yes, but for the mobilization of the people to go to war. In France, you don't have enough nationalism. That means that the French people today basically don't want to die for France. To convince the population to die for his country, you need to do a lot of work on education, school, and so on. Okay? And in the mainstream media. And this job is not done in France. That means the population don't care if France is invaded, basically. So to change that, the main problem is when you begin this process, the first thing that most of the French people will begin to think France should go first is that France is going to say no to Europe and no to USA immediately. So it's a kind of trap. You cannot convince people to think that countries should go first because it's against the main policy of the US French policy guy.
who is this that keeps wanting to invade Europe? Like, who gives a fuck about invading
If
Europe?
you listen to the
Who's
French
gonna invade
media and
Europe?
to some
Like,
minister
what
in
the,
the,
like, who?
if you
You
listen
think Putin
to
is like, I'm
Scandinavian
gonna go
government,
away to Portugal?
it's Russia.
For what?
The Swedish government want to mobilize Sweden against Russia. So don't ask me. Ask them.
I don't know.
Upgrade?
Go, Craig, go ahead.
Yeah,
Europe is not
think
important
I
enough
think
to
we
anyone.
underestimate a little bit the situation here. If one Western country gets attacked, then obviously try to defend yourself. I mean, even look, I'm from Switzerland and also from France. Even if Switzerland is a shitty small country, we'll still try to fight. You know, if somebody attacks your land, people's gonna start to think differently. You know, it's very easy to say why the Ukrainians fight, why they fight. It doesn't matter. They will anyways lose. If you think like that, we'll be already everybody speaking German here, and nobody will speak different languages. You know,
Does
you don't
it,
need to
does,
forget
are we,
sometimes
why do
if
you keep
tyrants
forgetting? Why
are
do you keep
going
forgetting that
against
the
you.
reason?
And wait, let me just speak just a second, please. Just give me a second. Yeah, I just want to say that sometimes things come organically. You don't need to push it. You don't need to have super ads to have motivated people to fight. If you fight for your homeland, for your home country, and you know that behind you there is your wife, your kids, your grandma, and so on, and you're the only man standing between this and people who want to kill them, you're going to defend your country. You know, you're going to defend your country, and you're going to do it the best way you can. You're not going to be the best soldier in the world. You're not going to be G.I. Joe or Rambo, but you're going to try to do your best to defend your land and your country and your culture. And that is inside our DNA. We cannot take this away. If somebody attacks you, that's hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago was the same. If somebody attacks, we get and we defend the city or whatever, or the country. It's been like this forever. So let's
I
not
mean, I'm just saying
underestimate
that
what we
one side's more ready for it than the other side. And the other
Vaun,
side
can I
talks
just
a big
finish?
game and they're not ready for the big game. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Vaun, I was saying
agree.
this.
I agree, Vaun.
Let me just finish, yo. Let me just finish. Number one, nobody cares about attacking Europe. Nobody's attacking Europe. The only reason you're fighting in Ukraine is because Europe wanted to fight in Ukraine. Russia didn't give a fuck. The only attack you're going to have in Europe is on the population to its leaders. That's the only attack you're going to have. The population is going to get pissed off by their leaders. Like, no one cares about taking tanks into France. For what? What would you do if you get there? Like, you're gonna get baguettes, like get their wine. What the fuck would you be doing there for? Like, what the fuck?
You didn't understand
No.
the entire point of view. It's fine. It's fine.
No, I got your point. I got your point.
But I got
but
his point.
I got your point. Like, obviously, if somebody invades your country, you're going to pick up a gun and fight, right? Or most people would, right? I get that. But I think what Daniel's point is there's no evidence to suggest that Russia wants to go anywhere beyond where it's already stated it's going to go, right? Like the idea that Russia, but like the idea that Russia is some sort of threat to, Switzerland is a perfect example. The idea that Russia is a threat to Switzerland or anywhere in Europe is strange to me because there's no real evidence to suggest it. So what are we doing here? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
obviously. That's
why are we building up for a war that one side at least doesn't seem to want? I don't get it.
Question: 20 years ago, is Russia threatening to Ukraine? No, that's what people forget to understand about the situation in the world. And secondly, Jordan said something earlier about the France. You say France is lack of job. Majority of the France don't have a job, and that's the perfect people to fight. When you have people that don't have a job, they are willing to do anything to work. Okay, so France is capable of more people to fight now because those countries like Belgium, that majority of them are working, they don't want to fight. Why would you be making millions of dollars? You want to go and just die or waste your life for nothing? But when you don't have a job, you are exactly that's what happened to Ukraine and Russia because majority of those don't have a job. Because if they have a job, they make good money. Fighting will be last thing coming to their mind. Okay, that's one thing. And the second thing I'm about to say about the China, United States is getting ready. to take down China. They are about to break China in pieces because right now China is a big threat. And what China is about to do now, United States will not allow it to launch it because China is about to launch something similar to intercontinental space satellite like a Starlink, which is going to be super threatening to United States and European. So the best way they've been and China have been playing game with the West all this time. They played them so much with the Taiwan because West was waiting for good excuse to attack China, and China was low them say, "Don't worry, we're gonna attack Taiwan." So that would be a good excuse for West to attack China, and China they know what that's what they want. So they keep Lord, oh, don't worry, we're gonna attack them next week. No, next 2 weeks, no, next 3 weeks. So West are waiting, keep waiting and waiting, and they didn't even know that China was using that to keep buying more time. China is not gonna attack Taiwan, never. And that's what the West was waiting for. They are counting on it, they are betting on it, they are put everything on it. Because if that happened, that would be the good excuse for them to fight China. But that's not gonna happen. And China know that's what they want. And by knew that, they are using that to keep, don't worry, we're gonna attack next week. No, next 2 weeks. No. China is our property. Yes, upgrade, please.
Yeah, again, it's again the same story with Russia. You are attacking and you want to break apart a nuclear country with nuclear weapons. I mean, let's be honest about it. It's not going to happen. Even if they wish to, even if they plan it for millions of years, they're not going to break it apart just because you attacked Taiwan, so we're going to bring our carriers. There's going to be third world war. We need to think a little bit how geopolitics works here. You cannot just constantly say things like, if United States provokes and then China do this and then it will happen this. It's not like this simple. There is many factors behind it. You need to a little bit like understand how geopolitics works. If it would be easy like that, everybody would attack each other without consequences, right? Because what the fuck, we can just shoot each other to death, everybody. But many people want to live, even dictators want to live, Look at North Korea. He's there. He's not going to do anything, right? He's just there starving his people, right? And doing his thing, right? And if somebody comes in, he's trying to break it apart, right? And trying to kill the spies and everything what's going on. But he's irrelevant on the international stage, right? China is another story. Russia is another story. There are hierarchies of things, right? America is obviously number one and trying to stay here, and China is trying to compete with it. But to say that we're going to break apart China, that's the same thing, the same dream like they had about Russia, break apart Russia. Now Russia is growing, Russia taking more territory, so it's totally opposite what they think it's happening.
I think for me,
my question is,
okay, people are not going, big powers are not going to break each other militarily, but politically and economically. Militarily is suicide, it's nuclear war, everybody gets it. Yeah. You see, even during the Cold War, the United States just frustrated Russia politically and economically. There was no military victory for the United States in the Cold War. They did it politically, political pressure and economic pressure. So even if the United States says they want to break China, it's through political and economic pressure. But military pressure is nuclear suicide. So now the game is, can we defeat our rivals either through a proxy war where we are not directly involved so that we have a nuclear war between us, or we put political and economic pressure. But direct military confrontation between big nuclear powers, any power that has a nuclear weapon, is just not going to happen. So it's political and economic pressure, not military. Okay, that's how I think of it.
Where do you guys think those proxy wars would be?
Okay, let me just say something quickly. About that. You're talking about nuclear war. One thing you have to understand about nuclear war, everybody keeps saying nuclear. How are they going to launch it to the United States? That's the first question you have to ask yourself, okay? Ballistic. How are they going to pretty ballistic? First, that is why Starlink and all that space satellite they've been launching come along. Right now, Russia knew that they are seriously in threat with all this nuke they have. They cannot launch it to the United States. Before they launch it, they detect it and they can shoot it down. With all these satellites, it can pinpoint accuracy where it was launched, how it's moving, they can take it down quickly. That is, but they can take some of the European country out. That's what they are fear, not United States. So when you talk about China going to launch nuke to United States, they have to get it to United States now, like yesterday. Not if they are launching it through ballistic, forget about it. That even gives the biggest excuse to
They have hypersonic weapons.
Don't do it. Suicide.
Hey guys. Well, yeah. Okay, take two. I'm feeling a little bit punchy today, so Euro, I apologize. It's been one of those
It's okay.
days.
You can PMS all you want, man. You can
Okay,
PMS all you want.
Thank you, sir. Okay. The way I kind of see this is, this is your classic battle of capital versus commodities, right? So you look at United States, Canada, they've got resources. Europe, not so much. Rest of the world, Africa, Russia, lots of resources, right? So the capital in the West, they've tried to, economically, handcuff the rest of the world with the commodities for the last few decades. They're all pushing back now, and they want their stuff back. So the way I kind of view China and Russia, definitely China, they're just playing the long game. Like, as long, I think what Upgrade was just saying, like, there's no real need to invade Taiwan because time is eventually going to give that back to them. Right. Same thing with Russia. Why would they invade anywhere in Europe? Number one, there's nothing there. Like they've got lots of resources already. So, there's no need for an additional land grab or anything like that. So the whole narrative starts to fall apart for me once you start thinking about it in those terms, I should say. They just need to do nothing. Like, just don't launch wars on people, and you should be okay. Provided that the West doesn't do something knee jerk and whatever.
Right now, apology accepted. I snapped last time too, so I can completely understand that.
They already kissed and made up. Aww.
Yeah, what this is about China and Taiwan. I mean, just like Cold War was the manipulation of internal population of the West. That's what whole propaganda about threat from Soviet Union was, just propaganda to keep the control of its own population. That's how this game with Taiwan is played out the same. This propaganda that's talking about threat from China attacking Taiwan is actually to control the population of Taiwan and never accept peaceful joining back to China, because it's always like an enemy, presenting it as an enemy, hungry, evil enemy that just wants to destroy. That's the propaganda that works on Taiwan people to always resist to China, even though it's not true, completely fake lie, but this is the work of propaganda for that purpose, right? So because that's what the US would enjoy. Even more, US would enjoy the war between Taiwan and China and then supply them with weaponry. And in that way, Chinese killing Chinese again, just like Russians killing Russians in Ukraine. That's a very long British tradition of doing it through history. They perfected that way of controlling the world. So this is what US allows British to do the same. So
can I just ask a question based on what Euro is saying? Do you guys think the West will give up without a fight? Because we're talking as if they'll just give up their power. Do you think they'll give up without a fight, like to China and the rest?
Well, we're seeing them fight right now. Like Ukraine is entirely about the West fighting and trying to hold on to whatever power they have. That's exactly what Ukraine is.
And the Red Sea.
But do you think this is like the beginning or the middle or the end? Like, do you think it might get worse? Because I don't think they'll just give up.
It get worse, I think the next 10 years are going to be disastrous. Yes.
Yeah.
One thing I'm saying right now is that
China is more threatening to West than ever. Right? If not because of China, Ukraine should have kicked ass Russian out all the way to Moscow by now. If not because of China. Okay? China are the one that have been giving them all the technology and I mean all the chips and all the things they need to keep to stay alive. If not because now there's that threatening which West don't count before. Now they start to see it's more bigger than they thought. And that's why I'm saying they have to, if they do not take care of China right now, it's gonna be more bigger threatening for them than what they asked for. That's what I'm saying.
But can they take them out? Like, I'm just saying they're gonna fail, but do you think they're gonna fail with all of us fucked, or are they gonna fail and then we remember them like Britain as
Who
an
knows the
old
future?
power that
I
died?
don't know about that,
You wanna
but
take it, and we can
I
change the topic after you.
I
if
think
you, if
yeah,
that's
I
okay.
just want to add on something what you said, Jordan. But actually, China really wants Taiwan, right? So they increase the military spending. They have different diplomatic people in China who are openly saying Taiwan is China and so on and so forth. And then we can debate about if Taiwan is even a country or not, or is it not, right? But they certainly do some things which make it a little bit like, yeah, we're gonna take it anyways, if by force or by peace. So that China don't want to take Taiwan, I don't think like it's a accurate thing to say. But definitely we're gonna have problems in the next years if it's the temperature in the world is not cooling down and we get actually diplomatic solutions, because the fire started with Azerbaijan. Actually, I think Azerbaijan and Armenia was the first war, and then all of a sudden then Ukraine started, and then it went on to Palestine and Israel, and then now they're talking about China with Taiwan. So there's a lot of things going on which indicates that it could get worse if there is no grown-up people who actually talk to each other face to face and stop warmongering each other.
Why are we forgetting Iran?
Martin,
Do you think Iran will?
I don't think China wants Taiwan, to be honest with you, because China already have everything around Taiwan, but just to keep West mind like, oh, where they're gonna do it this way we can get, because they know that like I say, West is looking for perfect excuse to fight China, and the perfect excuse they want is by them attack Taiwan. They will say, oh, look at that. That's all our, like I said, their properties, our stuff, so China is about to take it. We have to go and fight them back. Okay. And China knew that too. Say, okay, this is the perfect excuse they want. So they are not using that okay, this is what, like when you want something and the scam know you don't want something. So they have to play each other, So no, don't worry. China is not going to attack Taiwan. I bet you on that. All those things they are doing, they are not building it against Taiwan, because they know that if we start to figure it out that they're not going to attack Taiwan anymore, they will find other way to attack China. Find somewhere else another way to break through. Maybe in what they call it, Myanmar or somewhere country to start fighting, and then they could support them. Or Philippines, they try to use Philippines reject it. Rodrigo reject it because he's a smart guy. So they will find maybe Myanmar or one of those countries to fight them. They try to use India reject it. So they will find way to break it to that China. Then that's what they are doing right now.
Is war with China really viable? I mean, I don't see a
change-
scenario where the US would fight China. I don't see it. I just don't. They will like bicker, but they
Is
will
it
not.
okay? Is it okay to change the topic? I would like to talk about. Yeah. I would like. I don't know if you talked about this downing of A50 or Illusion 76. You have. I would like. I mean, I have an idea how it happened because we saw two videos of the A50 or Illusion 76. I don't know what to call it. It's unknown which one is. But it's one of the big ones, right? So it was releasing the flares for a long time before being hit. And another video where, I mean, at that video, it was one explosion a few hundred meters away from it in the air, and then A-50 got hit. And another video where A-50 was releasing the flares, and then the S-400 was fired by the Russian forces over there. Probably that was what hit the first explosion in the air before hitting A-50. And then the second rocket hit A-50. They saying it's Russians friendly fire, but my opinion is that they were actually using, Ukrainians were using a drone, pretty stealthy drone, with capability to carry the anti-aircraft rockets, and then get close to it and somehow target the A-50 and release it a few kilometers away from the target. That's my thinking, because we've been seeing also the news about at the same time drones being destroyed over the Crimea and Azov Sea. So I think that's one possibility that Nuland was talking about, surprise for Russia.
And sorry, Euro, can I just add?
It's
have you guys spoken about the way that? Sorry, Vaun. Have you guys spoken about Ukraine now being allowed to strike targets outside Ukraine, Russian targets? Like, what do they mean by targets outside Ukraine? Like,
well, targets in Russia.
Inside Russian land? Isn't that kind of stupid?
Using Western weaponry. Yeah, they're not allowed to. No. You don't understand that there's agreement between the West and Russia about that. Silent agreement, or maybe even the loud agreement somewhere behind the public eyes. And there are some agreements in this war. We don't know them, but we can guess. We can guess, considering
that they can't strike each other, or what? Like, what are they? You saying they can't strike each other?
That Ukraine cannot use the Western weaponry to attack Russia proper, which is excluding Crimea. This will be this happened in the Krasnodar region. This will be considered Russia proper before 2014 borders, right? Before taking Crimea, before taking these 4 oblasts in Ukraine. That will be Russia proper. Now Russia consider everything, all of that Russia, but silent agreements could be Russia proper before 2014. So there could be some agreements. We don't know exactly, but we also talk. I was reading about some Western people being pissed off that there was an attack of DRG into the Russia by carrying their Western weaponry. So they were making some excuses. Oh, this is not Western, provided by Western weaponry. This is what Russian soldiers confiscated. Took some trophies off of the dead Ukrainian soldiers, and then later on, Ukrainian soldiers took it back from the dead Russian soldiers, and that's how those Western weaponry. So that's all the fake excuses for something in order to not to break that agreement about not attacking Russia proper with Western weaponry. I'm just guessing here. I'm just throwing the possibilities. I have no clear proof of that.
Okay. No, I was going to say my own opinion is it was friendly fire, and one reason I think that is if you watch the video when it's dropping flares and you see the missile blow up and then the second one hit it. I mean, I'm just assuming this, but if it's going like east from the west, then the missiles came up behind it, so that means they came from the Russian area. And I'm just assuming that based on the camera angle that maybe the guy was filming it and it flew along at an east-west route, or heading east from the west, and the missiles, or heading west from the east is what I meant, and that the missiles came up from behind. But like I said, I have no idea because it's at night. You can't tell the camera angle or anything like that. But just going by that video of it flying, right to left, that makes me think friendly fire. But to go to Jur's point with the drones, we do have the UCAV unmanned combat aerial vehicle, and I don't know how stealthy it is, and maybe we have something better. So maybe they snuck one of those in and maybe popped off an AMRAAM or something like that at it, or maybe it's designed to carry it. I've heard them talk about shooting an air-launched Patriot somehow, so maybe they've got some, maybe they're willing to risk using a UCAV to get close enough to take a shot like that. But since it was at night, I have no idea. I'm just guessing based on the video.
By shadowy.
Yeah. Well, so how? Just real quick, and then Gavin can introduce himself. So how do you shoot your own plane? How does this work? I'm not. I wasn't in the
Operator.
Yeah.
Operator
then,
error.
Like my understanding is like if you were launching missiles, let's say two groups of fighters were approaching, you don't want to, even though they're locked on and they all have targets attached to the missile, you still don't want to get in between that because there's a chance the missiles might change their mind and decide you're a better target. So, I mean, if he was flying out somewhere and somebody, fired a missile, or maybe they launched an attack, or they detected a drone and they fired at the drone, but since he's out in front, a big fat IL-76 looks really good compared to a little tiny ass drone. So, I mean, that's my understanding, is you generally don't want to be between, air defense missiles and the target they're shooting at because of the risk. I mean, it's just like when you clear the airspace. I mean, the weapons are all targeted, but there's still the chance something might go off course. So that's the only reason I say maybe they shot it down, is it was between something, or operator error. But that's just crazy at this point to me.
Then maybe you can help. Is it a pilot mistake, or yeah?
It's basically operator error. When there's something like this happens, it's going to be the problem of the guy shooting and the operator of the airplane. I don't really know much about aircraft, but most of these problems, like friendly fire, it's mostly on the operator. What I believe is that Ukraine shot it down, and I believe that it was friendly fire because, on these type of things, I don't really care. What the sad thing is that somebody got downed. It is what it is. But in my opinion, if the Ukrainians shot it down, then they shot it down. But if the Russians shot themselves and it was a huge operator error, somebody doesn't know what the hell they're doing, and that guy's probably not going to be doing that job anymore. But I don't know much about aircrafts. Now Gavin can introduce himself.
Gavin, introduce yourself. No, cannot. Wait. No. Let him introduce first. Gavin, introduce yourself.
My name is Gavin. I feel I'm more interested into politics, geopolitics, military, not that much. And I'm still at school, so yeah.
Where are you from? How old are you?
I'm from South Africa. I'm from South Africa. I kind of feel awkward. I kind of feel a bit awkward. I think I'm 16 years old. 16.
You think? You don't
Think
know how
you're
old you
16? What are you actually? What is your actual age?
No, don't be shy. But just that next time wear a shirt. No, I know you didn't wear a shirt right now.
What's the attitude down in South Africa
Wait, he's not
towards
wearing a shirt?
the conflict?
Yeah, I'm observing him for a very long time because I'm not sure.
We already heard that last week.
Nah, there's no conflict. Yeah, it's still peaceful.
So I was observing Gavin for a long time because I'm not sure if it was a troll. So it's like my finger was always on the remove button. Anytime he start to show a different part of the body, I got to remove him. But yeah, I just for full disclosure, I don't lie.
Which part of SA are you from, Kevin?
But can I ask something? Like, I mean, there's nothing to do with the topic, but can I ask something? Do you think it's possible that I mean is very unlikely, but like do you guys think it's possible, like if China has some interest in upper Manchuria, like I mean I'm not saying it's possible, but if that were to happen, do you think that the West and Russia would come into alliance someday if if the Chinese were to get a bit aggressive to the eastern parts of Russia?
Short answer
You're
is
saying
maybe.
you're saying
Go ahead.
Totally
I'm just
unnecessary.
are you saying if China was to attack Russia on the eastern, like in these areas, is that what you're saying?
Not attack, but like the
Exert
Chinese has
influence.
like interest, like
I
wants
live
influence.
Yeah, I lived in basically like Eastern Siberia, and an interesting thing about the Chinese is that they went as far as like Baikal, this big lake, and they wanted to bottle the water. They wanted to, like, the Chinese people, they try all the time. So they're trying right now, Gavin. They're trying to do everything possible. There's entire villages, like near Vladivostok, on Eastern Siberia, that's full Chinese people, full of Chinese people. You even have Russian people who speak Chinese. So they're trying all the time. But I think that Russia and China have squashed that. Like, they understand a long time ago when Russia took that area, that, hey, this is going to be the borders. People can come in and out. But economically, China's always trying to do stuff. That's, motherfuckers are always up to crazy economic stuff.
So I can add more. No, this is why geopolitics is important, because no matter what you look at right now, you may think that, oh, they are now so friendly, they are buddies forever, no BFF. In geopolitics, there's no such thing as friends. So it's all about interest. One day, if Russia, maybe Putin die, and then they have some internal conflict, and then politically, Russia is very weak, and then military was neglected, something. China will take advantage. If China continues to be strong, they will take advantage. They may use excuses, reasoning, and then they will conquer certain parts of Russia, and Russia will not be able to react. If you look at the Russian history, it's the same thing. When during the late times of the Tsar, they just so weak that eventually, Germany sent in, the Karl Marx and everything. Who is that? Stalin and
Trotsky.
Lenin and whatnot. Yeah, they basically disrupted from inside politically and pulled down the entire monarchy. It is possible. But during those days when the monarch is still there, nobody can imagine the collapse of the monarch. So this is important that, you never show weakness and you don't be weak in geopolitics. The moment you're weak, that's when war happens. Yeah, so I got to stop myself with FCS.
I don't think Putin will die. I think they'll just get his clone that he has been growing up since they made one. I think it's a clone of Putin just growing up over the years, and like he just show up. I don't think Putin will ever die.
But also, I think
I'll
that
take
China
a Putin clone for
knows.
Canada.
Yeah, everyone would like one. I think that China knows that even if the Russia is weak, and in, let's say, 10 years it's really separated, split up in many parts and so on, even that hypothetical happens, and China will do something with Russia, take some parts of Russia. China knows that Russia will come back one day and take it back. They just playing long term. That will never. There's no need for China to do any of that, to take more land from someone. They just wanna trade, and because many Chinese looking for investment, they cannot invest in United States because they're banned by law to buy properties in United States. But they can invest in Russia, and even if many Chinese move into Russia, they will never demand to move the border of Russia and China.
That's
They
what
will
I'm
just
saying.
cooperate economically. That's an economic cooperation. Just like Japanese were buying many properties in America before Japanese crash. This is just an economic cooperation. It's not attack. It's not aggressive. This is not aggressive. This is normal. When someone is higher in economically, they will do that. And in the future, if Russia grows economically, becomes stronger economically than China, then they will move their population, and invest in China and mix up the people. That's the future. That's a normal economic cooperation. That's how it happens. There is nothing aggressive about that. Yes, but I understand. Another point I wanted to make. Okay, I can say it later. Okay, go ahead. Upgrade. You say something. I can.
Okay,
talk
I'll
later.
just say something real quick. I totally agree with you. I think there is it's never gonna happen that China attacks Russia or something because of some land or something. Again, it's two nuclear powers. We're not gonna go over it again about this point. But the most important part is the economical part, right? Because you need to get friends economically, right? You're like White said, it can happen very quickly that something happens in the world and you start to look at some countries, or they're weak, like in America, right? America looks weak right now. That's why there's wars everywhere, because they can say whatever they want in Washington, but things are happening because there is no deterrent, right? So I think Russia and China has nothing to gain to attack each other. They need to trade with each other, and that's what they actually do. They always did that. And the Chinese love to trade. I've been in China, I lived in China. They love to trade with everybody. They don't care where you're from or something like that. They don't care how you look like. If they can make a buck on you, they're going to make a buck on you. They're going to be motherfuckers. They're going to try to fuck you over. Yes, you need to be smart and need to have strong will and good business knowledge about your topic. But besides that, I don't see really. And the biggest mistake, again, is Russia was pushed by the Europeans to the Chinese. And that should be actually this opposite part. Russia always wanted to be a part of Europe. They always tried to integrate into European Union, like in NATO and so on. He explained it very good, Putin, in his interview with Tucker Carlson. And we always pushed them away because we looked at them like barbarians and drunken motherfuckers and corrupt guys. But yeah, that's history.
Well, I just want to follow up on what Wyatt and Euro said about number one. If you don't maintain some sort of strength, you're prone to get pushed over. I 100% agree with that. And also what Euro was talking about, ongoing trade within nations. Like, that's the norm. I think we need to step back and think about it, because a lot of times we don't, because for most of us, the last 35 years, we've been living in this kind of unipolar world where the United States is going around and they're orchestrating all these color revolutions. They're going into countries and just exploiting them and creating all sorts of havoc. We need to keep in mind, this isn't the norm. What we've seen in the last 30 years, it's not the norm. What the norm is what Euro was saying, is forming relationships with other countries, building those trading relationships, and having mutually, beneficial trade. That's the norm, not the last 30 years. We need to remember that.
Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah, I think, okay, right now, I agree with Wyatt. There are no permanent friends and Daniel knows the saying in Kenya. There are no permanent enemies and friends in politics. It's permanent interests. So right now, Russia and China have a common threat from the West. That's why they have come together. Yeah. Remember, even during the Cold War, in the early Cold War, in the 1940s and early 50s, China and Russia and the Soviet Union were closely knit. But there was a Sino-Soviet split. Yeah. And even though there are brothers in communism, actually in the late 1960s, China and Russia fought a border war, and they were both nuclear powers. So anything can happen. And I always feel that Russia feels, during the Cold War, Russia was a senior partner, was a bigger economy, was a bigger military. Now China is there. It's like now the bigger, especially economically, the bigger power. And Russia is never so comfortable with that. You see, even they try to secretly vie for control over Central Asia, this former Soviet republics of Central Asia. So people should not just assume that because China and Russia right now are close, it's like an undying friendship. Yeah. Even during the Cold War, when they were both supporting Vietnam, they still fought a border war. Yeah. So yeah, that's my take on it.
I'm gonna add just something quickly about this because we're talking about this was brought up by Gavin on the eastern part of Russia. Honestly, it's very hard for any country to take control of this land. That's why people are running around there like Siberia is untamable. So I think that China has better options by using the Russians who are already there, exploiting the resources. I mean, China's using the Russians like they always have. I said that they were as far as Lake Baikal, guys. This is the center of Siberia. So they had interest economically. And I believe that their interest will never be go on full war because it makes no sense to fight there. Guys, this area is desolate. It's going to be miserable. China is not going to have a good time to go to war there. I don't even like going fishing in the winter, and I love fishing. So I can't imagine Chinese people being there. It's 7 months of winter in Siberia, boys. You're better off being friends. You're better off being friends in that little patch of land. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, may I add something also? China is everywhere. It's not just trying to get influence in Russia. It's also in Europe. You see all the ports, the airport, the ports they take in key regions in Europe, and also airports and so on. They're very smart. They know what they need and how they're gonna use something. They leverage political points to get to their means. So the Chinese, they know exactly what they're doing. They're playing the long game, like Dan said. It's totally true, and they don't care about how long it will take. They know after a while they will get it.
But can I ask a question, Upgrade? Based on what you said, what kind of superpower do you think China will be?
You know, when you use that long game, that's a war talk. Okay, this mentality about getting ready for World War III, to me, it's also disturbing. Everyone is thinking about World War III, and everybody has to depend. You know, China knows what it's doing. It's taking over. No, it's what I see China doing in other countries is when they see the lacking capability of some infrastructure in those countries to accept more trade, more shipments that China would like to do, right, through the economic cooperation. So they take over a port, they buy a port, and then invest, expand the capacity. That's what China is doing. It's not taking over because some need to control. Yes, there's some awareness of being prevented from using those ports, like in a normal economic trade. Yes, they are aware of that, but I'm seeing it more. They want to expand capability to accept more trade from China, from them. That's what they're doing. That's what I see them doing in Greece, in Italy, Croatia, and so on. The expanding capabilities of those infrastructures. But I like this economic mutual assured destruction much more than nuclear mutually assured destruction. I like it so much more like China and America developed through years. It's completely economically dependent. If there's in a case of war, I mean, America wouldn't be able to import from China that is doing now. I mean, those are huge numbers. I mean, it's not the biggest one now, but Mexico is the biggest trading partner with U.S. now, but still would lose too much from China if it started a war, right? If there's sanctions and so on. So this is mutual assured destruction. To me, that's how I see it. So this is what China is doing with other countries too. You see, economic mutual assured destruction. So nobody dares to do the conflicts. This is the way of making sure that nobody wants war. This is what China is doing, and of course Russia is working with it on it. Right? This was the plan of Russia with Europe to create economic cooperation so much entangled that any war between Russia and Europe, because Europe has a tendency to attack Russia every 100 years. So this is the time about now. So by making economic mutual assured destruction, yeah, the future is guaranteed no war more. This is what I like. This is my thinking.
Yep, I agree.
But Jordan, are we not replacing the US with China in Europe? Because we had trade relationships with the US, and we see what happened, and now we just replace it with another superpower who's gonna do actually most of the same things, just in a different way, right? But is it not the same? Are we not again putting Europe in the back and putting another country who is again ruling us by diplomatic?
But upgrade. What options does Europe have? What options does Europe have? What options does Europe have? Like, what
with
options
Russia.
do you have?
Peace with Russia.
With Russia,
and
peace with Russia,
United
and
States.
economic ties and military ties with the Russians.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
upgrade.
an option, but
You've
US
got a
doesn't
good
allow
point.
it.
Upgrade, you've
But
got
would
a
it
great
be-
point. I think that, potentially, yes, you're 100% right. Are you replacing one hegemon with another one? Potentially, that's entirely possible. We don't know what the next 20, 50 years are going to play out. But yes, you're absolutely right. That could be possible. But as Daniel just said, I'm not really sure that Europe has much of a choice, because we go back to capacity and resources and commodities and all that thing. Europe is kind of empty, there's not a whole lot there anymore. There was industry, that's all going away. There's no resources, so what's left? It's a lot of old buildings, which I love to go visit, but I'm not sure that you can support an economy on that. You know what I mean? So you're entirely right. You could be replacing one with the other, but I think time has to play that out.
But would
I
it
think,
be?
I think we should start closing the borders in Africa, because Europeans will start migrating back.
Let's see, man. Let's see.
Gavin, go ahead.
Can
We're
you
gonna have
imagine?
an immigration problem.
But would it be? But like, wouldn't be in Europe's best interest to align with Russia and they create their own sphere of influence and break
It's
away from
always
American
been.
influence?
It's
Yeah,
always
exactly.
been, but
And
it's always been, but it's impossible, because there's something about Russia that is truly hated by Europe. It's how massive it is, they want to break it. This has been its history. Like Oiro said, that every 100 years they have this fascination, like maybe we can do it. You guys know there was memes about like Russia being split up, and they thought that Siberia was gonna break off. Russia can never be at peace with Europe, because even if the Russians wanted to, the Europeans are hungry. There was something that Vladimir Putin said, like, "Oh, you guys don't want to buy our oil, you don't want to buy our gas, and you want to light your fires with wood, then you're gonna have to also go to Siberia for that." Like, literally, the Russians know what the heck they have in the bag, and that is something that will never bring peace, because Europe will always want it, and that's how it works.
Well, I just want to pick up on that point, Dan.
Is it not the politicians actually who hate Russia? Because I don't think most of the people hate Russia in Europe. I talk to a lot of people and different the political points of view, but they don't hate Russia. They don't hate the Russian people. They don't hate the Russian culture. We have a lot to look besides that. And the Europeans also have a great history and great culture and so on. So also culturally, the Russians and Europeans connection, which could be actually a great one, right? Because Russia has the resources and Europe has the technological wise and so on. It could be a perfect combination. It's so clear to everybody in the world, but people don't want it because maybe the Europeans are scared that the Russians want to be the big boy inside the alliance and not the other way around, maybe.
Well, I just want to follow up on Dan's point, and let me hop on my soapbox for a second because I'm cranky today. But we tend to blame the U.S. a lot for this attitude towards Russians, but it's really the British. I mean, this goes back hundreds of years, and Dan hit the nail on the head. Back when you had the British Empire, they saw this big frigging smorgasbord called Russia that they just wanted to take and dominate because England had no resources. We're going back to the commodities question. So this whole hatred of Russian people goes back 200-300 years, and it was all bred out by the British. So, you know, America is the kind of the leader of that now because they're the hegemon, but we really need to go back and blame the Brits for being such a shitty country and screwing us up for hundreds of years after they were relevant. So anyway, that's all I had to say.
Do you think it's yeah? So sorry, Joey.
Could there also be an element of racism? Because, okay, I know you're all Europeans, Caucasians, but you see there's Slavic Europe, there's Teutonic Europe or Anglo-Saxon Europe. Yeah. So Western Europe has kind of, the Western Europeans have always looked down at Eastern Europeans, even the word slave from the Viking era. So this idea, this stereotype, Russians are backward, buffoons, they never develop. Even at some point in reality, yeah, Russia was a bit backward in quotes compared to Western Europe. Even Stalin said that we are behind the Western powers by 100 years. We need to make it this good in 10 years. So is there also that element of even Napoleon was not as vicious as Hitler. Also used to down at Russia.
There's no racism because Europeans love Russian women, so there's no racism.
Motherfucker.
It's a love hate story, right?
Or at least among the elite.
Just expand on that, right? You know, as someone said, as Luca mentioned earlier, I think if push comes to shove, Europe would rather adapt Russia than China. So they may have those differences, come down to the slide, they come down to that, but they look more alike than the Chinese will. They will quicker adapt a Russia ally than the Chinese and come to push and shove. So as Gavin and Moise was saying earlier, in the long run, we have no idea what happens to Russia. If Russia does break apart, China will rush in to secure, as Dan mentioned, there's a lot of resources over there in a big empty country. So if Russia does fall apart, do not be surprised if the Chinese will be the first to cut dibs on Siberia and other places they can secure for themselves, because they themselves, they need those resources just as much as Europe needs those resources. So the possibility, I won't say never, but again, I will hope it never happens, but we can say it's impossible.
I think also with Russia and Europe, there's a big hate and love story, right? So there was a part in history where Europe looked to Russia and vice versa, right? And there was also war involved, and Europe has his story about wars everywhere. So there is this kind of, Joey, how you said, like racism, but it's not racism. It's just every country wants to be independent with their own culture and so on. And to the British, the British, is it really hate the Russians, or do they hate the communism because they are really the bulk of the capitalist system, and that's why they don't like the Russians, because of the system which they represent, and that's why they hate them, and not just because they're Russians.
I think there's a lot of
this predates that hundreds of years.
Yeah, even pre-communism.
I lived in Germany before I ever traveled to Russia. I lived in Germany, and I remember my brother was like, "Hey, don't go in that. Careful with that plaza." He was like, "Be careful in that street. There are Russians live in that house." I'm like, "What's wrong with the Russians?" He's like, "They're like rats. They bring all their families into one house." I said, "Well, that's what we're doing here," because I had like an adoptive German family. And I was like, "That's what we're doing. We have the Oma in the first floor. Your mom is in the second floor. We're in the third floor. Like, what's the difference?" He's like, no, they bring more people. And like the German mentality, this was in Bayern near Würzburg, like in the south. their mentality was that Russians were actually still backwards. So there's definitely like a disconnect, but it's not like racism. I think it's like stereotypes that they take way too far. It's not like they're gonna mistreat them. And when I lived in Russia, holy shit, the Russians were worse. The Russians were worse when talking about Western Europeans. So I think there's no racism amongst these East and West. I think there's just huge stereotypes. But like somebody mentioned, if there was ever a conflict, the Russians would be like, wait a minute, we look more like those guys. I think it was Momi who said it. Somebody said it, like, let's just stick together. But I don't know. Geopolitics is crazy. I'm just happy that we're not talking about nukes anymore. Thank you.
Can I ask something? But like, if that is true, but didn't the Europeans always like this against each other for like hundreds of years? I mean, like, if you look at the 7 Years' War, the Napoleonic Wars, World War One, Two, and like the Roman times, like, weren't the Europeans like this, like that against each other? Or am I just being arrogant?
No, they were.
They've always hated each other. They've always fought each other.
Yeah, Gavin, they were, but keep in mind as well, the world that we're in now is much different than it was even like 100 years ago, right? Like technology and airplanes and all this stuff. Like we've become such a close globalized world that you look at 100 years ago or whatever, they were fighting over resources. They were fighting, but it was all very localized. You know what I mean? So I guess my point is I wouldn't expect to see a similar type of behavior from the Europeans today. Like I don't see hey, let's get the Huns back together. We'll go fight someone. I don't see that happening because we've changed as people and as a globe. You know what I mean? Am I making sense?
Yeah. I think they have changed their, how can I call it, the location where they're fighting, but they're still fighting for resources.
Oh, fair. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so they may have not fight themselves anymore, but they have taken their fighting elsewhere else for the same resources.
Momini, do you think they have the capacity to do that anymore? Like, I think they're too weak to do that shit anymore.
Okay, they're not doing okay. For example, what's happening in Yemen right now? That Yemen blockade. That all of a sudden we have to go secure the route. That is some of it right there. That's one of the hostilities that could have happened against Poland and Lithuania if that was back in the Stone Ages. But no, again, they may not be as brutal as back in the day, but now they have other means of doing it. Example, Russia, sanction. They'll try to sanction you to come begging back, or they'll invade you if they could, or they'll just send few missiles from the sea and hit your countries, like in Yemen. They have the means. They may not have, it may not be as aggressive as previously, but now they have many other ways to get you to bend backward. Yeah. So again, at the end of the day, is to get what they want from you, whichever way they can get it from you, whether it be to bomb you or to pressure you through some trades. They will use every means they can to get what they want.
But then why are they deindustrializing? Because if they have all these resources, why are they going down? Because this is what I'm thinking.
No. Okay, they need the resources. They have their factories to process those resources, but most of the raw materials have to come from somewhere to these factories.
Yeah.
And so that's why I think things are kind of a little bit shaking for them.
What African country has the highest GDP? Does anybody? Any other? We have
Nigeria.
Nigeria. Well, what kind of stuff is Nigeria producing?
South Africa. South Africa.
South Africa has only been there for a few months.
I'm not asking.
South Africa is second nowadays.
Yeah, South Africa went up this year. I think it's number one for a few months.
Egypt. It's written. Just Google it.
I think it's Nigeria. I think Nigeria is one. South Africa is second.
Second, yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Boz, you're not even from Africa. You're from Venezuela. So
no.
Well,
Angola, man.
To answer your question, mainly is oil. That's what they export. I think it's oil. That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, what's up?
Voz, how's your Spanish in Venezuela now?
Vivian.
Yeah, what's happened there in Venezuela? Is it?
What
Is they're
happened to
gonna invade the
Venezuela?
other part or
Tell
not?
us.
So the exchange rate of the Bolivar to the dollar.
When you're gonna take over Guyana?
You know, it's wrong to bull a black man on live TV.
You're not black.
What
Venezuelans
color
don't
do you
say
think I
they're
am,
black.
man?
You're not black, you're Venezuelan.
Do I look European?
You know, you need to take that empty Guyana. You know, there is just empty land. Take
Yeah,
it,
you really
man.
need to take Guyana, man.
No, but did that ever happen? What happened with that?
Again, this is nothing new. This is the time to get
Western
it most
propaganda.
serious. But always been going on. This is always going. This is an ongoing thing. This wasn't the first time they ever make that attempt. This is not the first time, but this is the first time we get this big publicity. But look it up. It's something I've been
Western
going
propaganda.
Of course,
Western propaganda. That was Western propaganda.
Yeah,
against
Wasn't
Venezuela.
there a referendum? Sorry, wasn't there a referendum?
there was, and they won.
Yeah, there was
And
a
they
referendum.
said to go get it. The Venezuelans said, Vox
Yeah.
said to go get it, but they didn't do it.
You ask
Go
the
get it,
population,
go
can
get
we
it.
go fight those guys? And they're like, yes, you can do that? I did not know. Like, that was a
Because here's why: if push comes to shove, you voted for it, so you have to join the army to go get it. So, in case you go there and you find out it get difficult, like Ukraine and Russia, so you have to say, "Hey, man, you voted for this thing. Now you have to go help them." Go.
I think you should have a referendum in Russia whether they want to invade somebody else. And
Oh,
you
they'll
know, if
say
they
no.
yes, Putin can be like,
No.
yes, let us go.
I hope that's if that's every war happens, it'll be very beautiful. That all those that voted yes join the army today to go to war.
Go fight.
Go fight for it. But that's not gonna happen. But Voz, how did it go? What's up? Why didn't you go invade Guyana? What happened?
Tell us where you been, man.
Fuck's sake, man. Stop that bullshit. Dan, that's your fault.
I thought you misspelled VEZ for Venezuela just for a abbreviation.
I know. It's Z. But yeah. Again, there's a bunch of empty land all around the world. Don't go invade people land and take them. Go Russia. Russia have a bunch of free land. You know, Venezuela can see some part of Russia.
Yeah, those trees,
you
those
guys,
trees
you
are
guys,
dangerous. You're gonna
you guys
resist.
were talking about like China is just watching this thing closely and waiting for the right time and stuff. That one day they're gonna invade Russia. I don't think that's gonna happen. You know, if you know the history of Russia, you think twice before you do that kind of shit.
Okay.
Because once you go there, you're done. It doesn't matter who's the leader of Russia. They're gonna fight to the end. And let's not forget, now they go fucking nuke, you know?
And I think this SMO determines for the next 50 years what happened to Russia.
Yeah. It doesn't matter who's
I don't think anyone is messing with Russia again. I don't think anyone
not
is messing
ever
with
again.
Russia.
You go, like Nunya said, like 300 years ago. Yes, you go back. You're going to find these people tried and they failed. And now look at Russia now. Do you think you're going to go there? It doesn't matter if it's NATO or not. No one is going to go there. If they want to fight Russia, they're going to like say, oh, Crimea is Ukraine. Yeah, let's get them. Okay. But if you cross the line, you're done. These people, like they say, Italians love to cook. They know how to cook. Russia know how to fight. Think twice before you go there.
Even my people have this song from World War II where they say the Germans have weapons, but the Russians know how to fight because a bunch of pro-communist ideologists in West Africa at that time. so they had this song in my native language and say, but say something like the Germans have weapons, but the Russians can fight. Some of the traditional song they sing. They still sing every now and then, but of course now they change the countries to different front lines. But yeah, it's a very old song for previous wars that every now and then they adjust it based on what wars is happening. So don't be surprised if you hear Russia have a weapon, but Ukrainian can fight. Don't be surprised of the new remix. But yeah,
Can you imagine a future where Russia is putting sanctions on the US because of some stupid shit like 20 years from now?
It already fucking
Like,
happened, man.
US, we don't like your elections.
You
We're
know-
gonna sanction you.
Dan said something earlier about World War III, right? I know Dan. No, probably being an optimistic person, but I don't believe what Daniel just mentioned. The US will accept that. The US to go that low, it have to be brooms and rocks everywhere. They will not accept it.
Yeah. But what about China? Do you see a scenario where China is like, we don't like what you're doing, Trump, or whatever president, and then China is like, we're going to
No.
sanction you.
That arrogance
The
is
US
that arrogance is a Western arrogance. That doesn't belong in any.
The US is a spoiled brat. They would
Only
throw
the
up.
Americans and Western and Europeans have that mentality, not the other people. That's a Western arrogance. Oh, we don't like how you talk, so we're gonna sanction you. We don't like how you cook your meat, so we're gonna sanction you. So yeah, so that's they have that mentality, they have that thinking, not the rest of the world. But I can see China telling Russia, telling the US, we don't like you giving weapons to Taiwan, so we're gonna sanction you. I can see that.
You see, what I think, why these European politicians are so aggressive against the Russia, contrary to the European population wishes. Because if you ask, over 50% of the population is against any animosity toward Russia, and the politicians are just going on their own. What I think the real reason is that there's hundreds of billions of dollars of euros worth of the confiscated private Russian assets, not from the Russian state, but there's a lot of confiscated persons assets. There's I think about $120 billion worth it in Europe, and I believe they already spreading it and giving it to, they sharing it between themselves. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
okay, that's why I'm thinking that's the only reason that these politicians just went berserk all of a sudden and pushing even against Scholz. That was they had to threaten him with exposing his corruption in like 30 years ago and everything. He had to follow it. He showed his doubts and resistance, but you saw his black eye. Who knows who did that, right? But they must have threatened him with all the corruption from the past.
It was the Italian
sharing the money
that gave him the.
Yeah,
okay, I forget you
decide.
Yeah, it's something very interesting about the Russian assets which are frozen. They want to use them in the war and give them to the Ukrainians, so they don't need to give them actual money. But this is a very slippery slopes, my friends. If everybody starts to take, of course, it is a slippery slope. If you start to take private assets from citizens from another country who have nothing to do with the war, and you use them in the war, then everybody can do that. I mean, then every time the US starts a war, then we start to just froze bank accounts from US citizens around the world just because.
I dare you.
I mean, that's nonsense. That's totally nonsense.
I think the reason why they right.
Upgrade. You can do whatever you want, but you never.
The reason why they didn't do it, I think because Russia didn't lose the war. If Russia was completely crushed by Ukraine, they were going to take that money.
Yeah.
Because it could be like an example to everybody else. Don't go against us.
Now talking about it, to take it, to give it to the Ukrainians because they don't want to pay money. So they say, we just punish the Russians and take their private assets and give them the money so they can go on for longer. But the problem is
there are two
Russian assets problems with this.
But won't that money just end up in the US military? Because the US is making the weapons. Isn't just the US paying themselves to make more weapons?
No, if you take private assets from private citizens from Russia, then you take money from Russian citizens and give it to the Ukrainians, who actually then give it to the Americans to provide weapons for them. And
Ukraine is corrupt, so they
I never heard of like this kind of thing.
Yeah, apparently
for-
there's a bunch of lawyers who suddenly came up with some loophole that it's possible the other day, and I was like, where did that come from? Apparently they can. Apparently they can give a loan to Ukraine and then make Russia the one responsible for paying it because of some shit. I was like, what the fuck?
Just like the oil price cap.
Venezuelan, go ahead.
Yeah, just
there is no
to-
international
the
law.
point,
That's
the
all I
point
think.
Jordan was making or asking the question about why these people in Europe hate Russia. I think they always try to, but there's one thing about people in West Europe. I'm talking about West Europe. No, these puppets that because they think they're friends with the United States, they're part of the West. Yes, people in West Europe, they finally find people that willing to fight. They find people willing to fight for them. So they put Ukraine in front. If you go and see most of these people, they call for Ukraine fight in Ukraine. Most of them are from East Europe. You see, because people in the West, they are more worried about losing their followers on TikTok, on YouTube. Yeah, it's true. It's true. They don't want to
Upgrade.
fight.
Do you want to go to Russia to fight?
The moment they
Upgrade.
they have to be at home and put the flag up and say Slava Ukraini. That's it. When they say, "Oh, you gotta go there," fuck off. There is no way I'm gonna go in Ukraine to fight Russia because they know the history. But these people in East Europe, they want to be one of these people. If you just come to the UK, ask the British people what they think about the Polish, Bulgarian, Romanian stuff. They're gonna tell you straight away, these people need to fuck off. You know? But these people want to be upset. They willing to die for the cause. Some of these people,
Ukraine.
some of these people, they know it's wrong.
Yeah.
I think they should ban TikTok. They should ban TikTok in
But
Europe
one
and
thing,
Pornhub, and then be like, yeah,
Everyone
if you
wants-
don't go fight
everyone
Russia,
wants-
there's no Pornhub
Yeah.
on TikTok.
Yeah, I'm out. If it's to fight Russia, I'm out. That's what they say.
I just wanted to follow up on what Upgrade and Euro were talking about with the asset seizures, the 300 billion.
Nuke TikTok.
I kind of think at this point it's just as well they go do it, you know, because like think about it. If you go and you tell somebody that you're going to break into their house over and over again, you shouldn't be surprised that they change the locks. You know what I mean? So the way I see it now is any nation that has any exposure to the US, if they haven't pulled out by now, or at least seriously mitigated their risk, they're stupid. So, I kind of see that this whole threatening is just as well as doing it at this point.
Yeah, Nonya, to your point, to what you just said, I remember sometime last year, they could even find all this money. They have no way what to find them. They actually had this discussion that
Well, that's the other thing, yeah.
we know it's here, but we can't find them. So another excuse was we can't do it.
But let me ask, even if they
months to find that money,
even if they seize the 300 billion and give it to Ukraine, because it's all about the war, does the West have the enough artillery weapon systems that can be funded by that 300 billion to enable Ukraine win the war?
Okay.
See, the West already is kind of, I'm not saying totally, kind of short of weapons to give to Ukraine.
I keep making this point,
At
right?
the moment, right now.
Louis, to your point.
They can ramp up production in the future, but right now.
Now, the West have enough artillery to give to Ukraine tomorrow morning. They were never going to run out of artillery. The proof is in Israel. Did you just show you why
Israel is a much smaller war.
They have
no, it's a much smaller. But they can
have enough.
So go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, they have enough. Let's say they had enough, but they don't have enough humans in Ukraine anymore, guys. I said in an interview a long time ago that you can export all the weapons you want, but you can't export 18-year-old Ukrainians to Ukraine. This is not how it works. And that's why I've always mentioned on the DPA channel that this war ends in 4 major battles. And why do I say major battles? Because you need a lot of people to die. And the Ukrainian military is based off of meat. And when you're running out of meat, we should never talk about weapons. So the news has you thinking about like they're going to send F-16s, they're going to send this, that. They're doing this to confuse you. They can't send 18-year-old men to go die to Ukraine, so they're talking about weapons. And that's basically a way of keeping people talking. Like if we ever talk about weapons, we're talking about the wrong thing. Let's talk about dead Ukrainians, because Ukraine has a limited resource that's much smaller than Russian resource. And I hate to bring up Siberia again, but those motherfuckers are out there living in the cold, millions of them, and they're ready to get a paycheck that they sign a contract for 6 months, and every month they work 36 months of like as if they would have worked 36 months. So like for a Siberian guy to go fight a young or an old Ukrainian, it's business. So Ukraine has no chance no matter how many weapons you give them, because they're just meat. That's all.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
You're forgetting that Russia actually started saying that other people can fight in their military. I actually saw an ad in Kenya that Kenyans can go fight for Russia the other day. That you can actually just get a visa and go join the army.
There's a lot of Africans in Russia that I met right before I came back.
Yeah.
Daniel, are you joining them?
No, fucker.
Who, me? Fuck no.
Yeah.
What the fuck? No. What the fuck would I go there for?
Then to your point about
I love Putin, but I don't love him that much.
People, the Ukrainians. So how do you? How long will they keep this up? How long do they have still reserves, or they want to have 500,000 more people? I don't know how they're gonna get them, but maybe to reduce the age to for conscripts and so on. But how long will they keep holding the line like this until they really break? Like you said, like this 4 major battles, right? 2 more battles, you think?
Two more, yeah. Avdiivka hasn't even finished. Like the Avdiivka operation in itself has not finished. So guys, everything else that happens on that front is part of the Avdiivka operation. So when you see these summaries on different channels, you have to understand that everything in a 15 kilometer radius around Avdiivka is still the Battle of Avdiivka. This is a consolidation of a battle and of the battle space. And when I'm talking about major battles, I think Ukrainians have 2 more, because you need 1 more bloody one more where they send another 100,000 guys to go defend something. Their population is getting really tired of it, man. If you see videos of the president of Ukraine walking in these massive cemeteries, you don't think that Ukrainian mothers and they're all looking at this, man. Let 100,000 more guys die on the next big operation, and then after that, and it's over. I mean, this war should probably end mid next year or at the end of next year, just because of the carnage. The Russians are getting really good at killing the Ukrainians, and the Ukrainians are doing the same. Like, I want to say one last thing, and people think that this is very one-sided, and I've said it before that Ukrainians are winning in some areas of the front line, and that's cope for the Russian supporters. And you have to believe me that you should thank God that none of us here and none of you guys watching are in those trenches.
But Dan, sorry, can I ask you?
I was just going to say, I mean,
Russia will go?
if you look at Dan's theory with the battles, I mean,
they don't have to go far. The Ukrainians. I'll just say this because I have to leave, Vaun. So the way the war has been working, the Russians have imposed their style. It's like martial arts. The Russians have imposed their style of war. In the beginning of the war, the Ukrainians had the initiative. The Russians came in, and the Ukrainians were doing a lot of damage because the Russians overextended. But now the Russians are imposing their art of war on the Ukrainians. The Russians are better off, and they've learned staying on the other side of the Dnieper and enveloping cities. And I believe that Kharkiv, and I mentioned this a long time ago, This should be one of the big battles that they should have. They should envelop that city, invite the Ukrainians to defend it, and there they can kill from 100,000 Ukrainians to 200,000 Ukrainians. Why? Because it's a major city, and people are going to have to defend it. The Russians don't have to go any further than that. And that's just my opinion.
I was just going to add to that. I was just going to say, like Kharkiv could be one, but I almost think they could just encircle it and use Kupiansk as that battle, because that's going to be important to hold that, because if you get through there, then you can threaten Lehman and actually start encircling Kharkov from the bottom. But yeah, I mean, Kharkov could be a big one. And then you've got the whole Kremenaya, Seversk area too. I mean, one of those areas could let's go, or they start pushing hard, like around Turney, or even that theory they have about them running along the Dnieper up towards Zaporizhzhia. I mean, any one of those, not that one, but the ones that are ongoing could develop into something big. I mean, Kupiansk is probably a pretty good bet to be the next one, just because that's the most, place that seems to be the most fought over right now. I mean, I know there's other stuff going on, but it's all kind of small potatoes, little breakthroughs and stuff that can turn into something. But I mean, I think that'll be a place where they'll probably send a lot of guys to try to hold Kupiansk as long as they can. Because once they lose that, it's pretty bad. That's going to be pretty strategically bad.
And were you guys going to talk about anything to do with Israel and Iran and this whole situation happening right now?
Can I ask something like, what is America's interest benefit in the Middle East of holding the state of Israel in the long run? Because will Israel hold in the long run?
It's just oil, my friend. That's all it
you
is.
from South Africa, you're supposed to talk about Israel. They don't like you.
To maintain
they're trying to overthrow your government, by the way. Yo, they're trying to overthrow your government.
I'm joking. Yeah, don't take me serious.
But like,
you're muted, man.
Sorry. I said, don't be surprised and ISIS show up in South Africa, because every time you have any problem with Israel, terrorists show up at your door.
You're gonna have an ISIS problem very soon.
Just what?
At the border with Zimbabwe. You're gonna have an ISIS problem.
I soon you say something bad about
you're gonna see some
ally of
United States. In some cases,
Africa.
You're gonna find some Zimbabweans with guns coming in.
I remember when Mozambique.
I feel sorry for terrorists who they send to South Africa.
We're not gonna deal with EU about oil and stuff. And next day there was fucking jihad in Mozambique. I was like, where the fuck these people come from?
Yeah. You remember that? They discovered gas, and then suddenly Al-Shabaab is like, what the fuck? Like Al-Shabaab picked a bus and went all the way across Tanzania, all the way, and suddenly decided, let's fight here.
How do you explain
that? In the middle of nowhere.
Away in the fucking Indian Ocean.
But
then they fucking Al-Qaeda there.
Yeah, that was funny. I remember when I heard that Al-Shabaab is in Mozambique, the exact place they just found gas. I was like, this guys just picked a boat or a bus and then just went to fight there. Like, what the fuck? What are Somalis doing in Mozambique? Like,
maybe they grow on gas. Maybe that's the case.
Yeah, that was funny. That was the funniest shit I ever.
That was funny. They do grow on gas. They do grow on gas and oil. So
whenever gas just, they just
all the trees and the leaves and shrubs.
That's why I keep saying, if you remove the ISIS guys' masks, you're gonna find guys from Kentucky. Like, it's just gonna be a bunch of Kentucky guys. Because there's no.
Come on, Vaun. That is not you, Vaun.
It's gonna be like guys like Vaun with like masks and just speaking broken Arabic, because those guys are not.
Daniel, to your point, right? Daniel, to your point, they have captured many ISIS members that actually they have a clue about Islam. Yeah, I remember this video.
I think there's a school that just teaches guys in the America how to be ISIS, and then just be like, wear this, wear that, and then go speak broken Arabic, and then you're good. Just make sure you shoot everybody that hears your accent.
Americans are too
That's
expensive.
it. Like, I don't think ISIS should be in the terrorist list.
Anyway, can we move on and talk about what's going on about election
Ukraine?
in the United States? Because that bitch is still
Biden
running.
2024. Biden's gonna win.
She's still
Nikki
running.
Haley. Nikki Haley's
Yeah.
kicking ass.
I call her Hindu Hillary. I call her Hindu Hillary.
Her own state, South Carolina.
Yeah, she lost in our own state, but she's not giving up.
That is Hindu Hillary for you. That
No,
lady got lost,
she's betting that Trump might be thrown out
suspended or something. Yeah, I'm thinking that's her bet. I think her bet is Trump will be forced to withdraw and she'll be the front runner, and she's picked.
Yeah, but he can't. The thing is he can't be forced to withdraw. So there's no reason for her to be there.
No, so
even if he's in prison, he could be elected president. So, and he probably would be.
Maybe
it
he follow up a
doesn't
clip or
matter.
something, you know.
I mean, if he, people joke around about dead people voting for Democrats. I mean, it's highly likely if they assassinate him, he'd still win the election.
Maybe
Guess
he'll
what?
get hit by a bus.
Well, are you
Vaun,
are you forgetting that you have new Americans
He
coming
can also
from the
always
other side of the
hope
border?
for a lone gunman with an Italian rifle, you know.
Yeah, like I
You can
said,
always hope
even
for
if they
that,
shoot him,
and
he'll
then
probably
she's
still
game.
win.
Yeah.
I mean, we laugh at
She will
this,
be game.
but we laugh at all this, but keep in mind that Robert F. Kennedy was shot back in the day for a similar thing, right? So, I think that Mr. Trump should tread lightly the next several months because I don't necessarily see that as being something that's a far off, conspiracy theory.
Yeah, this is why I'm worried.
I mean, the thing with Nikki Haley is that she's
because there are
completely
people
funded by
saying, "Don't worry,
Democrats.
we got your back."
She's supported by the deep state, the establishment. She's supported by the Uniparty. I mean, she's just there to continue the status quo, and she's a phony. I mean, everybody knows she's about the money, and she's a slut. So
She wouldn't get any of the Trump voters.
Maybe.
I mean, there's zero
hoping
chance.
she might be
40 to Biden.
Yeah, no, to your point, the people that could kill Trump are in Trump's camp. Yeah, the military industrial complex support Trump's, and all these people that could do all this. If Trump was in the opposite camp,
They don't support Trump.
What?
They don't support Trump and want to kill Trump.
No, of course. The people that really have the people that really
I
killed.
don't think they're gonna kill. They're not gonna. Nobody's
Yeah, I
gonna
mean,
kill.
like I said, we're not even worried about it. I mean, if it happens, what the fuck can I do about it? I mean, it'll probably be fucking crazy.
You know what?
People,
I mean, if they shoot Trump, I should probably fucking have a full tank of gas and some food and water on hand and lay low. Because it's going to be a fucking
That could
shitstorm.
happen.
So, I mean, there ain't really a whole lot to talk
shitstorm.
about that. I mean, if they do something that stupid, I mean, it's going to be crazy no matter what. That would just be like super crazy. That would just supercharge.
Everyone keep thinking this.
Who says they won't try it and try to do it? I mean, they do stupid shit all the time. Look at Ukraine.
Trump voters have all the guns.
As I said before, Vaun, you got a lot of lunatics in your country, you know.
Yeah, exactly. We got a lot of trannies that'll do their bidding, whatever, They got the whole army of psychos on call.
There is a lot of stupid people with money, and that shit is very dangerous.
Hey, guys, let's bring Merlin into this. I'd be curious to see what he sees in the next 6 to 7 months happening.
Agnostic jihad.
I don't have any. I don't know.
Okay.
That's my prediction.
I mean, really, we can sit here and speculate, but it's
I don't think
it's
they're
all
gonna
up
shoot
in
Trump.
the
Though.
air.
I think
It's like
they're
you might
shooting
just get
these
your
guys. It's bad
popcorn
for.
you might just get your popcorn and sit down and watch. Really.
Well, he might suffer also from COVID, heart failure.
You know what I'm worried? You know what I'm worried that's gonna happen is like these people, they have money and they know people that know people, and some of these people know black people, and these black people know a black man willing to do the time,
Hey, Ross, Voss,
you can't. You
Yeah.
cannot put
You're
this
talking
on
There's
like
a lot of black men in America that like Trump, so it'd have to be
Yes, that's the thing. That's the thing. You know,
Voss.
they're gonna
it would probably
they're
have to,
gonna
it would have
use
to be like
they're
a it'd
gonna
have to be
they're gonna
it'd probably be
use
an Angolan migrant communist that did it.
yeah they're gonna
boss.
use a black guy.
You know something
Yeah.
we
He's
don't.
gonna do the job.
Yeah, I
And
see what you're
the
saying.
America are gonna go like, wow,
Voss,
you all these motherfuckers.
Voss, I can guarantee you, if anybody gonna hit Trump, it will be a white person. It will not be a black person.
Oh yeah, they'll use a
Yeah,
white
it's gonna
dude
be
for
a
sure.
white guy with big
Trust me,
beards.
if a black man do
Yeah.
it, it's gonna be like
They might,
to
they
kill
might use a black dude
to
if they
kill
wanted to
two
start
birds
some
with
kind of
one
race war or
stone.
some shit.
No,
You know?
no,
It'll be a
unless
white
the
dude.
black guy goes to prison, but the guy who's gonna shoot is gonna be a white guy from like
Yeah.
I don't know, cowboy land or something.
The
like
black
a-
guy
From
would be a Manchurian
Slovenia,
candidate.
you know,
And they
from
they're
Slovenia,
gonna
someone
they're gonna
because of the Melanie connection with Slovenia, you know, that's possibility. You know, it's always
You can't send a black
someone
person.
looking for the fame.
If you send a black man,
Maybe
it's
a
gonna
black
miss.
guy may go to prison.
A jealous
I mean,
ex-boyfriend.
we can just assume that whatever the profile of the shooter is, it'll be very entertaining and interesting and fabulous in whatever way it
Yeah.
needs to be.
And me, one thing I know for sure is even if Trump is murdered tomorrow, the craziness people think is gonna happen will not happen. Americans are too divided to say they're gonna something crazy will happen. People are too busy looking for that daily bread to go retaliate for Trump. People, of course, a bit of skimmish,
You
but
know,
nothing serious will happen. You've
there
already,
seems to be people who kill
You're not reading the public right. Trust me, that would be very bad to happen.
those guys are very angry.
I mean, even if Joe Biden was to be assassinated for some crazy reason, that would be bad.
no,
I mean, none of that shit would be good. It may not be as like overwhelming as like a Trump assassination or something, but that shit would be bad news for the whole country. I mean,
I see a lot of videos on YouTube.
Trump assassination
when
would be
come
setting.
this,
yeah, I mean,
Lighting
you
a
start
fuse
doing
on
shit like
something. Oh my
that, and
God.
you're really
Yo,
asking
can you let
for
Black
Marlin
guys,
Marlin be
guys.
trying to talk and we keep talking over him?
go ahead, Molly.
Marlin,
No,
I keep
a Trump assassination would light a fuse on something really big and bad. I hope they don't. I know they're stupid, but oh my God.
Yeah, and
That's what
even
fixed
like
the
something
wall.
happened to Biden, it could cause problems. You know, it may not be the same thing, but you know, you start doing dumb shit like that, and stupid, crazy shit starts happening, and
I think
whoever
that
would think that
yeah,
whoever
that
would
would be
plan something like that ain't smart enough to think of the ripple effect and the downwind consequences and shit. So hopefully, someone smart is like
yeah.
calming that shit down because
That
you
should
start
be
doing
a
dumb shit
close
like
game.
that, and
And
it's anybody's game.
he's not really
But that's
dangerous,
his
right?
Now they
That's
start
Trump
between
isn't really dangerous
now they
to the
now
rich
they start
people,
saying
to the corporations. He's not dangerous.
yeah he is.
No, and this is why I said the person that can kill Trump is in Trump's camp. Businesses like Trump's, the financial industry likes Trump's, the military likes Trump's, and these are the group that will kill you cooking anywhere in this world.
Trump
the
wants
only thing
to-
about Trump
Trump
is
wants
that
to
he's
do
not
business.
controlled by
Trump wants to
anyone.
do
That's his
business.
head.
Wants to put America before anything else.
Yeah.
Any other candidate wants to go outside the USA and start war.
And
The
everything.
only thing about Trump, sorry,
That's the people. Most of the rich people in America wants to be
Okay.
in power.
It was under
That's
Trump.
not-
It was
That's not
under
Donald Trump.
Voss. It was under Trump we have soldiers today in Syria.
No.
Again, so again, Trump is not anti-war. Trump is not anti-America. Have a doctrine. They will go to war. Whether it's Trump or anybody, the other don't go to war, stay in America thing is because of they have not presented the interest of America. If it does, Trump was the one that killed Soleimani. I even opposite before him was afraid to do it. Trump was the one that did that. Trump is not afraid to go to war. Trump is not afraid to start war.
He probably didn't. Everyone
thing
was
they
like,
don't like about
everyone
Trump,
was
sorry.
like, "You're getting weaker. You know, we're gonna kill this motherfucker. I'm gonna tell you did it, and he did."
Personally,
You know?
personally, I think the reason they don't like Trump is because he's actually in charge. Like all the other presidents used to be told what to do, but he's actually doing shit as himself. Like he's not some puppet guy. That's
I
the only
remember.
difference.
I remember
Trump,
when Bill Clinton. I remember when Bill Clinton won the election.
Any
Everyone-
narcissist can be easily manipulated.
You just throw in sweet talking, compliments and all the, kissing and all that, and you can just spin him around the little finger. That's the danger. That's the danger from that. That's how he killed Soleimani, the person that's most responsible for destroying ISIS.
Yeah,
That the
yeah.
But you
Iranian
see,
arms are the ones that actually
Yeah,
destroyed most,
he
killed
killed a
most of
lot of
ISIS.
ISIS guys, and he killed a lot of Americans. So he put a target on his back. So it was justified. He's a military man. He killed military dudes. He got killed by another military. I mean, it's all fair in love and
But
war.
you know, Vaun, you guys never put that Iran and United States work together to get rid of the ISIS there. They just said.
Oh, I know.
We
I mean, I know they work together. I'm just saying, Soleimani's a
yeah,
special case. I mean, he killed Americans. He's responsible for hundreds of Americans being killed in Iraq with the weapons he imported and
that's the
developed.
only thing I hear
That's
on
what
the
I'm saying.
news.
That's why he was killed. He had a target on his back. It doesn't matter if we worked with him. I mean, it was probably dumb of him to work with us because that probably gave us an access to his location, so it was easier to kill him. But
So
that shit wasn't going to slide. I mean, it might have slid with whoever for a while, but it's one of those things like maybe Medvedev let it slide, but Putin doesn't. Trump, the guy before Trump, let it slide. Trump didn't. I mean, the guy was a legitimate military target, and they should probably be thanking Trump for killing him, because imagine if that son of a bitch was alive right now running the shit in Yemen and all the other shit in the Red Sea. The guy was a very, very, very good tactician and very good military guy. So, getting rid of him was a smart move. Whether you like it or not, it was a smart move, and he had a target on his back because of his past in Iraq.
Okay, then I have a question for you, Vaun. So what if Iran says those armies in Iraq were targeted based on what they did to them during the Iran-Iraq war?
It might be a smart tactical move, but it's a pretty bad political move.
Yeah, I mean, they could do whatever they want. I mean, if they want to start trying to bag American generals that killed Iranians, go ahead and try. See how that works out for you. I mean, the reason we did it is because we can get away with it. I mean, that's not a nice answer. That's just the way it is. We can do it and get away with it. Iran is not going to go to Washington, D.C. and try to kill some general driving to the Pentagon. If they did, they'll fucking fuck around and find out. It would be stupid for them.
And
but for
definitely
us to hit a guy in a fucking convoy in the middle of the desert, it's no big deal.
Yeah, again, that's what I'm saying. Under Americans' agenda, of course, they'll justify everything they do. As Rascal would say, God justify every fucking thing they do. But no, but if you go back to Iran didn't start. You guys started on Iran. So in the process, you've killed Soleimani, but it doesn't end. Now there's American forces being targeted. It's not going to end until somebody comes to reality and say, hey, either we stop or they stop. And I don't see Iran stop anytime soon. So no, it wasn't justified. Under American doctrine, it was justified, but under international law, it was not justified. That's what I'm saying. But international law doesn't exist when it comes to America anyway. So,
guys, I just wanted to. Did we want to move on from Trump and move on to a different topic? I can put a pin in this one. My thought on Trump. I mean, if you think that he's, to Euro's point, if you think that he's any less compromised than Biden, I think they're all part of the same old team. Trump might not realize he's on that team, but make no mistake, he's on that team. So I think that, whether or not Biden gets in or Trump gets in, it won't affect the policy that much. So if I was an American, I'd be sitting back and saying to myself, Jesus Christ, this is the two best candidates we have in this country. These two, but I wouldn't expect to see any major
don't say
dramatic
that.
shift.
Don't say that. You remember John Stewart? He said that. John Stewart said that. Look the way the left roasted in. Don't say that.
So basically, Manja is saying you're all voting for
Yeah. The deep state is the ultimate
you're telling
control
us
of everything.
you're all voting for really dumb, stupid people.
John Stewart said, come on, America, we can do better. That's the only two guys we can do.
Hey,
I guess my point is we shouldn't expect to see some sort of major shift in policies and stuff, because right now I'm looking at the United States and the administration, right? The deep state. They're all in a panic right now. They're all absolutely flailing about like they're drowning. So, whether or not you get one or the other, I think that'll all still continue because the world is shifting faster than they can control it.
Nonia, can someone please explain to me what the deep state is and how it doesn't relate to Israel? The deep state, the definition of a deep state, and if it does not relate to Israel.
Well, you have the PAC. You have the Israeli. Is it the what? What the PAC
Israel lobby? AIPAC.
Yeah, the lobby. Like lobby. They control U.S. politics. I think how many is it? 70 billion or something? Was it 70? I can't remember the exact figure. 70 or something billion every. Like they use that
But
on
that's
the.
not that much.
So
in the U.S.
Deep state. What is a deep state? And if that definition does not match the Israeli lobby, Israeli power over America.
Well, I wouldn't say that the deep state. I wouldn't consider the deep state.
No, it's two different. It's two different things.
Two things. Yeah.
It's two different things.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they have largely the same agenda.
So I want to know what they are. Can someone please just define it for me? What is a deep state? What is it?
Who wants
Madeline,
to
you
take
have a
the
good Madeline has a good grasp on that. I think Madeline should explain it.
Yuri, I think Marlin was talking.
Sorry, Marlin, what are you saying?
I can't really tell you, but I can say a couple things. People call it the permanent state, the security state. It's the special executive service.
I mean,
but I can't really answer the question exactly, but I can take a stab. And people call it different things: the security state, the permanent state. It's not just people in the government. It's
what are they trying to achieve?
People that
I get terrible connection.
People that run the government,
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take a stab at it if you want, guys. I can take a stab. Or go ahead, Wyatt.
Okay. So I share my point of view. So deep state is actually not a real organization on its own. It's not it's not like United Nations or EU or something. It just happens that a lot of people just have a lot of interest that seems to go towards the same direction. So for the civil servants or the people who are long time in politics,
it's more
or
than
be
that.
In government, they are government worker. They what is their objective? So their objective in their work is to stay in their work. That means don't get sacked. So, for example, like the CIA, why the CIA will always continue to grow, they will never reduce in size because they want to not lose their job. So they will always make up new reasons. For example, make up new terrorist group, make up new excuses, to conduct operations overseas. You cannot be a drone operator if there's no one for you to strike. So they will continue to find more targets for the drone operator to strike. They will continue to find more evil people for them to monitor, and then they will justify so that they can justify more budget. A lot of these government services all have budget. So you will always give reasons and excuses for the government to issue you more budget. And if because nobody will say that I don't need so much budget this year. I want to reduce by 50%. It will never happen. You understand? There's no department in any government in any country will say that this year, please give me less money. That's too much money. It's impossible. There's no such thing. And they will always ask for more people because more people means you don't need to do so much. You can delegate. So all these departments will start to expand and expand. This is purely just the government side. And then as you go higher in the ranks, then these people are going to retire. They're going to start to think about after my age limit reach, I need to leave this job. Where I go? That's when they start to talk to all these military industrial complex, all these media or whatever company to start to build relationship network to go to BP to work, go to some oil company or whatnot. And this is where it becomes corruption. Partly like corruption, and then they'll start to feed them information, or it could be they say, hey, can you help me do something? Then they say help them do something, and it becomes like some kind of lobbying, and then you have the politicians also the same thing. So instead they not just they write books to earn money, but they also they will get investment, they'll get onto the board of directors, and when all these things join together, it looks like they are all part of the same team. But it's just a matter of actually everybody's just protecting their own job, protecting their own butt. And what you need is a very good politician, very good elected leadership. In order to cut the fundings, to downsize and sack people, that is really not needed. So, and this is very, very difficult because they will fight you for it. If you want to downsize CIA by half, the CIA will create 200 times more enemies for you to monitor. You know what I mean? NSA, the same thing, So everything is the same. And this actually affects not just United States. Every country have the same problem. Just that some countries really have no money. they just can't fund it more.
You're gonna lose view because of
Wyatt,
that.
Wyatt, do you now agree with
YouTube is
me?
gonna cut you off.
Sorry, Wyatt, do you agree with me that the world will be more peaceful now when it's multipolar? Because when the US doesn't have all that shit to do, it won't do shit.
One subject at a time.
China
That's a
will be
total
the one
change
to
of
do the
subject
shit.
here.
Yeah, Martin, go on deep state. Go on.
Yeah, so I think what Wyatt just said is 100% correct, but it's only part of it, and it's not the most important part of it. The deep state is not just government employees. It's not just politicians. It's also very wealthy and influential people who create the careers of those people, of the politicians, and who are the ones who, those guys in the bureaucracy are going to eventually get a job in a corporation, and then they're going to get a job in a lobbying shop, and then they're going to get a job in the government again, and that their career is depends on wealthy people supporting them and cultivating them for their purposes. So these are servants of something that is not the democratic people of the country. And it's not official, Anyway, okay, it's an impossible thing to talk about because it's such a big thing, So it's cloudy, and where do you start drawing the lines? Like, is somebody who invests a little bit of money in a political campaign, is he part of the deep state? You can't say yes, but at some point when they start to own the politicians, you got to say yes. And where do you draw the line in between?
Hey guys, can I
If I
take
may,
Actually, I wanna see Jordan opinion on that
So
because looks like he
so
got something good to say.
So in the private
Yeah.
sector, just like what Marlene has said, the private sector have its own self-interest. You see, they also want to survive. The countries want to survive. The corporation want to survive. You need to earn the money, keep the stock market price there, and know what's the best way to do. You need to do lobbying. So this is where all the change all
Right.
come together. It's not like they are a cabal, but it's just
it's not as innocent. It is a cabal. It's not as innocent and accidental as you think. They make plans. They work together like crazy. They sponsor think tanks. They sponsor academics.
Can I hop in on that? Okay, so
there's no
they
single
also have a
organization. There are
doctrine.
thousands and thousands of people cooperating on this level.
Yeah,
They
Mona,
also
so
have
listen,
a doctrine.
the deep
They
state,
just
when
follow
people say deep
doctrines.
state, what they go ahead, Yuri, sorry.
Yeah, so my opinion on who belongs to the deep state is part of the both parties' leadership, a huge part of it. So it's the leadership of both parties, FBI, CIA, majority of the wealthy, extremely wealthy people, and those people that had some functions in administrations that are becoming consultants. Basically, all those consultants to the different corporations don't do nothing. They show up at the job, talk, drink coffee, and they just, how to say, hyping each other. How they're patriotic and they make plans and react. It's mostly ad hoc action that are corresponding with doctrine, like United States doctrine on the world. Uh, they always, think according to the doctrine that's prevailing at that time, like Monroe Doctrine or something like that. That's how they work. But they're becoming too big, so there are actually so many fractions, each of them doing their own thing, and but also they do coordinate things like how to use the LGBT community to sow the discord among the people, how to use, let's say, how to start a political fight in creationist, going into the schools, teaching creationism against evolution. So now the other party is turning in LGBT to fight that, to show the power, that they cannot do. So it's that all the internal fight uh, between them to show something that people should forget talking about economics, because the parties stopped offering any economic solutions since before 2000. It was the last time. I mean, the Republicans forgot to talk about economics for a long time, and then last one was Democrats before 2000. You don't have any economic talk from the parties in the campaigns, and now Trump comes in and starts talking about it. It's all about how divide people so they don't talk about economics, which is the most important thing.
Yeah,
That's
Bradley.
my opinion.
Yeah, Bradley, go ahead, Bradley.
Okay, fine. I guess I'll go. The deep state is the national security establishment. So when things serve the national security establishment, like for example,
Not
the Israeli
exclusively.
lobby, then you can have the Israeli lobby because it's part of the same. It's pulling in the similar direction. You notice that there is no massive Arab lobby, right? Like there used to be. There's no massive Russian lobby, right? It's not like Russians don't have money. It's that their lobbying isn't welcome because it goes against the national security establishment. The national security establishment is the thing that you can't have somebody like Donald Trump come in and say, well, I have 4 years in office and I think I'm going to just take this whole boat and careen it into a different direction, when people are saying, listen, I've been, like Victoria Nuland's been an operative since the Obama days, if not before. And, she's part of the deep state, and where she's going to pull is going to be the interests of the quote unquote deep state. It's ambiguous to define exactly specifically what parts make up the deep state, I think maybe sometimes, but the important thing to keep in mind is that it's the bottom line is it's these people that have this opinion that they understand better than whatever random president might show up next, right? So that's why they don't mind having Biden there, because the deep state has an agenda already, a national security agenda. They were going to do something in regards to Russia and Ukraine, right? Obviously, we've been gearing up for Ukraine for decades and decades. For a long time, we've been trying to snag Ukraine and pull it into our sphere of influence. That project is a deep state project, and you're not going to get somebody like, some senator or some president that's going to come in here and put the kibosh on that project, because he's going to get JFK'd if he has to come down to it. So that's go ahead, Nunya.
Nunya,
go ahead.
Oh, well, if Marlon and Daniel want to finish off their points, I just wanted to look at
No.
Daniel,
Then me, then Nunya.
Okay, cool.
All I wanted to say, okay, sorry.
Daniel was
What I
first.
wanted to say, what I wanted to say is that I think the thing that the Americans don't understand is that they're not special from other countries. Like, you guys are divided by design. Like, the way you're bickering over each other, it's by design. The only reason you hate, if you actually sat down and actually decided to think about what it is you guys want, you would realize you all want the same shit. You guys are actually divided by design. And the deep state, the deep state is basically entities, business or otherwise, that have more control over your government than you ever will. This is it.
That's it.
So
That's the best
all three of those
definition
guys.
right there.
Yeah.
Well, so Yuri was right, and Bradley was right, and Daniel was right, but they're all right about a fraction of it. It's bigger. It's a broader thing. It does all those things, and it's just it's the way the very rich people control the country.
Yeah.
It's the control they have over the country.
Yeah. In summary, the deep state is just the elites, whether it's in the military, the corporate sector, in government. Yeah, just the elites across board. Yeah, it's not just in government. It's not just in the corporate.
Yeah, but if you're an elite,
because they cut across. Even the elites cut across the corporate world, the government. Yeah, and the military. So it's just
It's
the
a
elites
part of the
whose main
government
agenda is
that
to
isn't doing
promote
the business of the
US,
government.
US hegemony, to maintain and promote US hegemony, and of course to first and also to promote their own self-interest, accumulation of more wealth. It's just that's for me. That's
the
just a
same
simple
thing as
summary.
US hegemony.
Yeah.
Because Vaun, I don't think the US hegemony benefits you or you guys, does it? Like the fact that the US is I still don't understand how you have poor people in the richest country on the planet. Like you guys have enough resources to have a house for everyone, cars for everyone,
That's
but you guys
socialism.
still have to go to debt for some reason.
That is socialism. Don't do that.
Like I've never understood how the fuck these guys are so rich.
I mean, dude, it's the way it's been fucked up, and I'm just saying. I mean, I can say the same
How do
thing.
you
You
not
know,
have
how the
police
fuck can you
officers
have
with
the richest
laptops?
continent on the planet and you live in mud huts? I mean, shit's fucked up.
How do you not have police officers in Lamborghinis like in
stop
Saudi
putting
Arabia and stuff? Like how?
Daniel, stop
Daniel-
putting communism thing in Vaughn's head. Stop
Daniel Vaun is living like a king. Those Z hats are not cheap, right? He's got more money to burn.
Where's your Lamborghini, Vaun,
guys, are we good to move on? Because I wouldn't mind taking a shot at the NGS question, the super chat.
Yeah.
Which one?
Yeah, that's a super
This
chat
one?
right here. This
Yeah,
one.
that's the one.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Well, I think for me, looking back on the 2 years, for me personally, I think the biggest surprise for me is, frankly, the West's inability or just desire not to negotiate whatsoever. That's the biggest surprise for me, that we've had like zero negotiations, and it's just I thought that it would have gone to the negotiating table sooner when the body count started getting higher. So that's the biggest surprise for me. How it's all going to play out, I think I said it last week. After the November election, you're going to see people scattering like mice from Ukraine. That's kind of how I see it.
Nonia,
It
why
won't
you
matter anymore.
surprised? Nonia, why you surprised?
Maybe I'm just being naive.
Look,
Maybe I'm naive.
Listen,
I don't know.
Russian.
I thought we were supposed to like
far right
do our own two years.
Stop it.
Yeah,
what they
for
want.
me, the
I like
biggest
the
surprise, is that it lasts.
I think we're supposed to give our thoughts on the last 2 years, not question everybody's thoughts.
Yeah. Can we go in a line so we don't
You know, we
interject?
can go around and then you can come back to shit after that.
Joey, go first. Joey, go.
No, that way everybody can express themselves. Then you can ask a question when they're done.
Okay. Then I go first. I go first.
Wyatt,
I'm-
and then go around.
All right, Wyatt.
Okay, I go first.
Wyatt
So,
goes first.
so the last 2 years, I think the biggest surprise is how unprepared Russia is to fight. Like they actually sent in contract troops, which is like, it's like the Singapore's conscripts, 2 years training, and then there's only this 1 year, and then they basically just throw them into Ukraine, and everybody got shocked. Even themselves got shocked. The VDV, if I think is longer term contract, I believe, so they're better trained. But this generally, they are not prepared for it. Russia was not preparing for a major long war. So by the time where it was like around August, they have to redraw their troops after they conquered the Luhansk region. They actually have to redraw the troops. So actually, which is why the Ukrainian counteroffensive in the 2022 in September was very successful, because there's actually no Russian troops in Ukraine. Very, very few Russian troops in Ukraine. All the front line is actually manned by the Donbas militias, like literally everywhere, from Kharkiv all the way to Kherson. And that's why the Ukrainians broke their lines, and then they routed the Russian troops. Then, which is why we also hear news when the mobilization was announced, and then immediately some of the troops was immediately sent to the front line to hold the line, and it was a desperate time. And then Kherson front was the same thing. The VDV was immediately thrown into to the front line to hold the breakthrough, because even in Kherson, the Ukrainians actually broke through, and but when the airborne was there, they managed to hold the line, and then everything stabilized. So it shows that this, which means that there was one period of time Russia was not even in Ukraine largely. So this shows that they are not prepared for this, and then they actually brute force their way to hold those lines, and then they took their time to train the troops, which is now what we are seeing now. All the troops are very well trained. So that's one thing. Another thing was Ukrainians. I was surprised more like Ukraine willing to fight on a do not retreat a single inch static. This is a bit unexpected. Like trench warfare was not expected by anyone. So this is kind of a very, very weird thing that they do, because that's very fast to destroy your manpower. Like Dan Castle, Dan was always saying, he will not sit in a trench. Neither would I. No, neither would I, because if you know how accurate modern artillery is, you would not want to be in a trench. So yeah, these are the two main biggest surprise. If I go on, then this will become a half an hour thing. So I let you guys talk.
Okay,
Joey?
So it's my turn. So for me, actually, I agree with a lot of what Wyatt is saying. Firstly, okay, as I said, even in my first appearance here, we may not like the Ukrainians, we may not like the ideology, but these people can fight. They are very tenacious. Yeah. And that tenacity is what sorry?
Because
I meant
they are
the
Russian.
Ukrainian. Yeah.
Yeah, because they are Russian.
Because they are Russian. And that tenacity is what has been worrying me all along. And I know I've been raising this issue and people have disagreeing with me. Once Russia wins the high intensity war, there could be some kind of guerrilla action. The Ukrainians might draw in the Russians into a guerrilla warfare in Western Ukraine. That one, considering their tenacity, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but you cannot rule that out as a possibility. Secondly, I think I was shocked that Russia went in quite soft, because I've studied the Russian way of war, deep battle doctrine for World War II. I thought they'll come in that way, bigger offensives. In fact, I thought in the initial days they'll bring in a lot of artillery, smack Kiev to to smithereens, with a lot of standoff artillery. But that's not what they did. And a lot of analysts assumed that. I thought they would do some kind of bigger offensives. But I understand the reason why, because Putin wanted a softer approach to this war, because eventually Russians and Ukrainians will live together. And he didn't want to go in guns blazing the way the Soviet Union went all out, steamrolling through the Germans in World War II. So for me, that was also a shock. Yeah, I mean, and then maybe the other thing is drones. Drones have really revolutionized the war. I think this is the first high-intensity war between two near-peer powers in an age of satellites and drones. And drones have just changed the war. You can't, like the Russians, as I said, they are gods of artillery, but they can't amass artillery in World War II, they could amass thousands of artillery and that's shellac a certain area. You can't do that in this environment of drones where you can be spotted. Yeah, an FPV can hit a soldier, a Lancet can go and hit an expensive Leopard tank. Yeah, so that the drone warfare has really, drones are here to stay. They have changed the nature of war, and I think I don't want to talk too much, otherwise I'll hog the. So I think those are my important takes.
I'm only in briefly, but I wanted to get in for us answering this question. The things that have surprised me probably the most was the Prigozhin affair. I figured if you go back and look at my comments there, I was more leaning on the side that this was a setup, a trick. And in fact, even U.S. intelligence warned Ukraine, don't make any major moves based on this Prigozhin drive to Moscow. It might be a feint. That was also my opinion. I thought it was like 2/3 likely the whole thing was a fraud. But I said at the time we would know the answer when we saw Prigozhin was alive in 6 months. So I think we got our answer. It wasn't completely a fraud. However, the people responsible for that may well have been Prigozhin's enemies in Russia and not Putin himself. So I actually think That's a more complex situation than we would assess. The fact that the Wagner guys moved to Belarus is fascinating and interesting to me. They're there as a potential threat to drive down to Kitamir and cut the country into basically the Nazi part west of it and real Russian part east of it, including a way of getting to Odessa from the north. They're still there, still threatening, still capable of doing that, and most importantly, they're training the Belarus regular military. So that was a good outcome from Putin's point of view. But the whole Prigozhin thing is still, to me, weird, and I think there's unexplained facts there. Another big surprise to me is that Bucha has gone unexamined. Bucha was clearly a follow-on false flag, very similar to what Netanyahu did on October the 7th by slaughtering the lefties at the Peace Festival, Nova. He's wanted to kill all those people for a long time. And we're dealing with people who are such garbage, they will slaughter hundreds of their own civilians without a thought if it makes them, gives them an atrocity to justify a larger war. That's the kind of garbage we're dealing with in people like Netanyahu. I don't think Zelenskyy planned the Bucha follow-on false flag, but I do think MI6 had something to do with it, and I think the timing of it is very, very clearly to stop the peace talks, right? To make it impossible to talk peace. So when we now have similar incidents to look at in Gaza, I think it's time to go back and examine the whole methodology behind Bucha and how it was used to sabotage peace, the constant repetition of things, and just the way that, they blathered on about the terrible Russian flechette ammunition, and it all stops dead 3 weeks later when it's proven that Russia didn't have any of it and only Ukraine did. Like that, I'm surprised that is still not clearly examined. I mean, the BBC ran a documentary about Bucha, and they were able to identify 50 dead people before April the 2nd, of which about 20 were actually ununiformed combatants who were, I guess, killed legally, and maybe there's 20 or 30 more actual errors or atrocities, but that's literally 1/15 of the total dead. The rest of them are shelled by Ukraine and shot by the SBU, and we even have a press release from them saying they were going in to identify so-called collaborators or saboteurs, and yet there were no arrests. We don't have any arrested people. So where are they? They're dead in the street. Who did that? The SBU did that. The evidence is absolutely clear. And somehow Bucha is still a word that can be used to justify continuing the war. Even we have this clear admission from people involved that Boris sabotaged the peace. So the complete bankruptcy of Western journalism.
Fake news.
Yeah, the complete bankruptcy of Western journalism and the fact that you don't see every single journalist standing up for Julian Assange is, to me, surprising. It shows more than anything else that the entire Western democratic principle of open access to information is absolutely gone, and that as long as Assange is still being persecuted for treason against a country he never set foot in, and some people compare it to the Putin holding on to a Wall Street Journal reporter, but that reporter went to Russia and used the access he was granted in Russia to do this work. Assange never went to the United States, accepted the conditions of entering the United States before doing his work. In fact, he did it through journalists, including American journalists who have never been prosecuted. So that entire Assange thing is strictly a demonstration of the American power to shut down information that is inconvenient to them. There's many things we only know about because of Assange, and the general suppression of WikiLeaks has been still kind of surprising to me. So that's the second thing. The third thing that's surprising to me is that I first noticed that American-friendly and basically Nazi-friendly forces were messing with Wikipedia 7 years ago around the time of Crimea. They were clearly censoring important facts around that, like nuclear threats against the Sevastopol fleet, the violation of Crimea's autonomy, etc.
Literally,
yeah, there were lots of things.
Ukrainian.
Yeah, exactly. Like if there were even good sources in that have been scrubbed from the net, and we do talk about the way that Israel uses deliberate training Hasbara people to go in and censor Wikipedia, but that's been going on for a lot longer in the Ukraine-Russia situation. I've never seen anybody really talk about it. Now, it turns out to actually backfire in a fun way, which is if you go into the critical articles that they're trying to censor and look in the page history, in the edit history, you'll find everything they're trying to censor. You'll find all the sources they don't want to talk about. Go on to the talk pages, you'll see people debating it, right? You can actually literally find it, and they're actually pointing it out by pulling it out. So once you identify who is patrolling those pages, you can go in and look at the edit just before they make one and find the source that they've cut out. And so it actually helps people who are serious researchers to identify what they're trying to hide. But generally speaking, the entire suppression of journalism has gone so unexamined in the Ukraine-Russia situation, but weirdly, it's heavily examined in the Israel-Palestine situation, maybe because we all know what to watch for now. So that's surprising. Third surprise is that Putin has been very patient. There's a lot of opportunities he's had that he hasn't taken. Like Ukraine is running off Soviet-era power transformers, especially up around the 300 and 700 kilovolt range, and those are very long supply chains. Like it takes years to get them. So if you knock them out systematically, you've knocked the power grid out. If you get them down to one spare, then they have to decide where they're going to put the spare. You could knock the country out for a year, 2 years by hitting the last of those. There are only so many of them you can get in the supply chain. So they are not replaceable with anything from the West. So when he started hitting the power grid seriously, I thought he was doing that. But no, it looks to me like he was leaving them just enough spares to keep the power grid on. To the message sent, look, I can knock your power grid out for 5 years if you keep messing with me. And the fact that he didn't go any further didn't surprise me, because he's not trying to cripple Ukraine as a society. But the fact that they didn't get the clue and sue for peace right there shows me and surprises me that the West absolutely puppeteers this government. And even when it's very clear that Putin could completely knock them off the grid for probably the better part of 3 to 5 years, he doesn't do it, and they don't take the clue. So this told me that Ukraine controlled nothing. All the orders are coming from the West. And, you know, Zelenskyy suspending elections, banning parties, whatever, and, you know, his constant nose drip tells me a big story about that. I'm sure he's really sad that they lost the Coke plant in Avdiivka. Just a total puppeteering level control of Ukraine by the West is surprising as hell. So those are the things that I think fundamentally I couldn't have predicted. Militarily, it all looks like you'd expect a modern war to look like. A lot of the dominance of drones, we expected that after seeing what happened in Azerbaijan, Armenia, and the overwhelming dominance of artillery that was already known from Syria. And the Russian tactics basically are exactly what they should be. They're pull back to a defensible location, leave a killing field in front of you, and goad the enemy into stupidly sticking his troops there. You're always on the defensive, you're on known terrain, and once you kill them there, pull back into your defensive position again, take no ground, let them advance into the killing ground again. And Ukraine is doing that over and over and over again. So why their casualties are 10 times Russia's. I guess the last thing is that the West has been able to sustain this absolute fantasy that Russia's casualties are comparable in any way to Ukraine's. Media Nova, which is a very Putin hostile news organization inside Russia, has tried to track every single Russian casualty verifiably, and they came up with a number around 47,000. That does not include DPR, LPR, or Wagner people.
Okay, Daniel.
Yeah, I'm almost done. The point being that idea that Russia lost 300 or 350,000 people is just, you know, completely unsustainable nonsense, but the military still gets away with claiming it. And the fact that those numbers go unexamined and are still probably driving policy in Congress also surprised me. So that was it. That was my last point.
Daniel.
Who's next, Nanya or me?
Daniel.
Is it me or Nanya? Okay.
Go in order, please.
In the picture. Let me finish. You're gonna take a very long time if we let you. So let me just say.
What the fuck are you
talking about? Predictions as I did.
Come on, Nunya, time. We go in order by the picture.
Sorry, guys. I started it off. Remember?
Nina was the
Daniel
first.
wins.
Yeah.
Daniel wins.
Nanya
Daniel
time.
next. Go ahead, Daniel.
Daniel.
Okay, so two things surprised me about the war in Ukraine. Number one, on Ukraine, I was so surprised just how much Ukraine was willing to put its own people into the mid grinder. That surprised me completely. I did not expect a European country to have so little regard for its population that they would just keep sending them to die. Like, they did not give a fuck about these people. Like, they just kept sending them. Even in Bakhmut, like, everybody was like, why are you defending this thing? Just let it go. But they kept sending just because of news articles. Like,
I was surprised as how little the leadership in Ukraine cared about their people. Like I would never in 1,000 years have thought that to be possible. That was number one. Number two, I was surprised as how much the Ukrainians allow themselves to be manipulated. Like I thought you can manipulate economies. I never thought you can manipulate a government to eradicate its own population. Technically speaking, Zelenskyy caused the genocide of his own people. Like those things, I couldn't wrap my head around it. I keep saying it's a stupid thing, but I can't understand what's up with these people. That's the other thing about Russia surprised me is number one, how good the Russian weapons were, because everybody kept saying the Russian weapons will fail. They're using old weapons. They get fucked up, and then you remember the pictures with the Europe with the EU sending weapons into Ukraine, and they're saying the Bradleys are coming now. Now Russia is fucked, and here we are. The Bradleys are nowhere. I hear all of them are dead. All of them are gone. Like I was surprised just how accurate Russian artillery was, and how good their weapons were. Like those are the things that surprised me the most. And then the other thing was I was also surprised at how patient Putin is, because he has had so many chances to advance even more, but he wasn't. I was surprised by those three. I'm done. You can go, Vaun.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably my first biggest surprise would be I just kind of assumed the Russians would go in heavy like their doctrine and just bomb the shit with artillery. You know, I thought that's why I thought it was crazy when you saw them giving AKs to civilians and showing them how to make Molotov cocktails. I'm like, geez, these people are going to go off in the woods and around Kiev and just get tossed to death and shit. You know, that's what I figured was going to happen. You know, and it didn't. I was really surprised at how easy the Russians went in. But then when you look at stuff that we've talked about later on, you know, like pushing towards Kiev and Gazimel, you know, it was probably more high risk, high reward trying to get a political negotiation. So that's kind of why they didn't go hard like that. And then I think the biggest surprise for me overall would be just the Ukrainians' willingness just to keep fighting despite what's being done to them. You know, the Russians, another surprise would be just their ability to adapt. You know, every time someone says, oh, they can't do this or they can't do that, they come out with, you know, hey, motherfucker, check out this 50-year-old fuel air bomb that flies now and can land on your doorstep. You know, surprise, motherfucker. I mean, you know, it's like they've constantly, you know, showing up their critics with just basic stuff and just staying kind of, you know, there's a lot of modern toys added to it, but really it's still the same basic war. You know, trenches, artillery, man on man, you know, pushing back and forth. I mean, yeah, they have deep strikes and stuff like that, but I'd say just the Russians' ability to adapt to the battlefield quicker and just get things done. And also, I obviously would say the whole introduction of Wagner into the battlefield and the way they were used was kind of another surprise to me in the Russian doctrine, because they kind of really let them operate in kind of a Western fashion where they were kind of organically independent and they had their own artillery, their own aircraft, their own, you know, assignments and stuff and tasks. And, you know, it was brutal. They lost a lot of guys, but, you know, they were probably the guys that, you know, carried the day overall for the Russians in those lean times and gave them that little bit of, you know, ability to hold things, take things, and just kind of keep the Ukrainians on their heels until they got the mobilization and the reserves and everything in force. And now, I mean, like I said, the momentum's on their side. So, but I have to say the Ukrainians' ability to take punishment is amazing, and it's sad.
Who's next? Is it me or Momiki?
It's
okay,
you,
I'll go
brother.
next.
FCS.
I guess FCS. All right, I'm gonna go. All right, so my biggest surprise has been the voracious appetite of modern war for old school World War II era artillery. Apparently, we were surprised by that too, because the conversation for months has been about the West's inability to match Russian numbers in terms of military hardware manufacture. So that caught a lot of people off guard. I think it probably even caught the Russians off guard to some extent, because we see them going to North Korea, right, famously for certain shells and mines. I was also surprised, just like several other people on the panel, that Russia didn't go in hard, despite the fact that our propaganda always says the quote unprovoked and full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The Russians were almost naively gloves on about the whole thing. And the biggest surprise, though, for this war for me has been how hard it has been propagandized. I've been a news nerd for as long as I can remember, and Afghanistan wasn't like this. Iraq wasn't like this. Even the late John Pilger, ancient journalist who passed away, I think this year, last year, said that this was the most propagandized war in his lifetime, and he covered many wars. And he's like, I'd never seen it this hard propaganda for any conflict ever. He was shocked by it. So that was shocking for me as well. And those are my big surprises.
I'm gonna go next then. My first surprise was that actually Russia didn't start mobilization right at the beginning, on the first day when they started the SMO operation. They should have started mobilizing immediately, because they sent in a lot of professional, I mean, mostly professional military, but also some conscripts, which shows the need for more people for that operation, and they didn't do it. They waited for a catastrophic, I mean, slow, creepy mobilization. They waited for that catastrophic outcome of the Kharkiv offensive by Ukrainians in order to start thinking seriously about it, which is kind of normal behavior, Russian behavior. They don't take seriously anything until it becomes critical. And another surprise for me was how many Ukrainians actually were brainwashed. I mean, the power of propaganda is amazing. I was thinking that Russians in Ukraine wouldn't be so easily persuaded to be like to have Russia as an enemy. But propaganda is so strong, especially when you see that every corner of the power is properly planned and taken over by the really strong Nazi, ideologies. Another surprise for me was, but also that's part of that the propaganda power, is how many Ukrainian soldiers are, so free. They feel so free to record, to video their own crimes, their own war crimes. They're so natural. To them, it's natural to do that. Obviously, they've been doing it for a long time. There's so many of them just freely recording war crimes. You can see, you can find so many of them, and you'll just get sick watching them. It's unbelievable. That's for me a big surprise. And well, the other things are less surprising, like the Russian encrusted generals. How to say that whole process, how they take the operations, military operations. It's so encrusted, so set in like everyday processes, instead of really adjusting to the need of the battlefield. They really didn't find that ODA loop practice that Western military is doing. That's a excellent thing. They do it in many things, but not in satisfying components. I think they choose, pick and choose what can do. Maybe that's part of the how many are employed, how many things they have to do, and Those are three things. The rest of it is all very expected for me. All that thing.
My biggest surprise was how.
Paul introduce himself.
Well. In order.
Paul.
He's old school.
So, I could talk for. Who's old school?
Is it Paul?
Paul is introducing himself.
Anyway.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
I'm just going to start talking. I could talk for 3 hours about surprises, right? But I'll try to keep it short. First of all, I was surprised in the very first place that it started at all. I really didn't expect Russia to do it. I was surprised. I was surprised by the success of the Russian economy and political structure and economic structure and especially global diplomatic structure to succeed and to survive and to actually thrive under the circumstances. I was surprised at the opposite, how fucked Europe was, how bad Europe was willing to get fucked and how fucked they are. I'm amazed. I didn't think they'd do it. I'm surprised at the volume of NATO assistance, just the enormous fleet of vehicles and artillery and ammunition, and that was a surprise to me. I was a little bit surprised that Ukraine stayed so politically intact, because in 2014, 15, 16, there was a lot of divisiveness. There was a lot of disunity. Morale was shit. The army was shit. And they are much better than they were. And I was a little bit surprised at how good they were. I'm not surprised by a couple things. I'm not surprised at the intensity and the heaviness. I'm not surprised at the brutality and the scale of the fighting at all. And I'm not surprised that the Slavs are willing to sit in foxholes and get blown up for 2 years. That's just totally normal. These are tough people. They don't, Ukraine is doomed, and they still do it because they're crazy, because they're Slavs. I could talk for 3 more hours, but that's the big ones for me.
Yeah, I was surprised at how useless the sanctions were, and how Russia was so complacent after when the Istanbul agreement failed. They should have immediately mobilized, because that meant long war. That's the only reason the British and Americans said, we don't want to sign the deal because we want to defeat Russia. So your enemy is trying to defeat you, but you're complacent and you're not mobilizing, you're not extending the contracts of the soldiers, which is why they got their ass kicked in Kharkiv and Kherson. If they had started mobilizing right away in April or May, they would have kept those territories. So so those two things: the complacency of Russia in 2022, before the fall of 2022, and the ineffectiveness of the sanctions. Sanctions were completely useless, had almost no dent on the Russian economy.
Hello, guys. I can speak. You hear me?
Yeah.
I'm East European, so I know a thing or two about Russia. Our economy was under Treaty of Varsovia. We have a factory for cigarette. They were they can make cartridges for weapon. In time of peace, they make cigarette. In time of war, they can make cartridge for weapon. We have a weapon for every citizen who can be armed. In the Treaty of Varsovia, the East European country under the Russian. So the Russians are very prepared for a war, a large-scale war. And about economic, the Russians are a type of people who are very careful, and they prepare much and talk later. So this conflict is a conflict that the West do not know how to manage it, and it's a conflict on the financial, also political, on the south side, places like Africa, Asia, South America. So I think this conflict gonna change the politics of the whole world, and also the financial, because the West has a very good knowledge about banks, about finances, not about producing things. Okay.
I think my biggest surprise is the was I not next? I thought that's the direction we were going.
Okay, you go. Then
I'll go last.
You fucked up the order pretty bad. We
I'll
should
go
really
last.
go FCS, boss. I think.
Yeah, sure. I can go after them.
I'll go last. No, you go.
Okay, I think for me the biggest surprise, and there's a lot of surprises, but the biggest surprise for me was Nord Stream, specifically that. Well, for one thing, it's pretty clear that it was the United States that blew it up. I think that's kind of beyond debate. But who in the United States blew it up? I think that it's most likely was an operation that was authorized by the president, that was authorized by the executive branch. Maybe not by the president himself, but by the president's handlers. And I don't think Congress really had anything to do with it. I don't think that the Europeans, as a body, had anything to do with it. I'm sure that several European countries assisted, like Poland and possibly Norway. And I'm surprised at the response from the Europeans. I'm just surprised that that effectively the United States could commit an act like this against their European allies, which was such a covert and brutal attack, which has set the tone for any future, German-Russian cooperation. That, look, this is what we're capable of doing. This is what the United States three-letter agencies are capable of doing. Doesn't need to even be a legislative thing. Simply an act of the president of the executive branch of the CIA, whoever it was, can do this, can destroy one of the fundamental linkages between Germany and Russia on an economic level. I was surprised that was destroyed, and I was surprised that the Europeans accepted it, or specifically the Germans accepted it with no qualms about that. There was no investigation. There was very little talk in Germany about responding to this destruction of their own infrastructure by the United States. I think that it really cemented the relationship between the United States and Europe, and I didn't realize that the United States was quite so brutal about implementing its dominance over the other side of the Atlantic. And I think that brutality that the United States has shown numerous times in this war has been the biggest surprise.
Yeah. For me, my surprise is really on the Russian side, as I said earlier, was the economy surviving this whole nonsense, and also the patient, whether it be Putin or be the Russian people in general, how much patience they show in this war when it comes to the Nord Stream and come to the constant flow of weapons from West into Ukraine, and how much, I know they're responding to them, but how limited respond they are until they get to the front line. So the Ukrainian side, my biggest surprise would be probably how they're still being duped that, okay, they can win this war, and they're still sending their boys and their daughters now on the front line to go and die. And on the global side, my biggest surprise was how much deceiving the media can be, and they still succeed, and how the media was able to hold this whole thing, just flipped it, and how they were blind to all the crimes, all the freaking Nazis movement in Ukraine, completely do a 180 from all the previous reporting, and nobody back and everybody like, okay, that's normal. Everybody just fall in line. Not everybody, but the whole world just fall in line and believe their own narrative, and they're still going at it. So just in general, the Russian side, military-wise, I'm not surprised that they're going to beat Ukraine eventually. At the pace, at the time frame, definitely, to me, it's taking a whole longer time. But again, that comes from the Ukraine commitment to just, as Graham said, to the last Ukrainian. And so that was another surprise for me eventually. But what didn't surprise me at all is how much America is willing to pump into war, because those guys, when it comes to war, they have a wet dreams and they knock off to it. So that doesn't surprise me at all.
The perfect wedding. Yeah. Was I surprised? Was I surprised about this? No, but I was really, really disappointed with Ukraine, because they could just stop that shit on Minsk Accord, the first one, because the history is there. Everyone knows what United States do. Even if it take 20 years, they're gonna leave. When they see we done with that shit, we gonna leave. And I'm not surprised with German with the Nord Stream, because this is something we don't talk a lot. But German is not a free country. They're not allowed to do whatever the fuck they want. Can you imagine Russia and German working together? The industry in German with the fucking free gas. Can you imagine how powerful German would be? Look at fucking Japan. I remember in the 19th, I was like, wow, maybe in 2000 I'm gonna see a flying car. They still with the same technology from the 19th. Doesn't matter. America is never gonna let this country go ahead. And when it came to Ukraine, the media in the West is fucking disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. If you when Bradley said that, I thought I was the only one who noticed that. They always make sure they said full invasion in full scale. They always make sure they say that to make the people watching the news so Russia look weak. Everyone, you can see that was a full scale. That wasn't a full scale. What Russia is doing now is not even a full scale, but it's much stronger than when it started. But the way the media keeping putting this kind of thing is like, wow, Russia is fucking weak. Even, I don't know if you guys remember, 3 or 6 months into the conflict, everyone in the media was saying that China is gonna invade Russia in 6 months because Russia is gonna be weak. They were trying to spice things up so Russia be scared, and everyone could see that every time they said something like that, Russia and China getting closer. Look at them now, like fucking twins. So I'm not surprised. I'm just disappointed with Ukraine because they choose money over history. That's all I gotta say.
I want to say something. You speak like it's about the will of the people. We do not have democracy here in Europe because every party is controlled by the USA. Everyone who want to go to be a big star in politics must have the USA vote. You understand? That's why Europe doesn't act. We do not have control over our borders. We do not have control over our laws. That's why the farmers are very upset. This is not about democracy. Media is industry, is control. It's about financial system, about banks. That's why China and Russia and India are very big problem for the USA. They do not permit the Western banks to come and control their economy. And about the Nord Stream 2, this is not something what the USA didn't do. We forget about the 9/11 attack. I do not think the service in America didn't know nothing. They may not did it, but I think they know something about that one, about the Liberty vessel that were attacked by the Israel, and maybe they didn't say nothing. So United States have a very big track record of making things very bad.
That's what they do.
It's a business.
Knock on your door,
I just want to.
They knock on your door and say, "I'm your friend," and you.
Well, I
do you
think.
think it's funny that Europe Do you think it's funny that Europe, the big colonizer, is now getting colonized? It's really funny.
Well,
They're getting colonized by the Americans, so it's other Europeans colonizing each other.
By a former
it's
colony is funny. It's funny.
Well, I just wanted to throw in that outside of Bradley, the rest of us are, at least I can speak for myself, Paul, Euro, Voz. We're all coming to the realization that you just said, that I think a lot of people, certainly where I am, a lot of us thought that we were some sort of independent country with sovereignty and all that stuff. A lot of people are waking up to the fact that that's not true. And I'm starting to see all sorts. Yeah, I'm starting to see all sorts of conversations about, hey, what are we doing with this, or what are we doing with that? And I think it's a good thing. But absolutely, I think the United States has done a tremendous job of subjugating and vassalizing the West. So good on you guys. I mean, we allowed it to happen to ourselves. We've got nobody to blame but ourselves.
We're number one. Go ahead, Vaun.
USA.
Not too long. You actually
okay,
technically
Vaun, go on.
Yeah, well, I really want to agree with what None you just said. I mean, it is good to see a lot of people starting to wake up and ask questions, and regular people really getting pissed off about all the money going out when they have problems at home that are like right in their face literally every day. I got to get going, so I just wanted to close real quick. I mean, obviously the last 2 years has been pretty insane. There's been tons of stuff that, people expected and didn't expect. I mean, it's definitely an eye-opening reminder how brutal things can be, especially with the fact that it's, available on all platforms in all formats 24/7. For me, I think just like obviously around Avdiivka is going to be, I think, the area where you'll see the Russians push a lot, just because that's probably where the Ukrainians have left the most space. And I don't mean push like go hard. I just think they'll fill in some of those areas. And then, I think Kupiansk is probably the next big focal point, unless something magically breaks open somewhere else. And I think like with Kharkov, it's just going to continue to be the pressure campaign and the fake offensive buildup. And Zaporizhzhia, who knows? I mean, it could just be how badly they've stripped the units off that line, and whether the Russians want to push down that way, they might just do the same thing. Because I kind of feel like at this point, the Ukrainian army is at like a rubber band. And if you go to Zaporizhzhia and make a big stink down there, and then you have all of it way up in Kharkov, you're stretching them between those 2 points, and then they got to try and cover the middle. And I just think that time is coming and it's going on, and that's probably where you'll see something. I mean, obviously there'll be stuff around Avdiivka and Bakhmut and Chavis Yar, and as far as the M1 goes, I mean, I think it's been close in the area, but I think they're just driving it around for to boost morale and stuff. I mean, I don't know what it was shooting at, or even if that video was legit, and when it was taken and where it was taken. And the other ones I've seen, I kind of figured out an area where they might have been, and they're pretty far away from the front. I mean, they're fairly close to Stepovy in the sense that, it's probably closer than they want to be, but I've only seen the one, maybe 2 tanks, so where are the M1s at? I mean, I kind of think it was used as a morale boost, like the M1s are coming to hold the gap open so you can get away. They made their appearance, now they're gone again. But y'all have a good week. I really liked today's open mic. It was good. It was good hearing everybody's 2-year opinions. I got to head out early, so y'all keep it going. Keep a good conversation.
See ya.
I want to say something. The Russians do not fight for territory. The Russians fight to kill. If they take the region, if they take all the regions, Zaporozhye and all the region, they don't have a motive to continue the war. They gonna destroy the Ukrainian army, and then the Ukrainian gonna fall. They do not fight like a East European. My nation who was attacked by the Tatars, the Mongols, exactly like the Russian. We have another type of war. We do not fight for territory like in Western Europe. We have other mentality. The Russian fight to kill Ukrainian. That's the only goal.
Where are you from, Paul? I mean,
Romania.
I don't know
Romania.
Romania.
Is
Do you
near
know
Ukraine.
Dracu? Do you know Dracu? Do you know what's
No, I
happening
do not
with
know.
him? Okay.
Vlad Tepes, yes. A very good leader. A very good leader, you know.
I figured it was such a small country. Maybe you guys knew each other. You know, never know.
Yeah.
But
I live there.
I was gonna hop on top of one of the things that somebody brought up about the surprises of the Ukraine war. One thing that another thing that really surprised me, that modern war does not just eat a lot of military hardware, but the loss of life. We have not seen a war with this kind of massive casualties, thousands of people surrounded, multiple times, that massive storm assaults, right? All this kind of stuff. We've not seen that. And the numbers of casualties on both sides, but, particularly on the Ukrainian side, is a shocker. I'm shocked. I can't believe it. The country's being depopulated in real time. Like a generation of Ukrainian men are gone. That's, to me, that's surprising.
Bradley, I think we tend to forget that because of the media control, we are forgetting that Iraq lost 1 million people. We didn't see it.
Yep.
But it lost 1 million people.
It's true, but that was a different kind of war.
It worth it. You know?
But not 1 million.
Alan Albright said it was worth it. Yeah.
Yeah. The other day, I was watching a debate in one of these British YouTube channel. There was a guy. He said, "Yes, the thing we done in Libya was worth it. We killed Gaddafi. He was a bad man, but
I keep telling you,
that
the
is happening
US
in Europe at the moment, because everyone knows when it comes to immigration, it's because of Libya. There is no Libya anymore, so it's just a free entry. And it was like, okay, if this is shit, okay, at least we kill Gaddafi. What about the thing is happening in Europe at the moment? Oh, who cares about that? Because why? Because UK is a fucking island. Died. Yeah, these people are fucking nuts.
You keep surprising me. It's like you're surprised that the US is evil. I keep telling you, like, the US is fucking evil. Like it really is.
Nothing comes to the United States to surprise me.
Like even the Americans know that they're fucking evil.
But definitely in America's defense, whatever benefits a country, do it. Whoever challenges, then do the same thing. It's something China is doing today. Evil is what we know. The day America replaced China, we got to know Chinese evil too. So yeah, I don't like the evil. I don't like their arrogance.
Have you guys watched that that documentary where the US was testing nuclear weapons on an island? I keep forgetting the island. And then the US took people to the US for testing and then brought them back to the island so that they can study the effects of exposure to nuclear warheads on a human being over time.
Daniel, it was the Marshall Islands. And yes,
please let Wyatt speak. It's why I started speaking. Daniel.
And it's not just the people, it's also the servicemen. It's also US servicemen that was being tested. They were on these boats, they were put in different distance from the explosion zone, and these soldiers have no idea what they are there for. They just, wow, beautiful explosion, and then they got screwed.
They were doing this with okay, so how long did you take to die? Like, what the fuck?
Well, this is 2024. I guarantee you, 30 years
from now, nothing on these people.
30 years from now, they're doing another experiment today. That's not going to end. This, wherever they can hand, they will do it. So,
We just gone through a COVID. Everybody have different level of shots and different type of shots. You never think about in another 50 years. What the fuck they did to the whole humankind?
I was
Why makes a good point.
I took 2 shots.
When my doctor, when COVID came around, my doctor was just like, "Oh, looks like you've already had COVID. Okay, I don't think you need the shot." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't want to take. Let's wait until more time has passed so that we can have more of an understanding about the long-term effects of it." And my doctor's like, "Yeah." And now, but meanwhile, people were mandated to get the shot, right? Pilots, people in the military, people in just to go to work. So yeah, it's a massive social experiment right now. We're going to find out what mRNA vaccines do to everybody.
You know how irritating that was? You know how irritating that was? I was waiting for myself to get COVID. I just can't get it. No, I didn't get it. Yeah, wait. I was like, because Singapore have a deadline, right? No, you must get your first shot, unless you caught COVID. I was like, fuck, the deadline is here. No choice. I'm going to take. After I take, within a few weeks, I caught COVID. I was like, fuck. I know after I take the 2 shots, within a few weeks of months, I caught it.
Who would have thought that taking so many German Nazis and giving them some positions of power in the United States would turn out this way? Who would have
Operation
thought?
Paperclip.
Apparently, the European Parliament, the heads of the EU are all like their fathers or their grandfathers were like SS guys. Like, is it true?
I'm in the bed,
the whole fucking thing.
There's a lot of truth to it. Go ahead, Nanya.
Right?
Go ahead, Nanya. Nanya was speaking.
Just off the top of my head, you've got Baerbock, you've got van der Leyen, you've got Freeland in Canada. Like this, they all
Boris
seem to-
Pistorius.
Yeah, another one. Yep.
I got something to say. You bring the Nazi. The evil in all the world is not about the Nazi, man, because Congo, Belgium, Congo, where he was atrocity before the Nazi war. So stop with the Nazi. This is not a good idea. To the Nazi did that. The Nazi did that. The Nazi did very very trouble things where they were on the power. Now it's not the Nazi because Zelenskyy. Okay.
It's true what you're saying. It's not about Britain and United States behaved this way long before the German.
Exactly.
They exterminated the Redindians, Aborigines in Australia.
I grew up
Native
in
Americans.
a communist country.
Yeah, Native
I grew up in a
Americans.
communist country. Yeah, and Angola. And and the propaganda was like the West is bad.
Exactly.
And the East is good. That was the propaganda. And I believed it. When I moved to the West, they said, now these people in the East were fucking bad. But now I know the history. I think the Soviets were right. The West are fucking nasty. Yeah, look their history. Look what they did. Look what they did.
Again,
look at Sherman at the moment supporting Israel. Look at Sherman.
The Russians will say it's the Anglo-Saxon.
They are the one who done the fucking genocide.
The genocide were made by the Jews. Trotsky was Jew, Lenin was Jew, Stalin was a half Georgian, so it was not made by the Russian, the genocide. Even in Ukraine. Zelenskyy is Jew, Yermak is Jew, all are Jew, so not the Russian, man.
Let me ask, is there any great empire or state that doesn't have blood on its hands?
I don't think so.
It's a very rare thing for a Romanian to say that the Russians aren't responsible for the genocides and all this other stuff. Usually, Romanians
No, our leader who are come here by the Bolshevik after the Second World War, Anna Pauker was Jew. Every fucking leader was Jew, brought by the communists. by the Russian, but was you.
Let's not degenerate to like saying
Okay,
this.
I want because you say Russian is not egal about common. Russia is Russia, another people. The ideology doesn't symbolize the people. Like the Nazis, do not symbolize the Nazis, do not symbolize the German. We have Nazis in Ukraine, right?
Yes.
They are Ukrainian, but they are
I don't think
Nazis.
Open Mic will be on for long
like
because
Paul
we
said,
say
like
Jews.
Paul said,
The Open Mic will be off in very
the
short.
shit Belgium did in Congo was fucking bad, you know. What Belgium did in Congo was
Yes,
fucking bad.
yes.
But guess what? The fucking United Nations, who's running by the West, is still doing the same shit in Congo. There's fucking videos online. You don't want to see that kind
The
of
Americans
shit. But
are
no
there.
one talk. No one. Oh, come on! Everyone knows that.
Americans are
The
there.
shit you
From
see
what
there,
country?
you don't want to see it. But no one talks about that
Belgians.
kind of thing.
From
Right
what
now, as we
country?
speak,
There is
today,
discuss in
today,
Africa.
today, Paul, today, America, Belgium, France are killing people in Congo. Today.
And rap them.
Today,
There is
like
a vid-
literally
there is a
today,
video.
as
There
we
is a
speak.
video. There is a video
The
online.
same kind of vicious, sadistic
Like
stuff they used to do,
15
they're
people
doing it
dead.
now.
15 people dead. A woman is dead with a kid in her back. The kid is crying, you know? The kid
Let
is
me tell
crying.
you,
Everyone is dead. I was like, what the fuck? Guess who killed
Voss,
them?
let me just say
Nations.
something. Let me just say something because we never really talk about Africa. A German company.
The fuck are you talking about? We never really talk about Africa. Shut the hell
Yeah,
up. We talk
like-
about Africa all the time. Oh my
Achimini,
god.
shut the fuck up. Let
Oh,
me
you-
finish. Fuck. Just relax.
Okay,
man.
okay, tell.
Here's the thing. So, a German company, which we all know, I won't mention because I don't know, they actually tested a drug on a population in Congo of 200 and they all died. They're all kids. Every single one of them. This isn't a long time ago. This is like in the year 2000 and something. And the company ended up having to hide the story and paying the families, I think, a couple of million. And France has done that more than 5 times. Like the same sadistic kind of shit. You just never hear it because they control it.
Daniel,
Yeah.
the reason why that doesn't bother me, right? Because as a human being, self-preservation is your ultimate right. If you believe that they're doing you wrong, kick them out. So that's it. So if you don't like them, kick them out. And that's why
They can't.
it can
You see,
But how?
Easier said
Congo
than
is not
done.
even
You-
Congo
you
is not
can-
even
you can-
allowed to buy
thing about
weapons. You know
Congo-
that. You know Congo is not allowed to buy weapons. They
What
not
happened?
allowed. Huh?
Problem is that
you can't
they
even have Congo on
easily
a news
bribe.
channel.
They easily bribe anyone. Most
will
of the
never
people
hear
they
about
easily
Congo
bribe.
on the
That's
news.
the
You
main
know there
problem.
are 150,000 United Nations soldiers in Congo,
Yeah.
and they not
All
allowed
of them.
to buy weapons because
And all of them are
they
French,
don't know what the
American,
government is gonna do.
British.
You know, the last time someone mentioned something to me, I said, how many UN soldiers do you have in Palestine? In Gaza?
In Gaza, I don't think there are now.
Okay.
Not
That-
now.
Obviously, the UN is part of the war. The UN is part of your target. You fight anybody that you don't want in your country. It's self-preservation. Either you die in the process or they leave. If you don't fight them, they will not leave you alone.
Let me correct you there. Number one, there's an embargo on weapons to Congo. So if the Congo government wants to buy weapons, they fucking can.
The Congo
Because
government is part of the problem. The Congo government, the UN, the US, the Belgium, they're all part of the enemies. You fight them all.
Yeah, how are you
But
gonna
with
fight
what?
the guys with the guns? The UN is the guys that are here to do the shit.
Major
Like the
problem
UN
is to find a solution.
If you see the
Major
kind of
problem.
The
if you see
UN
the kind
military
of
is
you-
the
kind of
occupying
weapon,
force. How are you gonna fight it?
The UN, back in the 50s, right? The US took a bunch of Nazi mercenaries and bring them to Congo to basically
You
make
wanna
sure.
fight the UN?
Hold on. Back in the 50s, the US and in cohort to other European countries take a bunch of Nazi mercenaries and bring them in the 40s actually, and bring them in Congo basically to do the same murdering. There's no solution. If you don't fight and tell the people the people that come there, that you have to do my thing, they will never leave you alone. You can go to every peace agreement. You can have the UN, you can have the Red Cross, you can have every agency you want in this world. It will not change anything. The Congolese war did not start yesterday. It's been going on for more than 50 years with no solution because the people themselves are refusing to fight. If the people themselves comes tomorrow and
they easily bribe.
The people are
They
fighting.
easily bribe. That's the major problem.
The problem is that the UN forces
if you
are
Daniel, can you please try to make your point then very concise? Because I think we're kind of going all over the place. So you're trying to say that the United States is particularly evil on purpose. That's what you're trying to say. That compared to other people historically.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. So Daniel, you can go ahead and agree to disagree with other people, and we don't need to hear you constantly go back and forth on your point with every single person in this chat until they convince you or you convince all of us. All right, it's okay, Daniel.
Yeah, it's a good practice to mute when you don't speak, when someone else is speaking. Then when you wanna talk, then you unmute yourself. That's a very good practice, Daniel, I would say, because you interrupt a lot of talk.
Yeah. I will agree. I'm gonna.
I want to jump on Daniel's point here. I kind of want to put my 2 cents out on regards to this. It's not that I don't think that the United States is a particularly evil country. It's just that we are a particularly powerful country, and that means that we get to write the rules, right? And we get to we get to have a double standard, and we have enough of a control in international organizations such as the UN, right, where there's a veto and all this other stuff, where you could maybe make that case like, oh my goodness, they're constantly shitting on the little guy, but it's because they're the big guy and they're trying to preserve their power and they're trying to preserve their economic advantage. And when states are doing that, it's not that they're immoral, they're amoral. It's irrelevant. Maybe they'll do a moral thing if it's useful, but they're going to do whatever it takes. Just like we were discussing the CIA, right? The deep state, they're going to do whatever it takes to survive and maintain their privilege and leverage that they have. That's my 2 cents. Archimedes was going to say something.
Yeah, I want to. I just wanted to talk. Have a few thoughts about empire, in general. So I apologize if I take a little bit more time than usual. So empire does not become recognized as an empire until pretty late on in the life cycle of an empire. Okay, I think this is pretty well borne out by the historical record that the Roman Republic, by the people who lived in it, maybe did not consider themselves as being part of an empire, but still being part of a republic for much later than we today consider that to have happened, far after Caesar. I mean, they held up the sort of pretense of being a republic for quite a long time. The United States right now is reaching a point where it is reaching a limit to its expansion. And I think that's kind of the point at which empire starts to have to actually be empire instead of pretending to be something else, because it started to lose for once. It's been winning and winning and winning and growing as Rome was growing and as any other empires were, until it reaches a point where it reaches a wall that it can't overcome. Rome reached this with the Persians. The Americans, I think, are reaching this right now with the Ukraine war. And because of that, empire is becoming visible, recognizable to the people, right? When it's all winning, when it's all gravy train, right? If you're some vassal state that's getting conquered by the empire, you can tell your people that you're still independent and you're just making a nice deal with these guys in order to give you something, and you're just allies. They're really powerful, but they're nice. We're all making money, and everybody can forget about it and have cognitive dissonance, right? Exactly, partners. But once the empire reaches the limit of its expansion, the empire starts to actually make its reality felt on its vassals. And at that moment, the vassals realize, oh shit, we're not partners. And actually, I am subjugated to this fucking guy. And now that this guy needs me because he's no longer winning every time, he's throwing away the charade as well. And he understands that we're not partners either. And I'm almost done. But despite this rhetorical device falling apart and falling away between the vassal and the emperor, the fact of the matter is the power balance didn't change just because the rhetorical device went away. So just because the Germans are now realizing, oh, the Americans are evil and they're exploiting us, and dollarization is fucking us, and the euro and everything else, and they're controlling Nord Stream, and they're maybe even importing millions of people into our country, and whatever else the Americans are doing to the Germans, maybe the Germans are realizing, oh shit, now the Americans, they are an empire. They're calling themselves an empire. We're calling them an empire. We're not partners anymore. We're not in Wonderland anymore. But that doesn't change the fact that Germany is occupied and its leadership class is completely controlled. And that won't change just because people start calling it empire, unless you do some real serious shit, which we maybe. That's the end of my speech.
Just a quick point. I remember Ashman a few weeks ago said one thing about Ukraine, that they're about to know what democracy is like. And you were right. Ukraine is getting that fucking democracy. This is something I always said. If democracy is something I saw in Libya, Afghanistan, Iraq, fuck, keep that shit away from my country. I don't want it.
Democracy 101. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead,
I don't
Gareth.
want that shit.
Democracy American style.
Hi, thanks. I have decided that I don't want to actually speak for the moment. I saw a point I wanted to jump in on, but I think I was off the topic. I missed the beginning of that conversation, so I'd rather defer to those who were here and something to say on it. And we can come back to it later if necessary, but probably not.
Thank you.
If I may say about U.S. Reaching the limits of its empire, well, if the U.S. decided to accept Russia into NATO, it will still be growing. That will be not reaching the limits, right? Yes, the Russia will have some influence, but it will be trading influence, not military influence so much. So you see, it will be going under the financial power of the United States. That's that's where it will fall, and it will accept it. And I mean, fall, Russia fall. I wouldn't consider it that much important, but it will be under the influence of financial, completely investments, much more investments into Russia from the West, and so on. So this is the behavior of the empire itself that changes, that starts doing to its own people what it used to do to other countries. This is where this empire becoming recognized, because they start uh, creating the resentment of the empire itself, but their own people that supports it. That's where that's why that limit was reached, because these people that lead this empire today are completely doing opposite things from, not in every aspect, but major aspect was bringing the benefits to their allies, to friends of the uh, empire, by introducing it into the SWIFT, into the payment system, accepting their money, all the trading, free trade, introducing the market into it, and then taking their products, basically cooperating. That's what was doing for a long time. Yes, it was enabling also to be exporting country. That's why it was bringing those benefits. And then at some point in time, it switched into being importing country. In 70s, that switch was recognized by destroying Bretton Woods system, by having to change it. That's what empire did, and then started doing to its own people, because they believed their exceptionalism. Those leaders believe their own exceptionalism, that they can do that to their own people, whatever they want. And that's why this resentment, and we see the people from United States resenting this deep state that leads this empire. This is the problem. So until the leadership recognized how the empire became, with benefiting the other countries willing to join into the empire and support it and enrich themselves through it, just like Roman Empire did. Every border wall, every border fort was serving as a market to exchange with barbarians outside of the empire. So the barbarians were coming into the market, exchanging, buying the shiny, glitzy things, all that the empire could offer from other parts of the world. So they were creating that desire for belonging to that economic system and to that society that's so rich and wealthy and powerful from the borderland nations, barbarians, whatever you want to call it. So it offered some developments. This is what was how the empire, Roman Empire, had the easier task to conquer neighboring lands because they had supportive population from there that didn't resist to it so much as an enemy. They saw that benefit of being it, just like how US became the empire with seeing the benefits of belonging it, and because Swift is made the global trade so much easier for everyone. Everyone had the benefit of that, but now we see and they using it as a weapon, which immediately turns the cycle around. See, everything, all this process is opposite from it. Recognition of the empire, yeah, because they started doing the bad things to others in a much larger scale. I'm not saying that they didn't consistently doing some bad things to some people, but it was marginal. Now it's general action that they're doing bad things to others. It's a mostly bad things to everyone.
If you guys notice one thing that we spend most
Joey.
of time, we spend most of times fighting each other like, oh, the left is better, the right is better. No one ever give a compliment to each other. What good thing about left or right? Why these lunatics in left and right leaders is studying a new ideas how to make us keep fighting. At the moment, we're fighting like climate changing or whatever it's called, and LGBTQ. I don't know what's the next move, but
Well, I can say one. I can say
we
one
always
really
keep
good thing.
fighting something.
I can say one really good thing about trans people is they do kill a lot of trans people, so they got that going for them.
Oh my god. Oh, go ahead, Joey.
Yeah.
Joey, your turn.
Yeah. So I know we've been talking about how the American empire is evil. Now let's go forward and look at the next upcoming empire, China. Will they rise? Are they a benevolent, benign empire, or are they going to make the same mistakes as all empires of the past have made? What do people think? Because for me personally, I've had a lot of pro-Russians saying China is good, China is good. The business of America is war, but the business of China is business. I've never seen China as entirely so benign. Like, I don't know what Daniel and Momini see. I see they're just exploiting us in Africa with this debt diplomacy. Yeah. What do people think about now?
I'd love to jump on what you were saying, Joey. I think that maybe it's not that the Russians are so naive to think that, oh, well, a powerful China doesn't also have interests that don't coincide with Russia's interests and that they can't gain leverage on them and all this other stuff. It's more of like a gamble. When you look at the current world order, the Russians basically, we sign an agreement with them and then we cross our fingers and say, ha, suckers, and then the Russians, what about, remember Minsk and Minsk 2? So there's a civil war in Ukraine. The Ukrainians lose the civil war. They sign a peace deal. It's called Minsk. The Ukrainians say, suckers. They start the war again. They lose the war a second time. They have to sign another deal. It's called Minsk 2. The Ukrainians go, okay, we signed Minsk 2. And then they go, suckers. and they continue to try to prepare for this next war, right? So the Russians are like, what kind of a world order is this? We're relying on France and Germany to keep their, little Ukraine in check and make sure that they're actually fulfilling their signed obligations. That's you guys said you would do it. And in this current world order, they could just say that to the Russians, well, you don't have anything, you can't do anything about that. You haven't got any leverage. And I think the Russians are looking at the whole Chinese situation like, well, that's a situation where we do have some kind of leverage, right? So Chinese are reliant upon the Russians for energy and for business and for, for a lot of different things, for a lot of different natural resources. So I think it's just more of like a more fair world order because it's there's more leverage. Saudi Arabia has more leverage. Nobody's going to tell the Russians, maybe they'll tell the Russians what to do to some extent, but not to the same extent as what's going on right now. So the way that it's going on right now, it's not conducive to anybody. And yeah, of course the Chinese have their own interests. Don't mistake the Chinese interests for Chinese people are excellent business people, right? Excellent business person is not a benign philanthropist. It's a business person, But when you shake the hand of somebody that maybe you don't even trust, maybe you think this person is like a liar or something, that's different than shaking a hand with like a complete fool, who's going to throw himself and you under the bus. And so that's kind of why the world is starting to scamper out from under the dollar. That's what I was going to say.
Joey, my point, since you mentioned my name earlier, the reason why I trust the Chinese more position, if the Chinese do come over, they are coming over not by themselves anymore. They're going to have other players already in the field where they just can't do carte blanche as they feel. For the past 30, 40 years, it's basically the Western America been running the whole world. And everything that appease them is what they do. But if China was to come over tomorrow, China is going to meet the West. The West is not going anywhere. The West is still going to exist. They're still going to know there's options to leave China and stay focused to the West. So do I trust them 100%? No. Are they more believable than the West? Yes, the West does not respect any treaty they sign. They don't respect any agreement. They have never followed, maybe among themselves, but when it comes to any other country now outside the Western hemisphere, they don't respect any of that treaty. They don't respect any of the agreement. So far, China have proven that, okay, they can actually follow up on the agreement. My country, Liberia, during World War II, America basically used Liberia as one of the staging points to go to Europe, basically, one of the many places. They were supposed to leave certain things behind. They were supposed to do certain things in return. To this day, not a single block of cement have ever gone in our project. When push them for the year, say, kiss us. They don't care. So, but Liberia still basically give everything America needs when it comes to interest in Africa. In China,
your country is America.
Liberia. So China, in the same story, it's because of China today. The war in Ethiopia a few years ago is because of China. Ethiopia was able to win that war. Some of you don't see how much the China basically helping the Ethiopian economy, that boom was able to actually arm the Ethiopian enough to actually win that war against those radicals that just rise up all of a sudden. That always happen whenever somebody go against the West's interest. So yes, China, they're not the saint. They're not. Oh, you can't just go blind out with them. No. You can look at them. You can. But if I have to compare the two people, which of them have shown any credible, any signs of trustiness, a little bit more of trustiness, would be the Chinese. Example, Kamala Harris, when she came to Ghana, as the guy asked her, she was standing in front of a building built by Chinese, learning at the airport built by Chinese, and telling the Ghanaians to condemn China. But the U.S. been in China longer than China have been in China, in Ghana. So there are certain things that China can show. I did this. Not a single thing that the West can show that I did this. So to a level, I think they are more trusted than the West.
I think.
Speak before they interrupt you. You had your finger up first. Were you going to say
respect the finger?
Who got it?
I don't want to be fingered.
Hey Gareth, what do you have to say?
You're muted.
You're muted,
Gareth.
man.
You're muted. You're still muted.
So I am. Thank you. I've hopefully fixed it now. Yeah, a comment was made earlier. Unfortunately, I'm backtracking the conversation a little way now. It moved on pretty quickly. But the discussion, I believe, by Bradley was in terms of what does Russia have to gain from adhering to the prevailing world order? Okay, which I think is a valid question, and it's not a different question to the one that is being generally discussed. But what I just wanted to throw in is that it's worth remembering that that world order is pretty recent. It's only existed since the Second World War, and it specifically emerges out of the prominence of first atomic and then nuclear weapons. And so the arrangement of the United Nations has always inherently been dominated by the West, because it is those states with their nuclear weapons that set up these arrangements. So it has always been, I mean, it is headquartered in New York, after all, the United Nations. So it's not something that is independent of American, specifically American influence, and is not generally seen outside of the West as being free of Western and specifically American influence. And China, for a very long time, did not participate in the UN because it did not consider it to be a truly neutral party. And there was a period in which the UN gave China's seat to Taiwan. So the point I'm making is that the rest of the world has a lot of reasons to be skeptical of that world order, which existed long before any of the current controversy in Ukraine or elsewhere. So when you're looking at these things, it's not just the case that Russia is discovering that the world order is to its disadvantage. It knew that long ago and was acting on that premise when it engaged in this military project. Thank you.
Okay, let me just say, I think, let me just speak, sorry. Let me just say, okay, I think we're forgetting, we keep speaking as if one power should be like the next. No, the US rise to power is uniquely different from the Chinese rise to power. The US rise to power is slavery, then all this sadistic shit, and then World War II, then it was basically put into power through violent means, mostly, almost entirely. China, on the other hand, its rise to power is primarily not violent. And it is actually in its best interest to support the peace.
It was not violent. China was founded by enormous violence. I mean, both the Chinese Civil War establishing the CCP.
Let me finish. What the fuck? Like, the country was founded by violence, but its power was not put together. But it's like the country of China was founded by violence to be put together, but its power right now is not. China is not fighting people for it to be the superpower. Is it fighting anyone? No one. But the US had to fight people. So US is naturally more militaristic. So it was prone to violence more than the Chinese, because that's how its power came. If your power came by violence, you're going to sustain it by violence.
America's power came because most of the developed world was destroyed in World War II. And America was the only place. It was due to economy, not due to violence.
I am not disagreeing with you.
The violence came after.
Yo, just listen to what I'm saying. Is China right now primarily the most powerful country in the world, as it is going to be in the next few years, because of war? No. Is the US the most powerful country primarily because of war?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes, it is.
How did the US become a superpower?
It's because of World War II. But the U.S. was not the aggressor in World War II.
Yeah.
It's because of its economic might. It's because of its economic might after World War II destroyed everybody else. Yeah. And then America was left with like 80% of the world economy after World War II.
China is doing now exactly what made America the hegemony of the world.
Up till 1940.
Yes, after some time. After the Second World War, it was beneficial to join the system of the SWIFT, of the trade, to be protecting the naval routes. Everything was beneficial
All
to
those are
join in the
aspects of its
system.
power, not its
Just like
actual
now,
power.
it seems very beneficial to everyone to join the BRICS system. It's the same type of the. As I'm saying, It was beneficial by
You
being benevolent.
Wait,
That's
Daniel,
how
you
they
cannot
became
reply
dangerous.
anymore. You cannot reply
Yeah,
anymore
then
because Nunya hold his finger for a long time. You have to stop responding. No, Nunya.
Well, I somehow find myself agreeing with Daniel, Gareth, Archimedes, and Euro all at the same time. So I guess that's a good thing that we're all on the somewhat same page. The way I kind of see it, and Euro picked up on it just now, is when I think of China and Russia and how they're doing different things differently, they're going in and they're negotiating business deals, right? And everything is based on contracts and things like that. So, countries that are doing business with them, they don't have to deal with all the woke nonsense. They don't have to deal with, a country telling them what crops to grow or anything like that the West has been doing for the last several decades. So, the rest of the world, when they see China come in, they're saying, well, this is a different partner than we're used to, and we really like this partner. Now, with that said, does that mean China will be the same way in 20 years, 50 years? Maybe they're, it's like I said to Upgrade a few hours back. Very well could be you're just replacing one hegemon with another, and time will tell.
Yeah, I was going to say that when you look at a lot of these countries, right, it's just an opportunity to have another big player that you can play off against the other player. Imagine you have no leverage. You're Saudi Arabia, you have no leverage over the United States, right? It's either you want to stay in power, well, you got to do something about this petrodollar. So now you do have leverage, and it's a lot of leverage, scary leverage. So that gives Saudi Arabia power that they probably didn't have before, and other people too, right? Other people can play this double game where you can insure yourself against risks, right, from the West and also from China. Like what's going to happen if the Chinese are going to give you a deal that you don't like, if the Americans give you a better deal? Well, in a multipolar world order, you're going to be more free to make that decision, at least in theory. But yeah, that was my point. I forgot who had their hand up, Joey or Boz, I don't remember.
Yeah, but one point you made about Minsky 1 and 2, and they say, oh, you sucker and stuff. Yeah. Going back to that point, one of the things that's going to make these people outside of the West don't stop trusting them is that Germany and France came out, They say, no, we just say yes because we want to buy time. Just want to buy time. How other people is going to deal with these people? How? I don't trust these people.
Aren't we talking about China? Why suddenly we go back to the Minsk agreement? It was like, what the fuck?
Well, okay, the world order.
I want to raise 2 points, but it might be a bit long. First thing, United States. So now we talk about how the Russia, if one day China become the hegemony, maybe they will be like nice, or maybe they'll be like evil, like the United States. But if you look back in history, United States, when they in the earlier days, when they are like the good guys, they get away from the empire, and then they try to expand and hold their own, do things. They even fight a civil war, trying to do the right thing or something. How would you imagine this shining beacon of liberty and democracy one day decided to bomb everyone? You can't. You cannot use that kind of the growth of the country, the development, and say that because they have never invaded other country, they will never do it in the future, or they are always been nice, so they will continue to be nice. It's not how that works. So that's what the first point. Second point is that you have to look at China's geopolitics, the real situation revolving China. What is their weakness? How their economics works? They have a very fucked up economics. What do you mean by fucked up? Is that it's only good for them, bad for everyone. If you look at China, even during the Qing dynasty, Ming dynasty, was always been one-way street. The trade balance is always unbalanced. There's almost never trade balance unless they are buying resources from you, as particularly today. So China don't need anything from anyone except oil and resources and raw materials. That's it. They don't buy any goods from you, generally speaking. So the trade balance is always unbalanced, which means that when you trade with China, all your wealth, all your money will go into China and you can never get it back. That's a big problem. So that is already, very toxic to the rest of the world and also the neighboring countries. That's already one big problem. Another big problem is that they need oil and resources. And once they become the so-called hegemony, when they are very, very powerful, the first thing they do is to secure resources. How do you secure resources? Military power. That's the only way. And when you have something like the Houthis doing this kind of shit now, I can 100% tell you they will invade Yemen and wipe them out in the world that they are the hegemony. And they will not, and they don't need to account to their people. Not like, in the United States, there's still elections and whatnot. China don't need to do that. It's a communist party. It's a one-party state. There's no way you can actually, protest to the point where you bring down a state. It's not possible. So, which means that one day, if they choose to fight, they can, and there's nothing the people can do about it. Just like they locked down the whole freaking country, they never consult the people. There was never a discussion about it. They locked down the whole country for COVID, and they do whatever they want. And people can complain about it. Okay, they complain, then eventually they just open up. Suddenly just open up. Out of a sudden.
Everywhere was locked down and no one said shit about it. Everywhere.
Who say no one says shit about
it? In China.
No, in China, everybody everywhere says shit about it. Even in China. The thing is, the way how they lock down is undoable in any country. They literally just lock people into the buildings. And there is video footage on it. They basically, use the torch. Then
why? In the West,
real.
we were told if you wanna fly, you wanna go on holiday, you need a fucking vaccine.
Hey,
in the UK, if you want to go to the pub,
Vaj, you're changing the topic.
No, wait, boss.
You're changing the topic.
Don't protect China. When
don't change
during
the topic.
exact same era, at the exact same time, you want to go to China, you don't have a vaccine, you can forget about it. And if you take the Western vaccine, they also cannot get in. You have to take Sinovac. So don't give me that shit about you have to have vaccine, then you can fly. You can't even get into China if you don't have Sinovac. That is why a lot of people in Singapore, they chose not to take the Pfizer one. They chose to take the Sinovac, which is a weaker vaccine, because they want to go to work in China. They need to go for business meeting in China. So don't give that shit. This is the same across the entire world.
But what's the same everywhere?
No. But the fact is facts. The fact is facts.
Come on. If in the UK, if you want to go for a pint in a pub, you need to be vaccinated. What kind of bullshit is that? Is that communist?
Vaz, can we stay on topic?
Okay.
Because there's still people that have their fingers up to talk about the China topic.
Archimedes, it's you, right?
Anybody that Ian, do you want to say something?
Oh, me?
No.
Oh, yeah, because I've been looking at it. I remember even at Archimedes we had this chat on Telegram. I don't know what Daniel thinks about it because we are from the same country. People are always saying that China is bringing infrastructure, they're benevolent, they're all that. We have been seeing they are predatory. Okay, one thing I realized, we can say the West is bad, and I agree. But if I look at it, like in the early 90s, the West came to Africa. Now the USSR had collapsed. So now, before then, a lot of African countries were single-party countries. So the West came to, when we are asking for donor aid, the West will say, okay, you need to open up your country in terms of democratic space, have multi-party democracies. Respect human rights. These were now the conditions for the aid.
And
whether they were sincere or not, that one you can debate. But it forced our African leaders to at least not eliminate, but curb down their corruption, respect human rights a bit, because in the 80s, Daniel knows opposition leaders used to be taken to some building, they were tortured. They were said, we can't have that here. We can't give you aid. If these are the kind of shenanigans you're engaging in. China just comes in and don't care if you are a dictator, we just want to do business. That's why a lot of African leaders are just going to China, because they know China is just free for all. And what I've seen, I don't know what Daniel.
Let me just say this. Number one,
yeah.
Let
me just finish, Daniel. Let me just finish, Daniel.
Oh, okay. Okay.
When China gives us these loans and grants, I think they give, our previous president and the railway, they always tell you, also get your own cut. Just you can take part of this loan and grant. You and your cronies can get a cut, so that you give us the contract. And then it's like, okay, the president is like, yeah, this is what I want, this is what I want. Eventually, it's the taxpayer who will pay. Yeah. So that's why I've been seeing that China is not such a benign power. And then, I think they have attached our largest port as collateral. Our neighboring country, what happened to the airport? Yeah, they're almost seizing it. They seized Sri Lanka's port when they were not unable to pay the debt. So China is not an entirely benign power, in my opinion.
Can I go? Okay, yeah. Here's the thing that I tend to, okay, maybe I'm being misunderstood. Number one, China is not a good country. No power is. It is not a fairy tale, wonderful. No, China has its own. China can be evil, but as it is right now, to us, it's not. That's my opinion. I can be wrong. Wyatt, don't bite my head off yet. Just relax. Let me finish. Now, number one, if you look at the history of, let's say, Britain, like Britain colonized Kenya, right? Do you know Britain, with all of its resources, with all of its accesses, never did anything for the country? Like, we never developed because of any links to Europe. None. But China, a relationship with China for 10 years had more benefits than, I think, 70 years with Britain. How would you perceive China, in my opinion? You perceive them as a good thing. That's just a fact. Because you have better things with them than before. So I'm not saying that China is a wonderful angel that will come and we're going to be walking around with like fairy dust everywhere. No. China has its interest, and China can be evil. And yes, being a single party, yes, the fact that it's controlled centrally means that it can do evil shit and no one can do anything about it. But right now, all I keep saying is it is in the best interest of China for peace, prosperity, to ensure it is in its best interest. Unless that changes, China will remain a good thing for most of the third world. For a vast majority of the third world, China will be good to them. The only person who China might become bad to is the ones who are losing power, because it was in the best interest of America for, let's say, Liberia, Congo, for all of you to be fighting, because American companies can get your goods cheaper. They would fuck up your countries and mess them up and you die just because they want things to be cheaper. If you were to compare the relationship with China and the relationship with the US or Europe would be a fucking evil thing, but China would not be. That's all I'm saying. We can all say it might be evil. We don't know. But facts on the ground, as it stands right now, China is way better and way more benevolent than the West has ever been. That's just a fact. And we can't say anything about. We can say they might be evil because of history. We don't know. What we do know with absolute certainty is that right now they are way better and way more benevolent than the West has ever been in its entire history. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I agree.
I think it's Archimedes, then Nanya, then Gareth. Archimedes.
Yeah. Well, look, I don't think we can base everything off of what the situation looks like right now. I don't think that's really wise. I mean, if that were the case, I could say that Canada is sunnier than Mali, because it's nighttime. Right now it is because it's daytime in Canada, and it's nighttime in Mali.
Why would you take a point that I made and then twist it? No.
Well, this is the point that I'm making. If you take a slightly larger view of history than just this current moment, and it is important to, and that's what Putin did in the Tucker Carlson interview. He looked at Yaroslav the Wise from 862. With these states, don't fucking interrupt me, Kenyo. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, so if you take a slightly longer view of history, okay, if you just go back maybe past 1980, go back to 1970, you find that the Chinese went to war with the Vietnamese. If you go back to 1960, then you have a war with the Russians and a war with the Indians in there as well. If you go back to 1950, then you have a war with Tibet, and before that you have a civil war. Now, these last few wars that I mentioned are not really very big. I mean, obviously the Civil War was, but the others were quite minor wars. That's true. But then you go back a little further and you do see quite a lot of brutal Chinese invasions and Chinese hegemonic expansionary wars in its history, including the very foundation of China, which was by Qin Shi Huangdi in, I believe it was 300s BC maybe. That's the point that I'm trying to make here, is that you cannot just look at this point today. Oh, in the last 30, 40 years, China hasn't invaded anybody. That is irrelevant. We're talking about states here. States live a long time. It's not just about you and me today. It's about our descendants. It's about our descendants' descendants. It's about the future of humanity, right? The states live a long time. That's the point I wanted to make.
Through American just fuck.
Yeah, why are you assuming it's gonna be evil? It's the same thing.
Hold on. No,
It's just cleaning his thing, you know? America is bad, China is good.
I just wanted to follow up on, like Daniel, I agree with you. I think that, right now, China is more benevolent than the U.S., but to Archimedes' point, like, we don't know what the future holds. But to Joey's point, right, I agree with you. There's corruption everywhere, Joey. Like, I'm sure that there's lots of corruption in Africa. There's corruption in the U.S. There's corruption in Canada. There's corruption everywhere when signing these deals. We read about it in the newspapers all the time. But the only thing I would pose back to you is, you said it yourself. The West, they come in to Kenya and they tell you what to do. They tell you to privatize stuff. They tell you how your government should run. They tell you, how your people should think and all that stuff. Whereas currently, right now, China's just coming in and saying, hey, we've got a contract, or we've got a business proposition that we'd like you to agree to. Let's negotiate, come up with a deal. Now, if part of that deal is, a kickback for somebody, to the Chinese, that's the cost of doing business. But what I would ask yourself is, which option's better for Kenya, right? Is it the little bit of corruption, but you get some schools and ports and stuff built? Or is it that you're being completely dominated and vassalized? That's kind of the choice that I see with Africa right now. So does it mean that, like I said before, 50 years in the future, China won't be coming to you saying the same thing, saying that you have to think this way? Maybe, but we don't know. Right.
Okay, Garrett. Then I'll go. Garrett, you're on mute.
You're still
sure.
muted.
Thank you. So I'll fix it. Yes. Geez, now I've kind of interrupted myself. Yes, on the topic of Africa's benevolence to China, I don't think that the question of benevolence even really needs to be considered. That's not, what China does is offer a fair deal. And for Africa, that's much better than it ever got from the West. Much, much, much better. So all of these deals can be considered, and they can be taken, and they can be, advantageous. I also wanted to say, though, that if we're going to look at a deep history, which I agree is not irrelevant, then some of the conversation about the Chinese state needs to be set in context, because yes, it was a large state that was constructed by violence, as all states are, but it was much more ordered over a much longer period of time than what you see going on in Europe. Europe is a region of very small polities, all making constant war upon each other, and this goes on for literally 1,000 years, while China is basically a big, stable, governed region, which is at least mostly peaceful for most of the time. It's doesn't have the same kind of experience of incessant warfare. And so there are differences in experiences and expectations. The Chinese way of civilization is much less warlike than is the Western way. I think that is still a real thing.
Okay. Yeah.
That's a good point.
So just to answer something earlier, let's talk about the future. Let's say 50 years from now, China becomes this monster. But if we continue at this pace, what tells you 50 years from now, Kenya cannot defend itself against China? So because 50 years with the West shows nothing. They can't even defend themselves against their own neighbors. They can't even defend against themselves. They can't even 20. I keep saying this, people think I'm joking. We on this live right now can invade any African countries and do some serious harm. We have enough weapons, enough support to can invade any African countries and even seize power if we really organize ourselves. So with 50 years with the West, that's not a damn thing to show. They can even defend themselves against us. But 50 years with China, at this momentum, let's say 50 years in the future, they become this monster. But from this current point of view, it shows that if the Africans keep that part of the bargains, they can definitely defend themselves. So China, China can be a monster tomorrow, but they'll be a monster against a very well people. Not the way the West does not want Africa able to defend itself. This is why there's constant destabilization, constant assassination of their leaders, and constant polluting the political atmosphere. Because if you can defend yourself, you can tell China, I'm not doing what you want to do. And this is what and China is not telling you not to arm yourself. The reason I named Ethiopia as a perfect example was because of the development of China, working with China, they got from China, or how many decades working with the West, they couldn't develop this much. Under China, which we're working with China, they've gone this far enough, so much that a rebellion rise up that they were able to somewhat subdue with a very short time frame. The war in Congo has been going on for more than 50 years. The reason why the Congolese government cannot control that war because the West have never developed Congo enough to where the Congolese army is strong enough to actually defeat these rebels. So if I could look at the parallels, no. With China, the momentum looks like you'll be strong enough to defend yourself to tell China, I'm not listening to you anymore. Also, a future with China superpower is a future also where they have the West. The West is not going nowhere. It's still going to exist. You still have an alternative way to say, either you give me what I want or go somewhere else. But this time around, you have somewhat of a ways to defend yourself. Because I do believe in the future, the East African bloc will create a union, and the West African bloc will create a union, so you cannot invade one country in this region and get away with it. As the AES is proven to be of the future view of Africa. Countries I think alike will unite and create like military, and if they develop to at this momentum that China is investing into them, they can defend themselves. So to believe China will not be a monster is crazy, but to say because of that we should not deal with them is even more crazier. Today, they're the angels we know today. The devils we know is the West because they have proven to be the devil. They have not in any way or form keep their bargains. They have not in any way or form do anything that anybody can see. You know what? This is trusty system. This is something that I can really rely on for the future. No, China give you more hope for the future. China give you more something to even to this is somewhat acceptable trade to go back or to go off on. So this is why me personally I'll support a China alignment in the West because the West have not proven to be any viable. About politics. About politics, the West doesn't care whether you're a dictator. They don't care whether you're communist. They don't care what form of government you are. If you serve their interest, they will look the other way. They don't care how many civilians you hang overnight. They don't care how many prisoners, how many journalists. They have a journalist currently in prison, Julian Assange. Anyway, they don't care about none of those things. They don't care about human rights. They don't care about none of those things because as long as their interest is protected, they will look the other way. Israel, everything Israel is doing right now is what they're accusing Russia of doing with no evidence. They just look the other way like nothing's happening. As long as their interest is involved, they could care less how much of a monster you are. It doesn't serve them. So this is why I say China looking the other way, I don't care. Again, the country gonna be brutal. That's acceptable. It's up to the people themselves to accept the brutality or to just say, you know what, fuck it, let's fight. And so again, it's up to them. So the brutality China may ignore to use, China doesn't promote human rights. Which country promotes human rights? America have a whole prison or island of prisoners charged with no crime. Guantanamo Bay. That's a bunch of under U.S. Constitution it's illegal. Under the Geneva Convention it's illegal. Under every law it's illegal to have these people
That's fake news.
to have these people in Guantanamo Bay. So yeah, there's so many. So when it comes to the West, I don't care about human rights. I don't care about none of the thing they gotta talk about. As long as you serve the interests of your people, whether it's through the Chinese route or through the Russian route, or through the Western route, whichever way serve your interests of your people to develop your country, your society, I'm 100% in favor. And currently, the China is the one proven to be reliable.
You know what? China is evil. Yes, but how many Western countries have written off African countries' debt? How many?
They don't have to. You owe, you pay.
You see what China has done. Even Russia did the same to African countries. Something in the West. That shit is never gonna happen. The West is never gonna say no. You don't own me anything.
And Joe, you should go before you get interrupted.
Let me just interrupt here. Just anyone name for me a road that was built by the US anywhere in Africa. Just one. Just a road. Not a giant thing. Just a road.
Actually, hold on.
Unless it's to the embassy. Except to their embassy. My country. They only build roads to their embassy.
We go a province. Hold on. We go a province in my country. It's Cabinda. This is where the oil comes from in Angola. You know, and America is there. It's been there since 1942. Yes.
Okay.
The beat where the Americans are, look like fucking New York, you know?
Joey.
Can I go? Yeah. So I've had the arguments. What I was saying is that we are looking at things in relative terms. Yes, the West is bad. We know that. They forced, like in Africa, they forced their multinationals to come through as a condition for aid, and they killed our local industries. That one I accept. But what I was saying that some of the conditions that they pegged for aid were actually beneficial to us, because if I remember in the 80s, how excessive our governments were versus now, they are a bit more relaxed because Western governments forced us to some extent, I'm not saying it's absolute, to some extent, bring in democratic freedoms, respect more human rights. Yeah. Okay, as you're saying, US is doing their own thing in Guantanamo, or they're supporting some Arab dictator. That's there. Yeah, I'm saying for us, like what I've seen, that one I don't know if done. That one you just have to acknowledge. You know what was happening in the 80s. You know what started happening in the 90s, and that was Western aid. That was the West that pushed us into that. The politicians had to curb down a bit of their excesses. Yes, they borrowed also the multinationals which kill our industries. Okay.
What was
you talked about infrastructure. Okay, I'm looking at. Yeah.
What caused the aid in the first place? What caused the need for the aid?
I don't give a fuck if I have democracy, as long as I have a road and a thing. That's more important.
No, let me come now to that point where you are talking about roads and infrastructure. Okay. Look at like the roads are built for us. Okay, they are good roads. They are good roads. But they are not considering the cost that was incurred to building that road. That they could have been, the roads that they have built for us are not as good as the roads they built in China. Yeah. But we had to pay an exorbitant price. Already, like you can see the highway is okay, but the cycling lane, the pedestrian lanes already falling apart. So you know that road in 10 years it will fall apart.
Joy, hold on.
Let me just finish. Let me just finish.
Are you gonna finish your point? You're gonna finish your point.
Yeah.
But
In
I'm
1 minute.
But I'm gonna ask you this.
Yeah.
How far was the Kenyan, the Nairobi airport
before the Chinese
to the city center? Yeah, before the Chinese. How long would take you?
You are worse off.
With all this democracy and all this.
Now, after the Chinese, what they did?
Okay, yes, I've
Nothing.
not denied it. They've improved our infrastructure. That one I've not denied it. But at what cost? How much has our debt increased once the Chinese started building the infrastructure? It has become unmanageable. It's too high.
But that
And
is a
that's what I'm
failure
saying.
on our
Yes,
part,
there's
not the
improvement in
Chinese.
infrastructure,
See?
but at the cost of an enormous debt burden. So that debt burden in the long term can really cripple us. If they had built the roads like, let's say, the ones they built in China, I would say, okay, yes, it is worth it. Look at our railway. It's already a loss-making. It's still a loss-making venture. But look at the debt we've incurred for that. Look at what the president and his cronies, the money they siphoned from that project. So that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying.
So it's not China.
It is relative. It is relative. I'm not saying that China.
Hold
I'm
on,
not
guys.
saying that China is entirely bad.
Hold on, guys.
Yeah.
Hold on. Nunya's been waiting for like 20 minutes now.
Well, it's Kuyan,
Even
then
that-
it's Nanya. It's Kuyan, then Nanya. Kuyan's been waiting longer. He hasn't
All right,
spoken yet.
guys.
Go ahead, Kuyan. You first.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your time. I just wanna add that for a Filipino's perspective in Chinese regards, we've made a ton of deals with China for the previous presidential administration, and most of those deals sort of like fell off short, especially some of the projects in the southern region where they're used to they're like 4 mega projects of 4 large bridges from connecting some of the islands, but it never really happened.
But why?
Well, from what my contractor friend said, that China sort of prolonged it, like delayed it, like for like at least 2 years, and project never really see the light of day, though it was the pandemic, so it has its reasons. During the Duterte administration, we really tried to gain the support of China, because we in Filipino history we really didn't try to cooperate with them. So I think it's a huge diplomatical gamble, but it also fell short because I mean, they borrowed us a ton of money for those projects, but at those times they really got more aggressive in terms of the West Philippine Sea, especially though it can be said that Vietnam has more military bases in West Philippine Sea, so we're our media's like blaming the brunt of it from China, but it's pretty tough to say. Though for regular Filipinos' views on Chinese people, we live with Chinese people every day. Marginally, a ton of Filipinos are like Chinese descent. A ton of the largest business owners and the richest people in the Philippines are Chinese descent. So we don't live harmoniously, but we coexist with one another, and it's been that way for thousands of years, and it won't change.
Yeah, you can pick your friends, but you can't pick your neighbors.
That's true. Yeah. So you gotta deal with the cards that you've dealt with.
China is evil.
I think Nanya goes next.
I wouldn't say they're evil, but they're sketchy in a way.
You just don't like them.
No.
Go ahead, Nanya.
I do like.
They grabbed some of the islands in the South China Sea.
True.
Let Nanya speak. It's his turn to speak. You're muted, Nanya.
Sorry, guys. Kuyan just raised a good point when he said, hey, we've been living with these people for thousands of years. And I think that that's important that we kind of step back from the last 50 years. Like all of this, you know, caring about diversity or human rights, international politics. Like Henry VIII wasn't sitting back saying, gee, I'm really concerned about, you know, human rights in France. That didn't happen. Like everything was built around mutual trade agreements, right? So I tend to believe, at least in the shorter term, we're getting back to that. Like the last 40 years has been an aberration whereby the West has used all identity politics, human rights, all this stuff. All they use that for is a means of control over the rest of the world, right? So now that this whole structure is kind of crumbling, I kind of see that we're getting back to the natural state of things, whereby nation states, you know, make agreements with each other, make alliances with each other, and they live by those deals. So, you know, when I think of a continent like Africa, I can see like the next 20, 30 years, you guys have got such an amazing opportunity to build these trade deals, because right now you're caught in the middle between these two giants. So you can play the two off each other and secure some really good wins for yourselves. That's all I had to say.
Go ahead, Gareth. It's your turn.
Gary, you're mute.
Thank you. The first thing that I wanted to say is that we've got a lot of African representation here, and I'd like to specifically and consciously throw the conversation in a kind of African direction. I want to hear more from them and of them about an African perspective. We've got an opportunity here, which is fairly unusual, and I think it should be taken advantage of. The second thing I wanted to say is that as far as China goes, there is a difference between what China is in some kind of absolute sense and what China is in its relationship with Africa and with other colonial nations. I mean, China doesn't have much of a relationship with the Latin American states because they are within the US's sphere of control. They aren't, you know, they're not as intrusive there. It is quite particular. But other than that, on the last point that Nanya argued, I think, well, actually, perhaps I've lost my point, and I'll just leave it there for us to take on. Carry on.
Let me speak. I think, okay, number one, I think we keep going around in circles. Number one, I don't know why we keep assuming that China will be evil, as if that is the natural progression of all things. We don't know. Let's just agree. We don't know. That's what I keep saying. What we do know with 100% certainty is that as it is right now, Africa is like, you're trying to compare absolute exploitation with the possibility of exploitation. Like, we know with certainty that the West exploits Africa in the most sadistic, and like, you cannot even begin to believe it. Like, it's fucked up. Like, it's depressing to actually, if you actually knew the actual stories, it's depressing. And you're trying to compare that with the possibility that this guy might give me debt and they might do something in the future compared to someone who's actually doing it now. Like you're trying to compare to completely different, you're trying to create fiction versus reality. Reality is, it is entirely in the best interest of France for its former colonies to be as poor and as miserable as possible. It is in its best interest. Just the one thing about uranium should tell you just how bad it is. These guys were taking uranium for, was it a couple of thousand times, like 1,000, like 80 cents. Like, you can't even buy a fucking sweet with that. Over 200, like, they were taking things for free. That's just one thing. You haven't spoken about the gold. You haven't spoken about all the arable land. You haven't spoken about all the shit that these countries actually take for free. And they give nothing. And you're trying to compare with a country, like, China came into the Congo. Actually, the reason the Congo right now has a capacity to kick out the UN is because of China. That's the only reason they're able to kick them out, because the Chinese actually came and they started building roads. The biggest deposit of iron ore in the world is in the Congo, and the Chinese want to replace the Australians because Australia provides most of Chinese iron ore. So they want to replace the Australian iron ore with the Congolese iron ore. And do you know what they did? They built a railway for free. Just nothing. They just built a railway, be like, we're going to get the iron ore for free. And then we're going to pay you for the iron ore. We're going to give you $7 billion. Listen to this. We're going to give you $7 billion upfront. And then after that, we're gonna negotiate on the price of the iron ore later. Now, you might say that's exploitation compared to what? The Belgians used to come, pay a bunch of people to kill people and get the iron ore for free. Like, those are the things you're trying to compare. Like,
okay, yeah.
To compare
wait. Daniel, I got one question. So when the colonialists, whatever, those Western guys, go to Congo, so they want to exploit the resources. How they bring the resources out?
Now, let me give you a funny story.
Let me answer that. Okay. Let me answer that.
Boy,
You see,
just let
people
Daniel
always say
answer,
there's
okay?
no railway. The Western countries built railways in Africa. Yes, that's true. Follow these railways. You're gonna see what this shit is gonna happen. Like Eastern Congo, Kenya, Zambia, Tanzania. These people, this country, like the part west of this country that is close to the east country from this Congo, Zambia, and stuff, is locked up. So all these railway used to come from this. There is a fucking train from Zambia to Angola, straight to the fucking port. That's the way all these things used to come out.
There's no communities. Like, why? Let me explain what Voz is trying to say. They build a road that has no connection to any city, any population. It is absolutely useless to the people. They build a road.
It's free, right?
No,
But it's
you're
free,
not
right?
getting anything from it.
No. I'm just pointing out that it's free. They build it for free.
But it doesn't even
But
belong
you
to
just
you.
cannot use it because you didn't stay there. But it's still free.
But you're not
That's
getting
my point.
anything from it.
Yeah, but
I get
okay.
what you're saying, Wal.
But it's
I
free.
get what you're saying.
No,
I get
just
what you're saying.
what Joey was saying earlier, right, Joey, about good
I
roads.
can use.
About see,
No,
I
no,
use
the
the-
king-
Like you, Wyatt.
Daniel,
Wyatt,
it's
let me
just a joke.
Daniel,
Relax.
Daniel,
It's just a joke.
it's a joke.
It's just a joke. Although it's also really it's free. It's just that you can't use it. That's all.
No, listen, why? But why? I could answer to your question. No, the road is not free. The road is all part of the contract. Sometimes they will pay the road, and they say they have to mine for a certain amount of time to pay for the construction of that road. And once the contract ends, then you can use the road. And the roads are being, example, in Sierra Leone, Sierra had a bunch of train tracks. Say, why is the train track broken down? Because they are built in places where nobody lives. After the British left with all the exploitation, they left the roads behind, but nobody lives there. So they just went to the bushes, and the forest claimed them all. So they build roads, but the roads are not built in places where after they charge you for the roads, and when they leave the road behind, it's not usable. By example, about good roads, what Joey said earlier, in Sierra Leone, the Chinese built a freeway or toll road in Freetown, from Freetown all the way down to the interior. It's a beautiful road they built, still working today. The Sierra Leone run that road for many years and nearly went bankrupt. The road. The Chinese took over the road. The Chinese people have seized the Sierra Leone main highway. That road today is producing more today than the day under the Sierra Leone government. So yes, some of the debt they give you, the reason why you end up in more debt because of, again, we mismanage this money, we steal this money, we steal this money, and we say, okay, the money give us enough, give us more to pay for the money, just give us. So It's not them. If we keep our part of the bargain, we will win. Tanzania did it, they won. Kenya did some of it, they won. Ethiopia did some of it, they won. We, Guinea, right before the school happened, Guinea was keeping a part of the bargain. They were winning until the coup came in. But anyway, so if you keep a part of the bargain of the Chinese deal, you win. But again, no matter how much money they give a corrupt person, is never enough. Corruption is never there's no amount of money that can solve corruption. It's not enough. So even if the Chinese deal is horrible, even if the Chinese deal was the best deal in the world, the corruptions, the greed that is in our people, it will never be enough to change anything. So
do not put.
Before you start first, wait. I want to talk one more thing. Wait, Daniel, wait. One more thing is that the roads actually is not free. It's part of the contract. No, they earn the money through buying all these things.
True.
It's not free.
True.
It seems free, but it's
true. But
exchange.
But why?
I don't care if it's not free, but I don't want to take.
An example would be in Guinea.
I don't want to take 3 days to travel. When
the Chinese were supposed to 8 tracks. They were supposed to lay 8 tracks. Of the 8 tracks, only 2 of them were usable for mining. The other 4 basically for transporting goods and people within the country of Guinea. So yes, as you said, it will eventually they get so much lucrative deal that it can cover the cost they spent to build those tracks. But in the same deal, you put in the hands of the Western companies, you don't have those 4 extra tracks. So, and they get the same amount of money from it, they get the same amount of deal, but you have nothing else to go by. And the tracks they build is exclusively for exporting from the mine to the port. My country, Liberia, Vaun mine is called Vaun mine. Look it up. That's a train track. That train is one of the oldest tracks in our country. It still works to today, but the track is just in forest belt from the Vaun mines directly to the port in Rivers Port. There's not a single way anybody could access that train track. So
that's everywhere.
So
Can I just say something? Let's not put the fault of mismanaging of these resources. Like if Liberia does not use the money from the Chinese correctly, that's Liberia's problem. It's not the Chinese that are evil. The Chinese came and they actually expected things to work, but then you fucked them up. Like the lack of management by the country should not be placed on the Chinese being evil. Because
you're talking to me? I never say Chinese is evil.
In general,
it's not my point. That wasn't my point at all.
One of Africa's biggest problem is clean water. They always say there is no water in Africa. There is plenty of water in Africa. The water is just not fucking clean.
That is not true.
What?
No. I need
to let Gareth go.
There is plenty of water in Africa. Special in my country, Congo and stuff. We got fucking big river in that area. In that area, we go a lot.
Gareth, get ready to speak, or you're going to get interrupted.
The water is not clean. So what China is doing in Congo at the moment, they make that water clean for free. You know why they're doing that for free? Because they live there as well. But that's something.
Go ahead, Gareth.
Gareth, it's your turn to talk. Happened before.
I was going to say that Boz had his hand up longer than I did. If he has any more to say, then let him go.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Oh, me.
Okay, then I actually changed my mind about what I was going to say. So whoever goes next, go on.
You like Mehdi?
Okay.
Can I say
I'm
something?
ready to close. Are we? We still have some hands up. Go ahead, Joey.
People are saying China gives us money and mismanage. You just look at a typical infrastructure project. What happens? China gives us a loan. The way we say US gives Ukraine weapons, but the money goes back to the defense contractors. This money is sent to Kenya. It's sent back to a Chinese state bank. It is credited to a Chinese engineering or contracting firm. They bring their foremen, the engineers. There was a time they were even bringing their trench workers. I don't know if Daniel remember. People complain that we don't have locals who can dig trenches. Yeah. So they bring everybody. They build the infrastructure. One, I've not denied it. The infrastructure is much better than what Daniel knows. We call here cowboy contractors used to do. Yeah, our cowboy contractors used to do nothing. China builds much better roads than what was there before. But what I'm saying, already, I don't want to get too much into the Kenyan context. Have you passed through Thika Road, Outer Ring Road, side lanes? You see how the road is already falling apart.
Guys,
the road is already falling apart.
Guys, hold on. Guys, we are in a black hole now. We are in a black hole now. I think it's time to close down. We are in a black hole because
let Gareth speak.
Gareth want to say something, right, Gareth?
Okay.
Okay, so thank you. The one thing that I wanted to say is that I wanted to ask Wyatt if he thought that the response that he got, or at least the opinions that he heard from the African contingent, altered his opinion of China. Thank you.
No. Whatever they say, they already know. So there's actually no difference in terms of like the Chinese do things because they know, this is just how they play diplomacy, and it's good for Africa generally speaking. But of course, it all comes down to individual projects, depends on the deal that they make, because it could accidentally become a debt trap. You do not know. And just like what Joey said about how they do their construction, the entire Belt and Road tends to be like this. From the entire project will be produced purely entirely by the Chinese. Even the resources, the parts, the stones and whatever, it could also all come from China. That's what happens in most countries, even in Singapore. All the way from the top, from the engineering architect, to the construction worker, and they will make you sign the deal to allow them special visas for their workers to come, and then the only money that the country can earn is through food, because you sell them food. And sometimes you may not even get the food, because depend on, like, let's say in Africa, there's no appropriate food for them to eat. They will just bring their own rice. They will just bring their own food. They probably just buy chickens, and then they just cook themselves. So then, which means what? They are also not paying most of the workers. There's no economic benefit in terms of the construction, because even when they pay their workers, they are paid in the Chinese money, Chinese salary. What they would have earned in China is totally detached from the economy that they built that road or that railway or the infrastructure in. So that is that's a beautiful part, because they say that, okay, I'm going to loan you $2 billion to build a railway track or infrastructure. But this $2 billion will go directly back into Chinese pockets, because this $2 billion is paid to a Chinese construction company that they will just pay for everything. So what you get is that you get the $2 billion debt. You get the road or the railway or the infrastructure, and that's it. You get that thing, you get the debt. But for the Chinese, the money stays within China. They actually spent nothing, but they are going to get $2 billion in the future from you. That is the debt trap. That is how China works.
Yeah, that's it.
If you can make full use of the infrastructure and earn money from it, then perfectly fine. If you cannot, then you're in deep shit.
Can I just say something? I agree with you. All I am saying is, did you need a road?
China is not evil.
Did you have the money to build the road? Is there a road now? You needed a road. There's a road now. The mechanics might not be friendly. It's like I said, China is not an angel. It's doing wrong things, but the wrong things it's doing are nowhere in comparison to what the West is doing. There was no road there. There's a road now. You can improve on whatever was being done wrong, but there is a road now. Whether it's a Chinese that built it,
guys,
it doesn't matter who built it.
Black hole.
Yeah, so I explained.
You're an African country.
We're rehashing things.
You're an African country. You cannot go to the UN. You cannot go to
You don't understand the economics. You let me explain. The economics is that your economy have no money fluctuating, no going around the system. That makes that you just get a pure debt. Typically, let's say your government build an infrastructure on your own.
What if Africa got nothing to offer? What they're going to come? Why China come in and build infrastructure? Sure, there's something to offer, But the things that
Average,
when they think
average.
have
I'm
been
talking
offered
halfway,
over there,
average. I'm talking halfway.
I know
No.
because I want to make one
Let
more
me finish.
point. Because
Let me
Africa have
finish first.
resources that Africans cannot extract by themselves.
Average, hold on,
That's
average,
why
hold
you
on.
need China
That's not the
expertise
point.
to
That's not my
extract it.
point. I'm not talking about
This
that.
is
I'm
deal.
talking about average. I'm talking about
Whether the
economics.
African leader trying to make use of a deal is upon them. If they screw
No,
it,
no, no,
it's
no,
by
no, no, no.
themselves.
That's not what I'm
Because
talking about.
no
Wait,
one
wait, wait.
using the gun pointing their head is to learn.
Average, hold on.
Average, average.
Every
You have
time,
to let me
every
finish
time,
my point.
you know, this is a black
Boss,
hole.
boss,
Every
stop, stop,
time
stop.
when we're talking about
Oh,
China
okay,
and
okay.
Africa,
No, no, no,
Go
no.
we're
ahead,
gonna
go
end
ahead.
up in a
Everybody
fucking
stop.
black hole.
Stop, stop, stop. No, no. I'm talking about economics. I'm not talking about the black hole thing. The
Economy is more
the
about business deal. You take
no,
it
no,
to
it's not
make full
the
use
it's not a
of it.
business deal thing. Wait. It's an
No
economics
one
thing.
using gun pointing their head, taking the loan.
Come on, man, average. Let me talk, man. Average. It's the economics thing. You have to understand why countries build infrastructure on their own. Because when, let's say, I want to build a road, okay, then I hire my own people. I will print money and pay to my own people. My own citizens will have to buy food. They will spend the money that they earn into the food, into clothes, into rental. And then your own people in your own country will earn money for the rental, for the food, for the clothes, and then they will earn money to buy more stuff, and it circulates your economy and makes your economy stronger. But once you have a Chinese company coming in like this, you will straight away take $2 billion and go out of the country. It will not circulate within your economy. That's why it is bad for your country. This is the point that I'm trying to make. It's 100% true. It's 100% true.
No, it's not.
Half true.
It's 100% true.
No, it's
Why you have to understand that
Go ahead, Nanya.
China doesn't
Nanya,
have
it's your turn
not
to
just
speak.
having infrastructures, okay? They're not just having
Infrastructure is they don't want to build.
They have
Please,
lots of products
average.
they need to
It's
offer to
Nanya's turn to
Africa.
talk, bro.
But without uplifting the Africa
Average.
living standards, they cannot buy a product from
I don't think
China.
average is listening. No,
Well, Wyatt, I just like I heard everything you just
Infrastructure
said.
is one way to uplift their livelihood, to gain some more income on it. Yeah, whether the African leaders to make use of it or through corruptions and siphon off this funding on it.
Nanya's had his finger up for a while. We try to respect the order in which we're trying to go. It's Nanya next, and then after that it's Gareth, and then after that it could be you. You got to raise your finger so we know. Go ahead.
Well, I think I'm going in the same direction that Average is going in, but I heard what Wyatt just said, and I always go back to who signed the contract. So there's nothing wrong with investing the $2 billion to get the railway built if, as Average said, you can then use that railway. It's not like somebody in Senegal is twiddling their thumbs and then all of a sudden a Chinese person shows up and says, hey, would you like a railway? Chances are the person in Senegal wanted that railway and there was a contract signed, and part of that contract was labor. So if the Chinese people, the company, whatever, they've put out those terms in the contract that they use their own labor, you can't blame them for it. You know what I mean? You really can't.
This business.
Yeah.
No,
that's my point.
Sorry.
Okay, Gareth, you're next. Gareth, go. Unmute yourself.
Not in Senegal, because countries in Senegal, in West Africa, they are happy with the West. Trust me.
That just the first country came to my mind, man. That's all.
Go ahead, Gareth.
Jesus, now I had it in my head, and now it's kind of gone.
Okay, then.
What I wanted to say. No, I got it.
Hey, Prata, please let Prata.
Got it.
Say if Gareth is done.
I've got it.
Gareth, he's got his point.
Hold on a
Say,
second.
Gareth.
Yeah,
so guys,
all I want to say is that all those criticisms of the way that China takes advantage of its capital export to Africa to drive stimulus in its own economy, Keynesian style, is completely true. But that doesn't alter the fact that it's still making a fundamentally honest deal with its partners, with which is much better than what Africa experienced from Europe. So I still think that that's, I mean, it's definitely the case. It is true that all of this spending serves a Chinese purpose, really directly in the terms of absorbing labor and driving the circulation of commodities and all of that stuff. Yes, but it's still a fair deal that it offers to its partners. Thank you.
So, guys, the debt-trapped thing appeared as propaganda from the Western countries. Until now, there hasn't. Okay, let me finish. Until now, there hasn't been any proof that that trap was made intentionally, and this has been studied by many experts, and they never reached that conclusion. So, the problem about what situations where that trap happened is very complicated, and there are two situations where most of it happened. So the Chinese normally have developing projects, and they always need to start with things like roads and rail tracks. But then, because of some type of problems in the future, they don't develop on the other things that needed to be developed on the front. You see what I mean? So imagine they are planning actually to construct an industrial area or a mine or whatever 100 kilometers from the coast. But in order for them to construct it, they need a track, they need a road. And they construct that track and construct that road. But then, due to many things, which most of the times are geopolitical, what should have happened 100 kilometers from the coast is not built. And that infrastructure stays there and needs to be paid somehow because it was part of the contract. Another situation, which is also quite, and you guys are from Kenya, and there is a very good example in Kenya, which is the railway from Mombasa to Nairobi. The railway from Mombasa to Nairobi was a very well done project, completely finished, and it should have a really great output, economical output. The problem was that the basis of these studies were made by Western firms, and they didn't really had a strong basis. And the Kenyan government did wanted to restore and rebuild this track. They already existed. The Chinese just completely renewed it. And the problem was the tracks has been finished, I think, already 2 years now, and there is almost no cargo going through. The reason why there is almost no cargo going through is because companies still find trucks better than send it through containers to the railways. The line is giving a huge and profits. Well, they have been not being profit for a long time. They are losing money like hell, and they are going to ask for the Kenyan government for the compensation because the project is not paying itself. They have, I think, a concession of 30 years, and it's not paying. And they've been telling the Kenyan government, please try to stop so many trucks going to the roads. Nobody's profiting from having so many trucks on the roads. Of course, many truck drivers will have a problem. They will lose their jobs if they really cut that. But then also personal people can use those roads because they are overpacked with trucks. They could use actually the tracks. So this is another problem, which is like old projects, because many countries in Africa have very old infrastructure projects that either the studies are very old, but the politicians still feel these are important for their countries, for their electorate, and they keep investing in these projects. So this is one of the reasons why Chinese projects sometimes get bad, but there are not so many. The debt trap is actually a critic to the Western countries that invest money in Africa, most and foremost for this debt trap mechanism. This is very well known. Very well known. The World Bank keeps investing money on stupid projects. They have no economical viability whatsoever. Also, the European Union, for instance, sometimes offers 80% of the money for those projects. Someone was criticizing that China brings everything to the country. The Europeans do not bring those European workers to build there, but they oblige the companies that are going to build that to bring all the materials also from Europe. And they change us, and the country that is giving the money to Africa, most of the money, perhaps 20%, will be the money that goes to Africans. And then the countries will have to pay those 20% with very high interest rates. And in 10 years, they have paid what the Europeans gave to them, which is amazing. And they haven't been able yet to pay just those 20%. Actually, this was also the debt trap in European countries. And that's why Portugal got bankrupt in 2011, most and foremost. Another situation about the thing saying that Chinese go to Africa and they bring everybody with them. Well, the problem is that the Chinese are culturally not very adaptable. And they have problems in certain countries, especially if it is the first time they work in a country, to deal with these people, with new people, they're not very able to learn new language very fast.
They don't mix up well.
So we knew, for instance, Angola is a very good case. The Chinese have been in Angola for many, many, many years. This was a critic 20 years ago, that the Chinese would come, they would work, they would do everything, even to dig trenches. Right, it was very well-known critic in Angola. With time, the Chinese did learn Portuguese in Angola. They already have Portuguese workers. They have they have the construction workers. They also started to deal better with the Portuguese companies, so they work together. And the thing is that the Chinese nowadays in Angola almost don't bring any low-wage workers to Angola. They don't need them. And I saw, for instance, a very good example on Guinea. FCS is there in Guinea, and they are constructing a new railway line. The Chinese have been there for Guinea for some 5 years or more, and now most of the workers, most of the employees in the railways are already Guineans. The Chinese are not willing to go to Guinea that easy anymore, you see. So it depends on the countries and depends in the way they work. The Portuguese were building, for instance, with the Chinese, a big railway from Mozambique that goes through to Malawi and gets inside of Mozambique again. And the Portuguese which have much more ability to deal with Africans, for a long story. They were having problems in working. Yeah, but they were having problems in working with Malawi workers. They were having really problems. The Malawi workers would get their salary, and then they wouldn't come for 2-3 weeks, because what they were earning in 2 weeks' work was enough for them to survive the whole week, the whole month, and they were not appearing. It was really frustrating for them. They were not able to get enough workers. Do you know what they did? It was very complicated. It's amazing how it worked. They brought the wives of the workers to near the place where the workers were living. And the wives were the ones obliging the workers to go work every day of the week. Well, every week and they managed, but it was very difficult. Imagine the Chinese would get crazy. How would they get such an idea? So sorry for that. I think there's a lot of misconceptions. Besides, why do the Chinese want to invest so much in Africa? One of the big reasons is because they had accumulated huge amounts of money in the last decades, and they need to invest this money somewhere. And they need to invest something that is touchable, that really exists, concrete. And if they keep the money, they will be on the debt trap of the US bonds. That, like we all know, someday or not, one day or another, will disappear. It's paper, it's nothing. And the Chinese want to construct something. Something also Wade has been saying for a long time. The Chinese do have a project. They understand that if they develop African countries, they will be able to buy things that the Chinese produce. The Chinese don't want to produce forever those stupid little things like pants, shoes. No, they don't. They want to keep developing. They want to make things more complicated, more technologically advanced.
Microchips.
For instance, why not? And then the Africans, if they still live in that extreme poverty, they won't buy really good smartphones. So the Chinese are investing in order for the Africans to buy the things that really interest the Chinese. About South America, it's also not true. In many countries in South America, there is not so much infrastructure project, that is true, there is less, but there is a lot of investment in terms of production and buying things, because this is also have to do with the fact that the Chinese go to Africa, but it's much more difficult to get materials from Africa than it is from Latin America. Yeah, but it will change, of course. I think Nunia had a very good presentation saying that the Africans are in their golden century. If they really catch it, they will be in their golden century. They are being courted by everybody around, and they just have, and for the first time, they can say, "I just picked the best deals."
Prata, Africa have one big problem: IMF. IMF.
Yes.
That's
Okay,
Africa's biggest problem. IMF.
Yes, so I want to really quickly do my closing. We were gonna do closing a while back, but I gotta start to wind down. So I'm gonna do my closing, and I'm gonna try to keep it on the current subject because it's unfair to switch the topic, I guess. So I was gonna say about this last subject in my closing that China isn't a benevolent, philanthropy-minded superpower of do-gooders. According to John Mearsheimer, states exist in an anarchic system where there's no power higher than the state, and they will amorally, not immorally, not morally, but amorally pursue their interests. I don't think that the Africans or the Russians are under any other impression. China has national and security interests. They need fuel, they need raw resources, and that's what they're after. It's not philanthropy towards the oppressed peoples of the global south. And then I just, in tradition of closing, I just like to thank Wyatt for hosting this open mic, and our entire panel of excellent and knowledgeable panelists for being awesome as always, and to our audience, which if you guys haven't liked and subscribed yet, you should, and hopefully see you guys next week.
Salute.
Thank you, Bradley. I think Nunia was having his hands up right just now, or is it boss time?
No, I'm saluting him out.
Oh, okay. I think it's Voss. I think Bradley left Voss, then Gareth.
Yeah, I had my. I'm gonna keep that for my closing.
Oh, then Gareth. Gareth is gone.
So
we
are not still
I just want to add on to what. Well, I want to add on to what Prata said about the debt trap. The debt trap is not a trap purposely, unless the infrastructure there was some caveat to it, like the Chinese, for example, for the Sri Lanka port, there were some promises, so said that we will send all our ships to you instead of India. Then they didn't send. Then the entire port becomes useless. Then they become a loss-making project. Then they absorb the entire port. That is an absolute debt trap. But it doesn't mean every single project is this type. But it depends on the project itself, and also depend on the how wise is the leader that signed that stupid contract. So if the leader is corrupted or whatnot, then of course then you end up with a debt trap. Yeah, I think Craig wanted to say something, right? Because Craig came on and he haven't said anything, and he's muted.
Yeah.
Craig, you're muted.
I just wanted to do my closing while we're still on the China and debt topic, because this is most of what I want to say. That I'm agreeing with basically everything Prada has said, and everything really that Daniel has said, that fundamentally in a bunch of imperfect alternatives, China's still the best one. And that doesn't mean that you can't make deals with other players, India, Russia, the EU, potentially could in some world be good partners. Maybe Italy's a good partner, better than France or Britain, in my opinion. But the problem is that it isn't so much a choice. And the reason why it isn't so much a choice is because the demonstrative bad track record of France in particular, the UK to some degree, and the US to a great degree, especially in Congo with the USA, is it's just kind of history that's not going to be overcome. They have certain patterns and habits of how they deal with Africa, and those would have to be broken by several decades of being locked out before they would come back with fundamentally different deals, different approaches.
Wow, he's gone.
Mining capital is raised is a bad partner.
Yeah, it's on you, man.
Yeah, I saw it drop. But the real reason why China, it's either China or no one for many of these deals is fundamentally the IMF structure is what most of the others are working through, and the IMF structure is very predatory. It wants cash payback. It doesn't have alternatives like just hand over your rail or your port and let competent people run it. It has like keep extracting everything from your economy and give it to us to sell at whatever price in the commodity market. If you fail on a Chinese default, then you end up with China running your port, you end up with China running your rail system. They still have to make trade work in your country to make a profit off of that. But if you default on an IMF debt, you're going to end up with no forests, you're going to end up with no minerals, you're going to end up with no factories. So for that reason alone, the mere structure of projects being infrastructure projects, even if they're not perfect, is still better for you because the default conditions they put you in a position where the person you defaulted to has an interest in your continuing to have an economy, which is not the case at all with the loot and run IMF colonizer deals. So for that reason, China is preferable. But there's a much more important reason, and it boils down to technology issues that we don't discuss enough. The need for commodity minerals, for instance, is very transitory. 2 years ago, the range of sizes of, say, lithium-ion batteries that were being shipped was between 20 and 75 kilograms per kilowatt hour. And that 22 was the best of them, and that was from Tesla. And 75 was like from Mitsubishi or something. Terrible company in general, but particularly the worst batteries. What's in the labs now is under 1 kilogram of lithium per kilowatt hour, which is to say 20 to 75 times better, that you can make 20 or 75 times more battery power out of the same lithium. So this suggests that if you have lithium, you have a very short period of time in which to grab that lithium, turn it into batteries, and get paid for it. If you don't, there may be the graphene or sodium ion may completely obsolete your lithium. It will not be worth developing a new lithium source. So you're looking at timelines that are very short, 10, 20 years. If they need the indium, if they need the vanadium, if they need the iridium, if they need everything gets substituted now. Technologically, cheap molecules like carbon and nitrogen get used for boron, sodium, stuff you can get anywhere. So if you have these minerals and you want to get any benefit from them, you must make a deal immediately, now, today. And then you've got to get your infrastructure to extract them in within 5 years tops, and you have to have your extraction plan finished for 15 or 20 years from now. Because by then, they've engineered past it and nobody needs it. So at the end of the day, you'll be left with one of two things. Three things. One, if you do it yourself, you'll get nothing because you won't be able to build that infrastructure in time. If you bring in China to do it, then it can get done on time and standard, and you can transfer the technology to maintain the infrastructure to your own people because the Chinese only want to build it. They don't want to stay and maintain it. Or your third option is deal with the West, do it at a middling pace without the experience and the technological standards that the Chinese have from doing it for themselves, and end up with a half-completed railway system that's incompatible with all the other ones on the continent, and just as the price of lithium collapses, and then you owe them in cash. So you can't deal with anyone but China, because the other forms of deal just don't work. They either don't extract the minerals in time, or they don't make a standard infrastructure that'll be compatible with your neighbors, like China will, or alternatively, you do it yourself and you have to build a whole top to bottom chain to invent something like a high-speed cargo railway or a container port. You can't do that locally. So basically, Prad is right. China wants to transfer the maintenance skills. It wants to have subcontractors to do the simple work, and it wants to leave. And they're the only ones who have any experience in building something like a continent scale high-speed rail system in 10 years or container ports in like months. So you don't have alternatives given the speed with which the minerals would have to be extracted to get use of them. So that's kind of an argument specific to minerals and other things. I think foodstuffs, maybe lumber, there's a few things there that probably there is an inherent long-term need for. But minerals get technologically substituted for. It's a really critical point. That means you've got to get them out now while they're still valuable before somebody engineers their way around them. So that's my China-Africa point. As far as the West and the IMF is concerned, I'm going to make a historical point about Congo. The mining companies arranged to have Lumumba assassinated. They used the CIA to help them. They're strongly suspected of also killing Dag Hammarskjöld, who died on a plane on the way to the Congo. And JFK was furious, and it was this incident that actually caused him to say he was going to scatter the CIA to the four winds. And we know what happened to JFK. There were also Israeli interests in that mining situation, and the Israelis were furious at JFK for demanding an audit of Israeli nuclear facilities and for demanding that the American Zionist Association, which later became AIPAC, be registered as a foreign lobby, something that they still haven't done to this day. So basically, some of the worst excesses and abuses of democracy have happened in Congo, and some of the worst and ugliest conspiracies have been around the control of the minerals from Congo. So I think it's a very central situation to try to understand. And I put it to somebody this way: there's 100 factions fighting in Congo, but if they all made peace, the CIA would invent a new 101st faction, write up a fake history book for it, and set up an office of liberation for that invented people in Washington, D.C., and fund it with $500 million. Because all they want is chaos. This is a point that I'm just going to emphasize again and again. If you've got a monopoly on these materials, like lithium or tungsten or titanium, you either want to control it completely out of Africa, or you want to disrupt Africa so that Africa doesn't become your competitor. This is not a capitalist view. Capitalists think it's about getting the resources. The communists know it's about protecting the monopoly on the resources. That's why capitalism is inefficient, because it will actually destroy everything to protect its monopoly rather than actually looking for the better way to do things. So with respect to things happening in the world right now broadly, I listed my answers about Russia, Ukraine. I included journalism. I neglected to mention Gonzalo Lira. I should have mentioned him. He's just another symptom of people who should have been protected by the sanctity of the press and isn't. I'll give it a point to Israel, saying that one of the reasons why we know so much about the nefarious things that Israel did on October the 7th is because Israel still does have a free press, and it's almost the one hope for them, that people will still go to it as witnesses. They'll still publish unfavorable facts about the state, and you can still find out about things like the Israeli government was the one that Hannibaled the Nova Festival and slaughtered everybody there. So this is still a ray of hope for the Western world, ironically coming from a country whose government is engaged in genocide. I'm not prepared to give up on the open Western approach. Last point I want to make is start watching technology really, really carefully. When the West began to sanction Russia, began to sanction China, two things happened. One, it made it impossible to collect patent royalties from these places, required them to essentially start defying Western intellectual property agreements and doing their own thing, so they can now make knockoffs and clones as much as they want. But more importantly, it requires them to make a long-term shift onto what are called open source technologies. Things like RISC-V processors, things like PostgreSQL database software, things like power over Ethernet-based low-power like home and lighting technology. These things are all open standards that nobody can sanction. So the great favor the West has done to China, which could also end up as a great favor to Africa, is it's forced China to go all in on these open technologies that can't be sanctioned, meaning China will standardize them for 1.5 billion people in China and then make them cheaply available along with possible opportunities in manufacturing and transfer to all of Africa. And maybe they'll settle their troubles with India, which are kind of minor, on the question of, hey, you adopt our technologies and we'll settle our border issues. Then you might have as many as 4 billion people all using a single standard, relatively simple, well understood, robust standard set of technologies that can be taught to an African high school tradesman before he graduates high school. And that would be the greatest technological accelerator ever seen by humanity on Earth. You'd get easily another 1 billion people out of absolute poverty with that approach over the course of as little as 10 years. So this is why China is not a disposable partner, why ultimately it's the only country in a position to do this. This is also what the United States doesn't want done, because it cannot maintain its monopoly in a world that is ignoring its proprietary technologies, locking out the CIA, refusing to cooperate in capitalist disruption of supplies they don't control. Now, for a lot of minor nations, this makes them nervous. It's, regional powers like China can be very threatening to countries nearby them on their borders. But, on the list of countries that China invaded, I didn't hear a single one that wasn't directly bordering China. So it's less concerning to people even 2 countries away. So although it made me much more nervous to be in Korea, for instance, it's not so scary to be in the Philippines. So I think we do go towards regional powers. I think we have to stop resisting the idea of regional powers. And I think we have to acknowledge, as my very last point tonight, that the Houthis just sunk a British warship and they returned all 24 of the sailors unharmed. And I think if you're ready to understand the change in the world, you realize that regional choke points and regional powers are now very real. If a ragtag army with only a few supplies can actually do something like that without even having a navy, then start dealing with the reality that it is a multilateral world and some of the players are, basically going to seem like pretty minor people. And no, I don't think China can go and invade a crazy mountain people that's been there for 5,000 years and knows every hole in those mountains. I don't think it would work. I don't think the US could do it. I don't think China could do it. I think we're just dealing with the fact now that shore defenses can lock out navies, period, end of story. That military fact alone forces us into a multilateral world. So we better start dealing with it. And I hope we all pay close attention to what the ICJ does in the next couple of weeks about Israel, because establishing ICJ's credibility is a big key to making it comfortable for these smaller countries like Singapore, like Korea, to basically handle the fact that we're living in a world where China has an immense amount more power just because their strategy has been good. I hope that they behave kind of like the US behaved about 1920 to 1940 in the Eastern Hemisphere, not the Western Hemisphere, because they were awful to Latin America. But they were kind of honest brokers in the rest of the world in that period. And even after the war, till 1952 or so, under Truman, they were really trying to set up a multilateral system. Look for the Chinese Truman, because if there is a Chinese Truman, somebody who thinks in that term, maybe somebody who had an attitude more like Zhou Enlai, maybe, then you might actually see a 50-year pax under essentially Chinese leadership, but not under Chinese domination. I think it's about the best we can hope for, given the U.S. has essentially blown its opportunity to be a benevolent hegemon.
Yeah, that's a very good take, definitely.
Greg always steal the show,
No,
always.
no, definitely. There was very much, again,
Yes, I know.
it was very good take. I like it.
This is the kind of person we need to see on CNN or BBC,
No, you're not going to sit down.
There's a reason you don't.
They will not give them. They will not give any speaker more than 30 seconds to talk. So it will not work.
Craig, what's your channel? What's your channel? What's your channel? You've never said it.
He don't have one.
I don't have
he
one.
never.
I don't have enough to film one. I'm fine with 20 minutes every 2 weeks.
Actually, I would love to see. I would love to see Greg Prata, and Waka in one panel.
4-hour-long session.
Yes, just the three of them talking.
Do you have a blog or something?
Really nice.
Where you write your content? Craig?
No, I don't.
I
actually really admire the way that you guys did the lounge stuff, on, the whole breakdown on Odessa and the Black Sea. That was great. I hope you do it again on something like infrastructure in Africa. I always come back to that map of Africa that shows that all the railways are incompatible and useful only for minerals, and they go just from the mines to the ports. And that's what you have after 500 years of the West doing it. So I fail to see how any result could be worse by dealing with China.
Yeah, so again, that's exactly why as a Sri Lankan right now.
It's actually just building Actually,
You actually
China is
have
just
airports.
building net railways on European standards. They want to uniformize everything.
Raja, you actually have airports in the middle of the forest in the Congo, like an airport with no humans near it, and they all go to Israel. Like, you need to know, it's really bad.
It's true, they do.
It's true. It's actually they go to Israel. They
The
come. They
ghost
take
of
them.
Jerusalem.
And that's where all the weapons. That's where all the weapons and all the minerals go in and out of them.
Yeah, they bring in the weapons,
those airport.
give it to the rebels, and then take the minerals out.
You know, doing the war in Liberia.
One thing about my country. One thing about my country is we go 18 province, and we go airport in every single capital. The smallest province is bigger than Belgium. But we still
That's
go
actually a point that I forgot that I should mention, because it's something we really should talk about. There is a revolution going on in air transport. Every single manufacturer of 6 to 20 seat 2 and 3 propeller aircraft, every last one of them that makes those, has tested them all with gaseous hydrogen cylinders, high throughput fuel cells, and electric motors that are now down to something like 17 kilograms per kilowatt. That's an insanely efficient system that is probably on the order of, let's say, the equivalent of 50 or 60 miles to the gallon, I guess, as opposed to a private jet, which is at about 2. So you have this wildly efficient 300-meter takeoff and landing ultra green aircraft technology that's already air certified all over the world, and the manufacturers are producing it. The number of practical small haul airlines you could create on a continent like Africa, or an island nation like Philippines or Indonesia, or in
like
the
Northern
Caribbean,
Canada.
or Northern Canada. I actually was looking at Yarmouth, Nova Scotia as a practical base for such an airline. And essentially, this is a huge revolution, because it means air transport actually becomes efficient. And if you look at the standard cargo LD containers, some of these planes that they're building now, you can slap in 3 cargo containers or 3 6-passenger seating modules, or somebody's private office or sleeping bed, and swap in some combination of those to the 3 or 4 slots in like half an hour. This means private individuals could buy airplanes, and they could then lease them to cargo and passenger companies. And when they want their private plane, it's a half-hour swap out to put in their luxury office and sleeping quarters and take their plane back. They use it for 2 months. They bring it back. They have those things stored, and they put it back in service. Like, basically, the number of private planes could end up like condos in that world and become much more abundant. So air transport like that could really revolutionize Africa too.
Correct. It's actually one of the biggest business right in Africa. It's a bunch of private planes all over Africa.
Let me just add this. You should also know that a vast majority, by multiple numbers, of Africa's debt is to the IMF, not China.
Yeah, we know.
That's what I said.
I'm
That's what I
talking
said. The biggest
more than
problem
double.
of Africa is IMF. As I
Is the
said,
IMF.
Man, gotta read that book. If no one's ever read that book,
Like,
read that book.
actually, China's debt to Africa, all of it, private and bilateral, is $87 billion. IMF's debt is $237.74 billion. So Africa's debt problem is the IMF.
Some country has to set the model contract with Africa, or with China, the one that guarantees technology transfer and maintenance, the one that guarantees that ports and rail will continue to operate even if there's a default, the one that sets technology transfer and some manufacturing agreements so that things the country can handle are done in the country, and just show how to do it.
General contract outline.
Yeah. Some country has to be the one to set the model contract with Africa. And then the rest of the African Union should say, yeah, we all want that contract. And we want to guarantee interoperability. We want to guarantee technical standards. That's the deal that will lock out the predatory West.
And let me also correct something about the Chinese workforce. What happens is that the Chinese workforce came first because there was a language barrier. They could not talk.
So they started teaching the locals Chinese. So all the workers in the Chinese used to speak Chinese after a year. Then all the Chinese left. And now the locals started doing the work. The problem at first was the language barrier. The Chinese could not talk to the Africans. That was the first problem.
we discussed that. So we have a new guy with us. It's Aggie, and has been putting the finger up in the air, so trying to talk.
A little bit. All good. No. I was just going to do my closing because I've been watching for a long time from the sidelines. I haven't really jumped in. Just kind of one, my laptop's not always the best for doing this, and two, I'm not the greatest with giving speeches and shit. But what Greg was saying and what Prada had to say a little bit about Africa and also just the advancement of technology. I mean, I don't think a lot of people really don't get just how rapidly things are changing right now, especially with AGI. Like, we are actually getting very, very close to that sort of level of development, and that is going to fundamentally change a lot of things. I just got finished reading a 67-page study that they did relating to how large language models would handle a strategic nuclear exchange. And you know how they, in war games, it's like, oh no, what a strange game. The only way to win is not to play. No, all the LMMs went straight to, they escalated exponentially. They all went to, we're just going to wipe each other out until one of us is left. And that's getting to a point where it's like, all the things that we thought about AI and how it was going to be are completely going out the window. Everybody thought it wouldn't be creative. It is. Everybody thought it would be de-escalatory. It's not. Like, you had that incident with the drone where it, in the war game, it turned around and killed its operator because its operator wouldn't let it complete its mission. There's nothing that says AGI or AI will not be insane, just like human beings. And that's something that a lot of people aren't looking at and considering, in addition to how quickly it's going to advance our technology. So the point about Greg made.
The problem is that AI doesn't have the sensibility of language of diplomacy. How to be polite without disagreeing, and with a very subtle message underneath saying, no, not at all. So these AI can't look, but even normal people can't really figure it out. The language of diplomacy, and I was like having a discussion with Wade, and they are praising all those Singaporean diplomats. They are amazing. If you ever listen to Singaporean diplomats, those guys are amazing. They say they like are extremely polite, like kissing your ass, but saying exactly the opposite. Don't even try. I will shoot you. And this is the language of diplomacy that AI will never get. And most people actually don't even get. And actually, one of the crises in the West is the fact that Western politicians have lost the touch of the diplomacy language.
It's not just that they've lost the touch of diplomacy. They don't care. That's another thing I wanted to quickly touch on was the fact that a lot of people are saying, oh, the West won't escalate things to the nuclear level. Oh, they won't, the West will be here still in 20, 30, 50 years. No, it won't. People aren't realizing the fact that we are run by the West. We are run by psychopaths and narcissists. What do you think is going to happen when they realize that the rug is coming out from underneath them and they're going to lose a huge chunk of their power? They're going to do.
You guys are playing with fire. You know that.
Oh yeah, I live next to a high-value strategic target, man. Like I'm gonna be gone if it pops off. But
me too.
I mean,
okay, so
these people are insane.
So anyway, we're gonna need to do closing. Because I believe a few of you guys are gonna take a long time to finish your closing. So so we're gonna start with Nunya because Nunya need to leave soon. Yeah. Nunya.
I think
come on, Nunya. I want you to be the last one.
No, I think it's a good segue from what AG just said because it kind of dovetails into what I was thinking about. But, I thought it was a very great chat today, very lively and combative and passionate, which is a good thing. I love that we can all kind of come together and battle it out and leave as friends for the next battle, So love you, Euro, wherever you are, bud. I truly do.
Send me some chocolates.
I'd love to thank
you, power.
No, I'd love to thank NGS as well for the super chat question on the Ukraine surprises. I thought it was probably the best discussion we've had since I've been a member of this panel. I really enjoyed it. I also love the discussion on Africa and the whole debt trap discussion. I think it's a telling discussion because it really highlighted the current contrast between the West and Chinese/Russian diplomacy. And, on a bit of a related topic, I'd encourage you all to check out a CNN interview that they conducted with Victoria Nuland yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Now, it's a bit rough, guys. It's 12 minutes long. Yeah, it's 12 minutes long. Now, I know for most of you out there,
that's a
looking at
record for
Victoria
her.
Nuland's, looking at her face for 12 minutes is rough. It was for me. However, if you listen closely to what she says, she sort of lets the whole cat out of the bag with respect to the U.S. approach to Russia. And I actually have it right here. I wrote down the line she said because I thought it was really telling. She said, and I quote, that's by Darth Vader, sorry. She said, and I quote, "It's not the Russia, frankly, that we wanted. We wanted a partner that was going to be Westernizing. That was going to be European. But that's not what Putin has done." Now, that tells me everything you need to know about the policy. So that's the whole ball of wax right there, guys. That's why we're in Ukraine. That's why the West does what it does, because it wants to maintain global domination. Now, that in itself is not a bad thing, right? The hegemon should look to maintain their hegemony. That said, they shouldn't be surprised when nations start to push back like Russia and China have. But that's always been the natural order of things, So I think the next year or two is going to be very interesting to see how the U.S. absorbs the fact that it's no longer the dominant player in the world. The optimist in me hopes that the West will realize that the jig is up and that we need to shift our approaches to the rest of the world. The realist in me, however, kind of suspect that we'll just keep doubling down on stupid. And that's only going to compound our problems down the road. So great chat, guys. Really enjoyed it. And peace out. See you next week.
See you next week.
Thank you, Nunya.
Can I close?
So we go to who? I didn't see.
Sorry, man.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
FTS.
You have to go. Yeah, but yeah, again, as always, a very good. I was actually looking forward to what's happening between ECOWAS and AES, but we didn't get to go on that discussion. But again, like always, again, it's been a very, I'm not, as you say, as you know, I'm not frequent here because when I get busy, I just ignore Open Mic. I want to watch it after you guys already done the discussions. I said, I'll be there next week. Then next week, come again and get busy. But anyway,
the exact same way.
But yeah, again, as always, nice meeting you guys back here again. And I didn't get to hear Average Dude point earlier, but hey, that's part of the discussion. And
anyway, ECOWAS can suck my dick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Closing. No comments.
They are part
Next
of
week's
the
t-shirt, Bob.
problem,
But yeah, as always, again, thank you guys. To all those watching the feeds, again, keep sharing, keep liking, and keep interactions going. To you all, a good night on my end.
Thank you, FCS. Voss. So we're gonna go by sequence. Voss.
Okay. Africa. Wow. Africa. People in the West always keep saying that we Africans are trapped by the Chinese. The West don't want Africa to make a mistake. Guess what? The West can fuck off. Africa is not there.
Yeah.
Africa is not there to control, to tell us what to do, China is in Africa as a partner. The West were there, like as a boss. Like Africa is there.
Why are you calling it a boss? A parasite?
Or it's a very, very bad attempt at
come on, man. In the closing,
supportive comments only during closing.
Shut up.
Yeah,
it's
closing. They always try to control, They always say, oh, the Africans are trapped, the Africans, they're not intelligent, they don't know how to do this and that. How can we do our own thing when we are trapped in that fucking IMF. They always go money for you. Any African country ask for money. Oh, yes, we do. I always say no. If IMF knock on your door to give you money, say fucking no, fuck off. I don't want it. Because once you receive that money, you're done. You're gonna be in debt for life. No Western country has ever say, okay, remember that money I borrowed to you? Yeah, forget about it. The thing Soviet Union did for Angola, I know they had their interest, but the thing they did, that money, they say, forget about it. That money is gone. We had a lot of debt with China. A lot. China say, okay, part of it is gone. Forget. We're gonna start new project. Craig said something about we starting taking over. I remember when Chinese went to Angola, they used to come to do everything. But in the last 7 years, things changing. If you go to a project they're doing, you see a lot of Angolan working with them. And guess what? A lot of African countries, a lot of them. The number is huge. China is taking these people, young people, to study in China. So one day they're gonna take over. So we're not gonna need the Chinese. If that's something never happened in the West. In the West, if you wanna start, you see a lot of people studying in Oxford, Cambridge universities. Guess what? To pay a lot of money. If you want these people to start there, you pay a lot of money. That's why Lavrov said in United Nations, when they asked which one, he said all of them, because that's what these people want, you to start there so they can control you. When they say you don't do it, that's what they do. Okay, I'm done. Peace.
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 Thank you, boss. Kuyan.
Thanks, boss.
Yes, it's today's another good session. I really enjoyed it, even though I joined pretty late. I missed a lot of other topics, but yes, I learned a lot from talking about Africa, ECOWAS, Chinese debts, the economy. Mm, it's good to see a lot of people discussing their thoughts. Some are very passionate. Looking at you, Daniel. Uh, uh, and thank you for giving all your ideas, sharing your perspectives from your countries. And also, I didn't answered Archimedes' questions in the chat. I just wanna say about what regular Filipinos think about the U.S. It's pretty mixed, to be honest. If it was like 12 years ago, I would say it's full on U.S. About U.S. A staunch ally of Philippines, but it's it's pretty mixed now, since the nationalism has sort of rekindled its flame throughout the years. Also, the common Filipino really is starting to really hate China again because of because of the media, I guess. Because even foreign medias like American medias are, for some reason, like broadcasting news about the Philippines, which is out of nowhere, and our foreign policies became more Western aligned than it used to be pragmatic. Our motto used to be like friends with everyone. Now it's beginning to tip the scale for to the right, or I guess something. So yeah, thank you for this session. Hope to be here next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuyan.
Thanks,
Daniel.
Kuyan.
Oh, that's the African king now.
Okay. First of all, yeah, I'm learning my lesson. I think I'm not used. I think I interrupt people a bit too much, so I'm starting to get that, which is nice. I mean, we all change, we all get better. So I'll learn. Eventually, I'll learn. But I think, yes, I'm really passionate about Africa, especially because I think the how much, you see, if you're speaking from an African perspective, you realize how little everybody else knows, and at times you're like, this is too much information to unpack, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, it's like talking about something like the level of uh like, it's not even disinformation, it's no information. So like, when you need to talk about it, there's so much that you're like, where do I even begin? And like, for example, the issue of the debt trap, the minute I saw it, I was like, this is shit. But everybody was convinced about it. And there's so much to unpack. And I think the thing that most people in the West don't understand is that it is 100% in the best interest of the West for Africa to be as poor and as deplorable as possible.
Yep.
It is 100% in their best interest to do so. There is no version of events ever since Africa met Europe where Europe's interests have ever been to Africa's betterment, ever. Because Europe is almost entirely built on the resources of Africa, almost entirely. And Europe's, like, in a country like France, the reason France wanted those countries as poor as possible is because if those countries gained any form of power, France would have to suppress that power violently, and eventually those people would win. Like, France could not keep those countries. It could not. It's like, it is in the best interest of the US and the West to keep Africa as a slave. That's just a fact. And saying that out loud seems a bit outlandish, but it's actually true. But what the West does, what people like good people in the West like you, and what you do not understand is that most of the time the Western governments do a lot of evil shit. They do a lot of evil, like sadistic shit. But you wouldn't be able to understand that they do this shit because you're naturally good people. You don't expect people to do that kind of stuff. But you need to understand that at no point will the, like, I reach Africa be good for Europe. Never. That will never happen. The IMF itself is almost with precision structured to make sure that Africa remains poor. With precision. There's no way the IMF has anything to benefit from a rich Africa. And I think that's the bit that I think most people don't understand, is that it is 100% in the best interest of the US for Africa to be poor. It is 100% in the interest of Europe and for Africa to be poor. It is 100% in their best interest. And they would do anything to keep it that way. Other than that, I think that's pretty much what I had to say, and I enjoyed it. It was combative. It's nice. I have thick skin. I can take it. I'm good. I don't really take it personally. But I also love that it's a conversation. Every time I come to DPA, I live with something else I didn't know, and I absolutely love that. And guys should subscribe and like the video also, because it spreads the word. Okay.
Slava Ukraini.
Nah, fuck no.
You forgot that.
Thank you, Daniel. Average.
Oh, hi. Well, sorry to interrupt, right? Just now we heated debates on it. Just that I think that Greg and Pratas point out my view is describe more details on it. I think these both of you clear up with a point for everybody to understand the whole situation on this. And Africa is a place, a very big place over here, and every Belt and Road projects over here has an ups and downs over here. But in general, what they did is bring some good changes, as unlike other Western counterparts on it. That's time will tell, because there's some of the projects still ongoing. I just want to update for the recent incidents in the Kinmen area in near Taiwan's island remote there. And that place, then the patrol boats been collided to the fishermen in the mainland, Chinese mainland people there, causing 2 people drowned, and 2 persons been sent back to China, and described that the Kinmen's patrol boats use excessive force to conduct their duties. And there is no video being posted over there, because usually the law enforcement people usually have put the video cams on, mounted video cams on their uniforms to record whatever happenings, but they deny to disclose it, and they keep telling it is hiding off the truth. These things could start off maybe as a trigger point that Beijing will use these reasons to more circumvent undermining the Taiwan authority, because due to their inefficiency to handling the incidents. So you pay attention on these years, because there are a lot of hot potatoes on the William Lies, which are president-elect over here, has a lot of hot potato troubles in their hands. So it could be the start of China's changing the way how they treat Taiwan, because Beijing always give them the ECFA trade deals, giving a lot of benefits to Taiwan. So China trying to abolish some of the deals, cutting off back the deals over there, making Taiwan to suffer economically. So try to pay attention on that one going on. And that's all I want to say for right now. I come in late, so I have got much to add on it. Thank you, and goodbye.
Thank you, Rich. AG.
All right.
Okay, the new guy back. Hold on, AJ. Where are you from?
Winnipeg, Canada.
Okay, so you introduce yourself first, so that.
Sorry. I'm from Canada. Been watching you guys for a while. Been following the SMO before it was the SMO, so I've been following it since 2014. I actually almost went over there in 2015, but there was a whole bunch of stuff going on with family and stuff, so I didn't wind up going there, but kind of regret it, actually. But so been interested in geopolitics for a long time. Done a little bit of OSINT training and some other stuff. I have my security guard license, all that stuff. But kind of speaking to what Daniel was saying, I'll keep it short too, just because I'm coming in near the end. But speaking to what Daniel was saying a little bit about people here in the West, how we don't realize that we're not the good guys. We haven't been for a long, long, long time. And we're run by, honestly, in my opinion, fundamentally evil people who can only fucking see their own interests, and sometimes even their interests don't align with, their allies' interests or whatever. And that's where you get shit with like with our good friend Saddam Hussein, who suddenly became our not so good friend Saddam Hussein. So so many people here in the West, they don't see it yet. They don't see that, we're the bad guys, man. And I hope that changes, but I kind of doubt it. And I don't know. I'm just happy to be here, happy to finally get in on this. And I'll hand it over to Greg.
Thank you, AG. I also did email you to join the lounge. Okay, great. Patu, and you're muted.
Greg, you're muted.
Well, I pretty much already did what I consider my close, but the points raised now, I want to say something simple in general, which is Bradley was talking about amoral decisions. There really are no amoral decisions. If you don't examine morality and long-term outcomes in your decisions, then you are pretty much what a rational person considers evil. But I'm going to make a point, so I'm not going to distinguish between amoral and evil, because everyone has a duty to determine what outcomes in the long term their decisions have, and that includes so-called unanticipated ones. You have multiple scenarios of how what you do can affect others negatively, and you should ask them about it if you're worried, because they usually know better than you. But I'm going to point out as a critical distinction of the day, evil is much preferable to stupid. Much preferable. The evil can be negotiated with. They have goals. They have limits. They can choose not to be evil at some point if they have the awareness to be evil and to do things not caring about outcomes for others. They could decide one day to care. There are many examples, including Germany and Japan, of countries that were evil but not stupid, and fundamentally reformed the way they dealt with the world after losing big wars, and are now great contributors to the world economy and culture. Stupid, however, stupid destroys what it loves. Stupid can't be negotiated with. It can't even be anticipated. You can make a deal with stupid, and stupid will break the deal not even knowing it broke the deal and think there's nothing wrong. Stupid will waste your time on negotiations that in the end, stupid just undoes because it doesn't even know what the negotiation is. Stupid doesn't have the capacity to change its mind or its goals. It just has habits. It just has instincts. It just has feelings. Stupid has to be eradicated ruthlessly, not negotiated with, not dealt with, not discussed, not debated, wiped out. There's no room in diplomacy for the stupid. The main good thing, and it's in Sun Tzu, that a rude negotiator is essentially almost always a stupid one, because they're preventing it, they're making it impossible to make any deal in the future. Things like the Minsk Accords being signed insincerely and then admitting that, even the admitting of it kind of shows a level of stupid, which is almost unimaginable. So you're trying to make a situation permanently intractable with admissions like that. I mean, that's at least evil. But if it's just stupid, it's worse. And so when we look at people to admire, Pandor or Jai Shankar or other Lavrov or other diplomats who actually call it as it is and are maybe a source of calm in the world, and we compare them to people like Netanyahu, who will actually throw the biblical term Amalek into a speech which invites all his soldiers to commit actively genocidal acts. I mean, I'm always asking the question, is that just evil or is it stupid? And if it's stupid, that's when I'm going to ask, gee, isn't it terrible that some of these people have such a terrible polonium deficiency, and that some of them seem to suffer from balcony height privilege that should be removed? I'm start to sympathize with Putin's tactics when I see the stupid. So as long as the world has the stupid anywhere near a nuclear button or a bioweapons lab or with a assassination-prone three-letter agency, there will be a need for people to go out windows and to suffer from rare substances that clearly came from somebody who's sending you a message, hey, I'm not going to do this every day, but when I do it, I'm doing it for a reason, and not just because I can. So, there is a room for ruthlessness when dealing with the stupid. When dealing with evil, usually it's better to keep negotiating. But keep that in mind as we go, because in this rather turbulent period we're facing in the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, month, you're going to see responses to the ICJ that are going to range from moral to evil to stupid. And you're going to see what happens to the people that do it. And I want you to keep in mind that when bad things happen to the stupid, it's actually not tragic. It's funny. And when bad things happen to evil, it's too bad because they could have chosen some other path. But watch the West. The West has become a kakistocracy where the oligarchs want morons in charge because then all the looting can take place and not be stopped. The kleptocracy, they're happy to take turns with each side looting, and then the other guy gets to loot. But when you're near the end, both sides want morons in charge so they can just both loot opportunistically. And that's called a kakistocracy, and that's what we see now with things like Biden versus Trump. I won't even waste my time discussing Biden versus Trump. That's clearly just kakist. I'm a bit interested in who their vice presidents are. But this is the evil versus stupid choice, not the moral or good versus evil choice. And nobody seems to want the positions of power in the West that has any chance of getting them. All the leaders in all the countries appear to be catastrophically stupid. And you see people waiting in the wings, like Mark Carney was supposed to become the Prime Minister of Canada. He's not stupid, but it just seems impossible to get him in. Why do we have good people like him, or maybe Tulsi Gabbard or somebody might come into the United States? Some force keeps locking out people that have anything to offer, and that's a system on its way to collapse. So maybe if you're a Westerner, insulate yourself from the stupidity and pay much more attention to things like AI, especially AGI, biotech and pandemics, and climate chaos, because those are real things that are not interhuman stupidity. And like the kinds of issues we were talking about tonight are like fourth rate to sixth rate issues in terms of how they're going to affect you. But those big three, the biological, the climate, and the AI, are all going to affect the rest of your lives. I maybe have another 20, if I'm lucky, 30 years to run. You guys might be looking at 60 to 80 years. So start learning to sail and building your enclaves and your communities that are capable of self-defense, because there may only be stupid people defending you otherwise.
Thank you, Craig. Openness warning. I feel very scared.
Yes.
Yes. Can I just say,
I won't be taking 20 minutes. My God.
Greg, can I just ask?
I do have a lot to do. No, you don't. I do have a lot.
Can I just ask?
Come on, Daniel.
Daniel never repent. He just now
disrespect without end.
He just now said, "I'm so sorry. I think that I interrupt too much." And now he start again.
Craig, can you just have a podcast and then record that stuff and then just upload it and then we'll put it somewhere? Just say the stuff you say.
You could have waited.
I gotta count on other people to tell me what's notable.
You are also on the lounge.
Always good to have a sounding board.
Stuff.
Sorry, brother.
Craig is not in the lounge now, but he checked his email. He should still have the link. But I did tell Craig many times to start his own YouTube channel, but he don't want. So yeah, I can't force people to do anything. Yeah, Prata.
So exactly. So now not 20 minutes for me. There we go. Bradley said something that I disagree with him completely, which is affinity plays a big role in power politics, in international power politics, and we see affinity working in terms of extending relationships with countries, or the opposite. For instance, it's quite impressive. Like Vaun has been talking, the relationship of the Russia, which was actually more the Soviet Union, but the relationship of the history of the relationship of Africa with the Soviet Union, it makes an extreme affinity of Africans towards Russia, and not just the Black Africa, but also the Arab Africa. Not all Arab countries, but most of them. And we see, for instance, things with China, their creation of these new connections they are building in Africa creates a lot of affinity. And for instance, we have countries that historically were the aggressors towards China. I'm talking about Korea or Japan, actually. And they have always very aggressive towards China all the time, when actually they were the ones historically were always very, very mean towards the Chinese, and they shouldn't be complaining at anything at all. But yes, so it depends where you are, in which constellations. Every country in this world has been doing good and bad things. So you guys, Daniel was saying about the role of Europeans in Africa is very bad, and they remember it. But there are many affinities in different levels that we should consider. Will be their political, like in South American, when they tend to be right-wing, they tend to be very pro-American, and when they are not, they tend to be very pro-China or even affinities towards Russia. So in this level, there are several layers working on global politics. One of them that we have been noticing lately is the great powers competition. The great powers competition has been dominating the international arena for some time now. It was not on 24th of February 2022. In that date, something happened very important. But the great powers competition has been started more or less around 2019, very strong, a little bit before, in 2011, with China investing everywhere around the world. 2013, actually, really strong. And then Russia diluted with Europe completely in 2015, when they started also interacting in Africa and Syria, like we all know, but also many other parts in Africa, coming back. And what happened actually was that in the globalization process, the global South, especially China, outgained the West. And by outgaining the West was not prepared to accept that someone played the rules better than they did. And they started this global power great powers competition. The great powers competition, many would say, Jean Cachet said, it's better than great powers cooperation. Because when great powers are cooperating with each other, the not great powers are fucked. And they will be fucked continuously. So it's very good that we have great power competition, if it is healthy, if we don't go to war. What happened in 2022, the 24th of February, is that Russia proved to the world that they could go against the West. That war was that. I can go against the West. The West is not the superpower that everybody's afraid of. And in doing so, just by starting the war, the Russians won the geopolitical war. The great powers competition changed completely on dynamics. So I was saying that in one side we have this layer of great power competition. At the same time, we still have globalization underneath. And what we see is actually that globalization is still running really high everywhere. And as time goes, it plays more and more an important role. We are still transactional. Most world is very transactional. And even the West, in the peak of this war in Ukraine, that was starting to talk about autocracies against democracies and so on, and talking about values-oriented diplomacy and so on, all that shit. They are now forgetting it. They are talking it. No, of course we have to deal with everybody. Yes, because even big democracies supported Russia somehow, or were not against it, or showed affinity or sympathy, whatever you can call it. So the thing is that in doing it, we are, although the narrative is very geopolitical at the moment, actually transaction is still the biggest game, and the West is losing losing terrain, and is actually becoming more transactional. So this is a very good idea. It means that perhaps the wars in Ukraine and some other local conflicts may start ending, understanding that they need to play, the game has changed and they need to play a different game. And I'm always already going too long. I didn't want to, but it's impossible not to deviate it more. I would say there is a danger for Russia. The war is taking too long. And if there was this affinity at the beginning within the game of great power competition, is that in order to continue the transactional logical, Russia may be turned under the bus. So I was listening to, in a conference in India of the ex-president of Bolivia, but this is many people think this way, and it was talking about the BRICS, how great that is, but they should drop the air because Russia is always just blocking. You just get rid of Russia, and let's go on, and the BRICS will function beautifully, and everything will be better, and the world will be amazing. So this is the problem that that Russia needs to be aware of. That so someone said that I'm a moron. Oh gosh, in the chat. This is great. So I'm almost in 10 minutes, and that's not 20 minutes. So the thing is, to finish my thought, is that Russia needs to be careful. It needs to go to a more constructive role now and very soon. Otherwise, the global South may turn may forget them. And on the other side, I may say the West has exactly, like going with Craig's logic, the West has exactly the same problem. If that ICG comes and the West keeps supporting Israel, we will have a big the global South might also throw Europe and the United States a bit under the bus, not completely, but a little bit. And also, if they keep seeing the West as actually not a constructive player, but a player that sometimes has this evil need to make the others suffer instead of making constructive things. So I'm gone.
Well, Prata. Well done.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thanks. Cheers.
Daniel, you have a reaction, right? Any reaction? Just now, Daniel want to react. Yeah, he's muted. So yeah, he don't even know he's muted. That's so funny.
Okay. I usually don't mute. You all know that. I'm just learning how to use the mute button. So yeah, no, I actually don't have a reaction. I actually agree with Prata in some bits. Some bits I don't. I think Prata is a bit fairy tale with how Prata is a bit fairy tale with the belief of where they are. I think it's gonna take a while before Prata believes that you fundamentally live in a very evil place. You're good people, but I think the stuff that your government does is primarily a lot of evil shit.
I said that to you before, Prata. Remember? I said that to you.
Like
you are
it's really hard.
You are a good guy. The problem is your government.
Your problem, like you're good people, but your government is like
it's literally Babylon the Great from Revelations. Like literally, the West is Babylon the Great. We're the guys that are the bad guys.
I don't understand why you guys tend to see that everything goes in the bad direction. So in terms of
because human beings are human beings.
You have conditions. Yeah, but you have conditions, and we are talking about. We are talking about. I was talking about exclusively of great power politics and international order, and there are different conditions, and within these conditions, they have to achieve results. Everybody needs to achieve results in one way or another to navigate between the problems and barriers, or to dismantle them. And in there is, of course, evil, and people see evil, even if they don't say it, even if they ignore it in terms of expliciting it. But it doesn't mean that I'm not seeing it. I'm just seeing that most of the time, if you look throughout the history of the mankind, even with the global wars that we had, first and second, and all the other ones, little ones that we had before, is that we always try to go further in terms of developing, in terms of connecting with each other. So things are improving and have been improving for a long time. So unless there is a third world war, we'll keep improving. There is no fairy tale on that.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye, guys.
Hey!
See you guys next week.
Bye-bye!
Nice to finally get in on this.
Yep.
I'll see you guys in the lounge when I get
the lounge.
up.
Yep, and I see you guys next week. So it's my turn to do closing. Yay! It's my turn. So thank you everyone for watching the episode 67 of the DPA Open Mic. And yeah, now it's my turn to do closing. I actually they gone on for so long. I actually forgot some of the things I want to say. Something to do with I forgot. Okay, so yeah. Today is a super open mic, we talk a lot about Ukraine until we can't talk anymore. Then we talk about Africa, so and China. Yeah, so it like people, especially the China one. People seems to the conversation always seems to be very binary. My point of view is never is never binary. Like we talk about debt trap, but the debt the contract is signed on both sides. So if you have lousy leaders, they're gonna sign a lousy contract, and then it becomes a trap. So it's not all China. China is just doing a business deal. Of course, they will make the best possible deal for themselves, and it's really up to the other side to make a good negotiation. So yeah, it's just that. So yeah, that's why it's not about China evil or not. But the thing is, China's involvement in Africa definitely have brought a lot of positive to Africa. That's 100%. It's visible. So yeah, that go without saying. But of course, China also operates because, like I said, they need the resources. Though they are preparing the groundwork for long-term partnership, long-term resources, buying. So which is why it makes sense that they want to train the local people so that they can run their own shit, and they just buy. They can just buy. Yeah. So that's the thing, and so hope you guys enjoy the open mic. I really forgot there's one important point I really want to talk about, but I forgot entirely. Yeah, something to do with geopolitics. So anyway, forget about it. So next time, yeah. So anyway, thank you for all the new people that come on. Very good. We have like four new people, and also that thank you for all the super chats, and so thank you. The super chats are like Iranian Putin. He gave a membership. He became a member, and then we have NGS, Utis, NGS, Iranian Putin, and then we have Cyprian Greta. So and then we have NGS, Logizen, and yeah. So and one more is by Archimedes. So thank you everyone for watching. And yeah. So forgot what I really wanted to say. What a waste. So anyway, I'll see you guys in the next update. And yeah, that's it. I don't know what to say anymore. Okay, I gotta do the outro. And yeah, hopefully you guys like the new mic. See you guys in the next update.